Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty, honesty, and you say it, honesty. Honesty, and you say it, honesty, 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 honesty, and you say it, honesty.
Yes, family. Good afternoon, and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel, Rattigan. Let me start by saying thanks to last week's guest. We had my brethren Craney, who I find out last week, same name Donovan Gillespie for the first time in decades. Mr. Vegas and Lloyd the Aguilar. As usual, we went long last week because there was so much material to cover. And today I'll try and end the program early, but we'll see, because we also today have a lot of ground to cover. Now, while I'm talking to you, Kevin is in the background working on getting eyesight on and doing some other things. So if you hear any disturbance in the background, just let me know, and I can actually, you know what? There you go. Herb T. I checked. Call me later, brethren. I checked and I didn't say that thing, but we could talk later. Big up everybody in the chat room. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Now, as I did last week, I'm appealing to all of you to make a special contribution to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation for 2 projects. The first one is to complete some background investigations we started. And when Herb gets here, he'll talk a little bit more about that project. It's almost completed, and we need to pay some of our strategic partners. But you're going to be pleased with the result. Very, very pleased. And the second initiative is a lawsuit seeking the Jamaican court to declare certain provisions of a Jamaican law called the Representation of People Act unconstitutional, so that we can vote. We as a diaspora, we can vote from wherever we declare our residence. UK, US, Australia, Canada, wherever. They promised us years and years ago that they would make it happen, and so far we haven't seen evidence of that. It's just, as we say, a bag of talk and nothing more. Family, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. It's okay to join the discussion or join us for the discussion, but you need to show your appreciation by liking, sharing, and subscribing. And sometimes I get so caught up into the program that I forget to mention it. So those of you in the chat room, please help me out. Yes, Derval, Oreos, yes, Sita. Sita, we're going clear. It's just one game already so far, and we start out like champions, but we'll see what happens. The season is a long season. So, and then family, please remember that Relax with the Rebel is suspended until mid-April. So, in my absence, please continue listening to Reggae Global Radio from 1 midnight to 2 a.m. for the best in reggae. So help me out with that. Let me just get rid of this here. Yes. New York Yankees. I was a Yankee fan, but you see where I live now, right? So I that. Let me just shout out some greetings. And by the way, today's program will be scintillating, interesting, thought-provoking. We have a lot of things to talk about that I think you're going to find interesting. I know you'll find it interesting. But we'll get to that. Let me just say blessings to Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Desmond, Paul, Sassy Diva. I hope you don't have to travel to take care of that thing there. Oh, Kevin, yeah. Mrs. Nelson, and once a Yankee fan, always a Yankee fan, right, Megawatt? All right, next week we wear my Yankee shirt then. Mr. Baxter, my brethren, big up yourself. Angie, if you give a call, I'll call you tomorrow. Promise. Hold me to it. You look, the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, and the Rollington crew. Big up yourself, my general. Big up all media personalities and platforms out there holding the government accountable. Personalities and outlets like Linkage Radio, OBC Radio, All People Radio, Sutherland TV. Big up yourself, Soda. Producer Wayne Global TV. Wayne, me promise me don't call you. I've been delinquent. Please accept my apology. I'll call you soon, sir. Waterhouse Vibes. Nita. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares. Mystic Sensation. Super Jams. the president, and the captain, Professor John Lennon. He'll be with us. I think next week he'll be with us. John, big up yourself. I know you're there with the family and you enjoy the festivities. Andre Stevens, the professor, Jamaican Carlos, Maria, Herb, and the renegade who not afraid, man in the wilderness, Wayne Lonesome. I also want to recognize Gandhi Road Tony, Bitter Gal, me see you know the thing, Bitter, Bunny Jump, Cora, don't get mad at me because you say this, because me know you're a big time Yankee fan, right? But when the Yankees are playing, I'll wear my Yankee shirt, all right? Big up the princess, Chairman Rowan James, the real chairman. And my sister Jenny. Jenny is recovering from heart surgery. Sis, bless up. Greetings to Dorette, Merlin, Katie and Ricardo from out of Philly. And big up on yourself. Manners and respect to all civil servants striving to serve the Jamaican public. And we're talking about nurses, doctors, police personnel, teachers, secretaries, permanent secretaries, and secretaries in the House of Parliament. We're going to talk about that one lady who them turned down upon this week, you know, and we'll give the lady our support. Enough empathy and love for the poor and the poverty-stricken minimum wage workers. Now, despite the government's boast about the booming economy and accolades received from lending organizations, poor people's suffering is not a perception. It is real. You know, Prime Minister said crime is going down, but the perception that it's going up. Well, perception sometimes is reality. The Prime Minister recently stated that minimum wage earners received a 100% increase from $9,000 per week to $13,000. 100%. From 9 to 13, that's 100%. That's his count. And I guess the minimum wage earners are going to get another 100% increase when the minimum wage will move from 13,000 to 15,000 in June. A few months from now, you're going to get another 100% raise from 13 to 15. And that's by the Prime Minister's math. Big up Ripe. Yeah. Ripe are one of my favorite restaurants up in Mount Vernon. If you have a chance, and check it out. Really good food. Now, Mr. Prime Minister, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't know the rest of it. So I could leave it there. So now tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes will be streaming on YouTube at 3 p.m. New York time, and that's 2 p.m. Jamaica time. Waterhouse Vibes tomorrow on YouTube, 3 p.m. New York time, 2 p.m. Jamaica time. Lonesome Town Hall meeting will be tomorrow at 7 p.m. New York time, 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And that's on YouTube. Hold on a second, the folks. I'm going to change my glasses. I want to bend up. Hey,
you say you're bad mind and you see my glasses, you want to change your glasses.
Can't. But now I hear you. Hold on.
Put on your glasses and then you can hear me.
All right, go ahead now. I can't hear you now.
Put on your glasses and then you can hear me. It happens to me sometimes.
Not putting my hearing device on seal. All right, watch.
Greetings, all. Greetings. Sharon Clark, big up yourself. Megawatt, blessings. Laverne
Yes.
Blake, how
This
you
thing
doing? Sheba, Paula Facey. Sonia Foster, it's true. When you take off your glasses, your hearing diminish.
Let me just again loan some town hall meeting tomorrow on YouTube at 7 p.m. New York time, 6 p.m. Jamaica time. And don't ever forget to check out Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters. I tell you something, Isaac, that phrase, very catchy. I mean, I hear people saying it all over the place. Context matters. And it's so true. Check him out on every Thursday on Reggae Global Radio, YouTube, and Facebook from 5 to 7 p.m. New York time. That's 4 to 6 Jamaica time. Don't forget. Let me put in the disclaimer because Reggae Global Radio Management, they're watching and they're listening. The opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Today, we are going to discuss who we are. Or as we say, who we be, historically, anthropologically, psychologically, and otherwise. We will also discuss whether the speaker should resign due to her, what I would refer to as her incompetence and arrogance. And I know I'm going to get some pushback from ISAT regarding that. So that should be a live segment. We will also examine the Auditor General's reports. And I will make the case, and Herb, if he's here, he will make the case as well for a fusion center. It's time for Jamaica to come into the 21st century of policing and investigative capabilities and deal with this matter. So when I look at the Auditor General, we're going to look at the Auditor General's report in terms of should it be submitted, when it should be submitted, to whom it should be submitted. And then we're also going to look at the reports themselves, because you're going to find that there are some interesting things happening in Jamaica that most of you, I will hazard a guess that most of you have not read the report and therefore you don't know the specifics. So we're going to bring that to you. And time permitting, we will examine the Police Service Commission's decisions, and we will provide more advice to the new police commissioner. He needs the guidance. In fact, I'm hearing some things and quite commendable, some moves that he's making so far. Shows that he's listening to us. We will also provide an update on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade's refusal to provide the names of their officials who went to Kigali at taxpayers' expense. At taxpayers' expense, not government expense, taxpayers' expense. And we will get to this one. We're going to announce the real Diaspora conference. We're going to talk about it. Not the one that's going to happen in Jamaica. We're going to talk about the one that will be happening online, so that you don't have to pay no registration fee. You don't have to pay no plane fare, no hotel fee, no transportation, no food, and the hassle of traveling back. You can come home from work, relax, kick back, and listen to the real Diaspora. Action in the making. Now, Kevin, I'm going to throw this up. We'll lick about with Talawa. Yes, so fighting corruption for a better Jamaica with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Big up the dirty or the standing 30, and big up the hateful 8. The 8 how you sit down and plan, strategize almost on a daily basis. Just want to big up my 7 colleagues, them. Make them know some really appreciate the effort and the time and the brain power, to take for really come in and sit down and have a decent conversation with brethren. And we disagree, but at the same time, it's all for the common good. And there is consensus when we disagree. Not like some places and some people. Family, and I have to go rush this because I have a gentleman coming on, and I just want to get to certain things quickly. Make sure you come out on May 10th in New York and be counted in the history-making protest. It is important to note that our corner of the diaspora does not agree on every issue, and that is to be expected. However, we are solidly united in the fight against corruption and other bad acts practiced by the government. I hope and pray that whatever our differences are, we will try and bridge them as we move forward in the interest of the Jamaican people. So please remember that the protest will take place on Friday, May 10th at the corner of 2nd Avenue and East 42nd Street in Manhattan from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And we're going to give you notice as we go along about the developments. So Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Virginia, D.C., Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Rhode Island, Texas, California, Canada, Jamaica, and the UK. And wherever you are as a Jamaican, come out in your numbers if you can and register your disapproval of the continued bad governance exhibited by the Jamaican government. And if you can't come in person, it's going to be streamed. But we really want you to come up because this is going to be a family event. Because remember now, we're no more than 6 removed. If we go back 6 in our past, we'll find to the whole away. We didn't have to go back 6 because, you know, Isaac and me, for example, we're related in so many different ways. So I'd like to thank those of you who are providing us with information regarding corruption and other criminal activities of politicians and people of influence and power. Please remember that it's our collective responsibility to root out these criminals, whether in or outside government. And there are a few more notices. But anyway, I want put this on. Before I do that, Kevin, I see you throw it up. But before that, I just want to play the video because the gentleman will come on, and I really want to get it on. I really want to put it out there because the letters and all of these things, we can do them later on. So, folks, sit back and listen. This is a panel discussion, and the gentleman that you're gonna, there are 2 gentlemen, 3 on the stage, but one of them I used to study with back in the 70s in New York. A lot of you, or some of you might remember him. He's passed on now. His name is Dr. Ben. Brilliant guy. I used to go on to his lectures up in Harlem, and I used to go on the museum trips with him. And I just need you to listen carefully to what the message that he and the other professor that they're presenting to us. And this will set the stage for the gentleman who's coming on, our live guest. So without further ado.
University of Alabama in Birmingham. My name is Lee Naves, and it's my privilege this evening to serve as moderator for the program. We have 2 very special guests. One is Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan, who is an African anthropologist, an educator, an author, and a scholar. He's on my right, and on my left is Dr. George Simmons. Dr. Simmons is also a professor. He was born in the St. Croix, Virgin Islands, USA. And we will discuss a number of topics this evening. These gentlemen are here to talk about African origins. As you know, in America, Black History Month is celebrated every February. Without further ado, let's get right into it because I know they have some interesting viewpoints that will stimulate your thinking, even if you disagree with them or agree. I'm going to call you Dr. Ben, if that's okay, because I understand that's what people usually call you.
Yes.
One of the more controversial positions that you take is that Black Africans landed in America 2,000 years before Columbus.
I would not specify the day, but probably exceeding 2,000 years. The fact is that Columbus never came to the United States of America or North and South America. He came as close as San Salvador. There's a rumor that says that Columbus came to America. He did not come to America. He came to an island of America. Vespucci came to America, not Columbus. He came to the Caribbeans. But it is commonly stated, just as much as they state that Columbus discovered America while the Indians sat down and watched him doing it. Now, but the knowledge of Africans in the Americas quite knowledgeable to scholars. The fact that it's suppressed doesn't have any validity at all.
Let me bounce a couple of things off of you. One thing, this article that I'm going to be referring to our home audience and to our studio audience, this article came out in the September 1981 issue of Science Digest, and it's entitled Black Kings in Ancient America. You and some other black scholars believe that these people, African people, came to this continent before Columbus.
We don't believe, we know.
How do you know? What evidence?
The evidence is there. For example, when you go to Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that there were pluvial disruptions, and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time, at least from that, when you look at the strategy, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC, when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there, and Victoria, Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Before Christ.
Before the
Let me point out another thing, just from the same article. I don't know if we can see this on television, but here is a picture. Tell me what this is, and why do you see this as proof of the presence of Africans in America before?
That is the head of an Olmec, and the Olmecs were said to be the first of the indigenous Americans. And if an Olmec walked in here, then you would believe that he had come from the middle of Africa. And there is no doubt about it that all of the writers prior to racism admitted that the Olmecs were in fact Africans who had come across here. There is no doubt when Pigafetta and others, the point is that Van Sertima is writing and others, but Leo Weiner in 1938 at Harvard University wrote a 2-volume book for which he was fired about the Africans, Olmecs being Africans. And
let me bounce this off of you, okay? You take the same statue. You say, well, you say that they're obviously black features, thick lips, broad nose.
The stereotype.
But, okay, the stereotype. Other anthropologists say, I think Michael Cole was one of them. He says that this is not a black man. He said the people who made these statues, which I understand are 8 feet high, the people who made these statues didn't have sharp enough tools to give them white features, so they're not really black statues. They're white people carved with crude tools. What's your response to that?
It's strange that the tools were not sharp enough to make narrow noses, but it was sharp enough to put eyelids. So it would seem to me that an eyelid is harder to make than a thin nose. But Michael Cole is no less a racist than the head of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, what's the difference between Michael Cole Reagan and the Ku Klux Klan? It have the same philosophy. What is the difference between the fellows writing the Bible and write about the Queen of Sheba saying to Solomon, look not, ye daughters of Canaan, look not upon me because I'm black. My parents sent me in the vineyard and that's all this nonsense. She's black because nature made her black. Her mother and father were black, that's why she's black. Had nothing to do with going in any vineyard, even though it's in the Bible.
Okay, you talked about religion. We're going to get to that in a while. Let me turn to Dr. Simmons. You also agreed with this position that Africans were in this...
I have no problem, no doubt.
Why?
As a matter of fact, speaking about, like Dr. Ben mentioned, and you spoke about Michael Deco, I own a book several years ago and still have it in my possession by Michael Deco himself, who is considered one of America's leading archaeologists and anthropologists from Yale, one of America's most prestigious schools. In his own work, he referred to them as Negroid. And he went further to state the title of the book is America's First Civilization, what he calls civilization. And to turn around and to tell these youngsters and other people in America particularly that the black men was the first to build any type of civilization in the Americas will be disturbing to Americans. And so...
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Even if you're right, let's say you're right, what difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference.
What kind of difference?
It takes the inferiority complex out of the black man who felt that his only beginning and relationship here in this part of the world is that of slavery. Then it puts him in the driver's seat because, again, they don't tell you that there are man-made hills within the United States. They call them mounds. And they range from in the Midwest all the way down the eastern seacoast of the United States. And they have found artifacts in them that are similar to things found in West Africa and in Egypt, which is Northeast Africa, that predates the arrival of the so-called indigenous Indians to these lands. Another thing is, some years ago, one of the major television networks back in New York, I don't remember exactly which one, ABC or which, had did a documentary, and they said that these Olmecs are the ones who brought right into the Americas about 3000 BC. To tell blacks that they ought to be glad to enter into these schools of higher learning today in order to read and write, because their ancestors back in Africa couldn't read and write. You see what it will do to tell them that they brought right into the Americas? Antonio Pigafetta, that Dr. Ben mentioned, who sailed with Magellan when Magellan came to the so-called New World in 1519, when they landed at the land of Verzin, which we now call Brazil, they were met by people in canoes that carried as many as 40 people. And Antonio Pigafetta recorded that these people were jet black. It seemed that they came out of the infernal marshes. That meant that they were burnt. He said, naked and black as they are, in 1519, 27 years after Columbus's arrival to the so-called New World. Another thing they don't tell you, again, you heard my associate...
Well, why haven't we heard these things before? Why don't we read them in the New York Times, Birmingham News?
If I stole another man's country, and I brought your ancestors here to work for me, could I tell you how great your ancestors were and still expect to keep you in slavery?
Well, let me give you a better, not better necessarily, but an added situation of that. Most black people in Birmingham, Alabama, like in Harlem, New York, are Christians, and they go to in a black community, a black minister, a black congregation, but with a white Jesus, because they didn't know that that Jesus, up until Pope Julius II, had the first black Jesus painted. He had Michelangelo to do it, but up until that time, the world worshipped the black Madonna and Child. The present Pope is going back to Poland to worship at the statue of the black Madonna and Child. That's in the New York Times. But what the Times says the next day, don't worry about the black Madonna and the Child. She was originally white, but there was a storm in the 16th century, passed by and turned it black. But the same storm must have gone to Spain, and then it went to Ethiopia, and it went to the Soviet Union and turned all the black Madonnas black. It was a hell of a storm.
Well, okay, let's get together here. I mean, we're jumping around, and I think we're going to have a beautiful, interesting hour, okay? Because this subject, I was going to get to this later, but since you opened it, let's deal with it, okay? You're in the Bible Belt, gentlemen.
I heard so.
You heard so. And I must tell our audience, we had dinner together earlier, and we got into this a little bit. So you're going to hear some interesting things. Because you guys are taking issue with a lot of what we grew up with in the Bible as fact. And you're telling me that's not so. You got to picture that.
I brought it right here.
What is it?
Before I show you the picture you want to see. This is Pope Pius XII. In his private chapel, praying to the black Madonna and Child, and all the popes of Rome, in their private, this from the church, the Roman Catholic Church itself. I just got rid of the copy of the history of the black Madonna last night. I brought one copy. It's published by the Roman Catholic Order of Nuns called the Daughters of St. Paul. And they said that the picture of the black Madonna and Child in Poland is reputed to have been painted by St. Luke. Now, St. Luke is said to have been one of Jesus' disciples. He ought to know what Jesus had looked like. So if he painted a black woman and child, who am I to say that he wasn't? Besides that, however, in Anacalypsis...
So now you guys are saying Jesus was black?
We're not saying it. It's what has been written up until the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325, when Rome under the order of Constantine, the Roman emperor, ordered the 219 bishops at Nicaea, and they took away Christianity from the Africans. Just remember that before they said Jesus was born in a manger in Bethlehem, they said he was born in a cave in Ethiopia. It was at the Nicene Conference that changed that. Let's go further.
Wait a minute, let me be sure I'm following you now. You're saying that the birth of Christ as we know it is not accurate.
It's a farce. It was only...
You realize what you're saying?
A farce, a lie. You know what a lie is?
A lie is a lie.
The person who wrote that at the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325 AD, Constantine, the Roman emperor, ordered a conference be held because Rome wanted to take over Christianity from the people who started it. Christianity was started with Pantheus and Boetius in a place called Alexandria in Egypt. And Egypt is in Africa. I saw it up to January the 9th, it was there.
You talked about that a little bit last night in your lecture. There was a lecture last night, Dr. Simmons, here on campus. You talked about the separation of people don't want us to see Egypt as part of Africa. You talked about the historical thing about blacks being in Egypt as well.
Yes, what I did last night...
I don't want to get away from the other point.
I
just triggers things in my mind. Let's deal with it.
What happened is that I dealt last night with the fact that Herodotus, that the institutions of higher learning, white institutions, consider the father of history. He himself, when he visited Egypt around 450 BC, almost half a thousand years before Christ, said that the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, the people of cultures, which is part of present-day Turkey, were people of black skin and woolly hair. All right? And so I just want you to understand that the Egyptians we now see are conquerors, just like people who came here and took this land from the Indians, so that they're not indigenous to Africa, those who now rule Egypt. And Egypt is just as much a part of Africa as Birmingham or Alabama is part of the so-called United States.
Let me add this.
Let me just be clear on this. So what you're saying to me now is that the people that we see, Sadat and all those guys, are not true Egyptians?
No.
The fact that
Sadat's mother was a Sudanese, Nasser's mother was a Sudanese, but their fathers were Arab conquerors. The one that was the African was Mohammed Naguib, the first president of Egypt, the one that overthrew Farouk. But 1 year after that, since he was looking for a hookup with the other Nile Valley countries as it used to be in antiquity, he was removed by the Arab conquerors. The Arabs didn't come to Egypt until 640. The first non-African people came to Egypt, otherwise called the Hyksos, in 1675 BC. The Africans there were already in the 13th dynasty period. They had built every pyramid you saw there before. They had done the S-turn in the Nile. They built every one of the major temples that had already been built, including the Grand Lodge of Luxor. The first European to come there did not arrive until the Greeks arrived with Alexander II, the son of Philip of Macedonia.
Look, I'm a college graduate. I never heard all this stuff before.
Because they didn't intend to teach you that. They can't tell you that you're inferior and teach you that you taught Europe. The first Europeans to be civilized by the Africans were the Greeks. When you heard of Homer, the first European to have written anything, you couldn't miss that. They said that Homer wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. And that was not until 833 BC. The Africans had already, in 255,000 at the Tassili Mountain, they had the Sibyllian period, first, second, and third, the pre-dynastic period, all the way up. The Africans had produced men like this, Imhotep, the multi-genius that designed the step pyramid of Saqqara, the first man to be a physician that even Hippocrates, the so-called father of medicine, is giving him credit and call him the god of medicine. The Greeks changed his name from Imhotep to Aesculapius. There he is. There he is.
Wait a minute. This gets into what you were saying. So wait a minute. You guys are telling me now that black men taught Homer and...
As a matter of
went
fact,
to Egypt to school.
As a matter of fact, the Egyptians said Homer was Egyptian, not Greek.
That's right. It's only the Europeans said that. The Westerners now said that he was. But let us go back. Remember that Homer himself said in the Odyssey what? That the gods Zeus and Apollo, Europe's first gods, came from Ethiopia. Go read it. And I didn't write it. He wrote it. Thales, from Thales down to Socrates. And Socrates down to Aristotle, which they call the pre-Socratian philosophers and the post-Socratian philosophers. Each and every one, including Plato, who spent 15 years in Egypt receiving their education.
You're saying Plato was educated in Egypt?
15 years.
See,
Before that, you heard nothing of him. Every one of them.
What you'd have me believe then also, for part of what you said last night, is that Plato and these guys went back home, and they were big guys. But they were taught in Egypt? Is that what you said?
They came there for
the education.
And they said it. They didn't hide it. It's the modern writers, the modern instructors and professors who are trying to deny it.
All right,
You can't have in a racist school in Birmingham non-racist education.
Let me get to something you said last night that's not going to make you very popular in this town and may not allow you to get safely out of town. You told an audience last night that you saw, I think, in a tomb in Egypt.
Yeah.
You saw it with your own two eyes, right?
Yes.
You told me that Moses, there were more than 10 commandments. Moses just took
42. The negative confessions. Moses isn't supposed to have been born until 1349 BC. The Africans were already in the 18th dynastic period. Akhenaten, who died before Moses was born, and Imhotep, who died more than 2,000 years before the birth of Moses, and others at the Grand Lodge of Mem had 42 laws called now the negative confession, one for each nome. They go like this: I have not killed man nor woman. I have not spoken ill of the gods. Moses is supposed to be born in Egypt, they said, at a place called Sukkot. Already, it says that Moses get the 10 Commandments of Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai is still in Africa, right? The Sinai Peninsula is a part of Egypt. More so, is it possible for Moses to be born in Egypt, educated in Egypt? At age 85, he's still in Egypt, and he did not learn the negative confessions? Is it possible for you to go to school, born in the United States, go to kindergarten, elementary, junior high school, and college, and never heard of the United States Constitution? Then it would have been impossible for Moses, when everybody had to read the negative confession 5 times a day, for Moses not to have seen those 42 laws and extracted 10 of them, leave 32 more. Now, if you could go to the temple of Setaiwan at Abydos, to go to the tomb of Ramesses VI at the Valley of the Kings, go to the temple of Edfu, where you would, by the way, see the story of an immaculate conception and a virgin birth 4,100 years before the Mary and Jesus story.
As a matter of fact,
let me just put it in form of a question then. I mean, I don't want to stop this, because we're here for information. But what you're trying to get me to believe is that Moses didn't get the 10 Commandments from Mount Sinai, but he got them
from his fellow Africans.
Moses was the high priest in Egypt, a high priest of the Egyptians in Egypt. Then what was he teaching? He wasn't a high priest of the Jews.
There were no Jews in those days. They called them. Remember now, there were no Israel yet. Israel is not until 1196. And when we to hear of Abraham, Avram as he was called, coming into Egypt, the Africans are already in Egypt, already in the 14th dynastic period when he shows up. All of the pyramids are built. That's another thing. Every one, the 62 pyramids in Egypt were built before the first Jew was born.
Why was he fleeing from the Pharaoh?
Let me ask
what
you
was
something.
the charge?
I could write anything when I want to write, you know. Who's going to stop me from writing if I got the power?
I was about to ask you, what kind of trouble do you get into for holding these kind of views?
Oh, the other day, a black sister spat in my face, and because she couldn't take that. She couldn't take that Jesus was black. She said, no, no, no. I mean, he had no color. If he didn't have no color, how John the Baptist saw him to baptize him?
Do you realize that you're getting at the foundation, that you're shooting and digging away at the foundation of what most of us grew up believing?
Yeah, well, we believe a lot of things for a long time. One thing, they give us 3 pages in the Bible. Slave, obey your master. And that's what we believed for the longest time. They said that Jesus said, so how would Jesus, who fought the system, say to the slave, obey your master? It didn't sound rational, would it? So, look, most of the things, we're in a European system. You could come to this university and spend 4 years, go back and spend another 2 for your master's, and another 1 or 2 for your doctorate, and never had any course at all about Africans. But every day you come here, you got courses about Europeans. This is an extension of European culture, European belief, European racism. And it has no intent of teaching about the Africans. The Africans built the Europeans' first university, the University of Salamanca in Spain. These are historical records. It's just like...
Okay, one of the things you said last night is that it's not just black people who are saying these things.
No.
Most of this information are written by whites.
In white books.
It's just that they don't emphasize it in the classroom. As a matter of fact, let me back you up when you open up the discourse. We were speaking about Columbus. None of them in here, none of the listening audience, even in the air, has the faintest idea that in the life of Columbus, when after his death, his family had to go to court because charges was raised, and this is in the record in the Vatican, in the secret archives of the Vatican, that Columbus was shown a map of where the Queen of Sheba that Dr. Ben spoke about, this black woman who had mated with Solomon and produced the son, Menelik I, and they lived more than 900 years before the birth of Jesus, had already sailed through what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, came to lands to the west that was longer than Africa and Europe combined. And that, brother, is North, South, and Central America.
May I add this? Right here at this university they teach, and I've just been here a few days, right? A day. They teach in this institution because it's the same as Cornell anywhere, that Hippocrates was the father of medicine. He's not until 333 BC. Let me read this for you.
Okay, you teach at Cornell, is that?
I teach at Cornell also.
They let you teach this kind of stuff at Cornell?
They teach it now. I'm there.
Okay.
1700, in 1700 BC, that's 1400 years before Hippocrates, you can find the Kahum medical papyrus. Papyrus is paper.
Okay.
A compendium of information about women's diseases and pregnancies. In 1600 BC, that's 1300 years before Hippocrates, the Edward C. Smith Papyrus, a comparative surgical text and anatomical inquiry. It especially deals with the spinal column. 1550, let me jump to one here. The Ebers Papyrus. A medical, there is the whole book on it. A medical paper by Queen Hatshepsut, the first known queen in history, an Egyptian queen. A papyrus designed to show women how to develop a method to stop pregnancy, to insert into the vagina, made of the shrub of acacia and honey, which break down into lactic acid. Not only that, Monsanto, DuPont.
So we're talking about birth control.
Birth control in 1550 BC by the Africans.
It's a long time before the pill.
A few days before the pill.
But keep in mind, however, keep in mind that Europe is not yet in history.
European history. The Greeks ain't arrived yet.
All I ask one at a time.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
The civilization haven't begun. Homer have not written his Iliad and Odyssey. And the hero.
Okay, all the stuff that you're saying we can find this.
Look, I ain't nothing say if it's not here, it's either in Doc's library or mine back in New York. Nothing we take for granted.
Or the books that we brought down.
And you saying they're not all written by black men?
No.
Anacalypsis is written, okay. Look now. Okay. Anacalypsis is a 2-volume work by Sir Godfrey Higgins, written in 1838 in England and published by Watson Company. The Golden Bow is a 13-volume book by Sir James Fraser, published simultaneously in the United States and England, and it was published in 1938. Bible Myths and the Parallels in Other Religions, written by Thomas W. Dones, and is published in 1887 by Watson Company, London, England. The Ruins of Empire by Concierge Volney is published, there it is. It's published in 1792 by simultaneously in England and France, done by a man who was with Napoleon de Bonaparte.
Let me just say this about that. If we just give you the benefit of doubt and consider what you're saying to be true, I mean, you are chipping away at everything we've ever been taught, most of what we believe.
But you were taught it as slaves. Nobody.
Slave in 3 pieces?
Yes. We are no longer physical slaves, but we are mental slaves. And this is the worst form of slavery. Some of us believe that the Cadillac and the house on the beach makes us free. But it's the mind that makes us free.
Well, I'm just glad I have to ask the questions and don't have to defend any of this stuff. Go into something else for a minute. Tell us about some of those pictures, because I want to get as much into this hour as
well, this picture that you are looking at right here is the picture of Pope St. Peter, the first Pope of Roman Catholicism, as the church admits.
But this
the
man
church
has a black
said that
face.
Black face, black everything.
If you strip him, he's black all the way down except his fingernails and all those things like that.
Well, how do I know you just didn't get a picture and paint a black face on it?
No, that is the statue in Rome. That
Now?
you're looking at. Now,
Right now at the
take
Basilica.
a jet.
Can't afford it?
Take the fastest means and go to Rome and
You'll
come
see him
back.
right
and
there.
then tell us if it's not. That same picture, I used to teach at Roman
You say,
Catholic
wait a minute,
colleges.
this is there now?
Yes, no.
With
And
the black
every pope
Has
kisses
to kiss his feet.
Every pope kisses his toe. They said his toes are worn by the thousand of kisses placed there. If the book that I got it from was not that heavy, I'll bring it that you see the Pope kissing, Pope John the 23rd
And
kissing.
who is this black guy?
Saint Peter.
The man that they told you, every black minister, every white minister says, Jesus gave Peter the keys to heaven, which means that no white man, nobody else could enter into heaven unless he come by way of me, the black man. But I hold the keys to
That's
heaven.
right. And there's no reason why Peter should not open for me. He suffered too then.
What else you got there?
Well, what I have here is some black saints. St. Augustine, some of you say the St. Augustine, St. John Chrysostom, St. Athanasius, and St. Ambrose. Black saints of the church. You have to remember that Christianity is called in Europe and by Europeans as the new religion.
Right.
It was alien to Europe. Emperor Constantine is the one who decided to take it. He said, I need a religion to unify my empire. With this religion, I could then conquer the world. And he himself was never a Christian until on his dying bed in the year 337 when he became converted to Christianity. But he took it to unify his empire.
But isn't it Augustine, in his unchristian doctrines, he wrote 48 different works. The three most noted in the West is his Confessions, which he specified who he was, and then the Holy City of God, and the last was on Christian doctrines, the fundamental principle for modern Christianity. Three black women, Felicita, Perpetua, and Nymphana, were the first to die for Jesus Christ. Next, and they were from what is today called...
How do you know this?
It's in the documents of the church. And it's in the writing of the church. And was it not Pope Melchizedek, the three African popes of the Roman Catholic Church, Melchizedek, Victor III, and the other one?
Galatius.
Pope
Galatius.
Galatius. We have them there. Now, these are church documents. But remember, when there came a time in 1506, after we lost power in Spain, the Africans ruled Spain from 711. We were calling ourselves Moors, M-A-U-E-R-S, then M-O-O-R-S. From 711 until 1485, 774 years, when we built and brought into Europe the university system, building the University of Salamanca, S-A-L-A-M-A-N-C-A in Spain, a copy of the University of Genève from ancient Ghana, which was equally a copy of the University of Sankore in Tombouctou, which the French later called Timbuktu. Now, look, if you want to read it, read Stanley Lane Poole's The Moors in Spain, written in 1887, or Alejandro Macaziza. Read his book in Spanish, The Moors in Spain, and said that even the bath was introduced by those Africans.
You said the bra was introduced by...
The bath was reintroduced because Rome had a bath before, but they stopped because of not understanding the Christian doctrine that the Europeans had embraced. They stopped for over 1,000 years from taking baths. Matter of fact, that like to make mockery of the fact that the Queen Victoria of England boasting of herself being the cleanest woman in all of Europe, taking one bath per month. I have books show you where people were made saints for boasting and never even washed their hands. Saints of the church.
Did you have a copy with dirt with you?
No, I didn't bring too many.
Okay, let me, because you guys are bombarding us with so much. Just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do on a day-to-day basis. Dr.
Well, my name is Yosef Ben Yekanan. I teach at Cornell University History and Egyptology. I'm an author, former member of the United Nations, graduate with a PhD from Cambridge University in England, a PhD from the University of Barcelona in Spain, That should help. I originally was a civil engineer who turned to anthropology and history with a law degree and practiced law. Now, black people had to know a little bit more to get a job. And I was born in Ethiopia and came to the Caribbean as a young fellow at age 6. My mother's a Puerto Rican, and we lived and grew up in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. My father was a barrister. And I, as I said, worked with the United Nations and then finally started teaching at Columbia University and other places. Got fired a number of times, of course.
I would imagine so.
So yes, with this kind of thing, they don't want, with the documents in my hand. When I exposed that Planned Parenthood was nothing new, that it was done in Africa as early as 1550, I was fired on the spot by Professor Ralph Linton. But about 10 years later, the American Medical Association published the Ebers Papyrus, the same thing I got fired for.
Okay, I want to get back to something in one of your books in a minute, but just tell us, our audience at home and studio audience, a little bit about yourself, Dr. Smith.
Oh, I'm not as fortunate as Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is the intellectual, so I like to be the other extreme. I like to say that my college is that of hard knocks. And I use myself as the example as to how high a black man could come from mother wit. Mother wit in the sense that it is said that blacks are not intelligent. And so that what we do is complement each other. He being the extreme with all the degrees, and I will remain the little fellow in the street. However, the little fellow in the street have taught at some of your best colleges and taught the professors so that they could teach you. I've taught at Marist College. I've lectured for Yale. I have lectured in most of your best institutions. I just went to do a week seminar out in the state of Washington to educate some professors how to teach in teaching and teaching logic. I think what happened, like some people say, well, Simmons, why don't you go and get the thing? I said, no, at my age, I'm not looking for prestige, but my churn will. And since there's a thing that black people are dumb, I like to sit back being dumb and just waste the intellectual other folks away.
But he's being very modest.
I'm looking for that.
He's my associate in my office.
That's all right.
And yes, and at Malcolm King College, and was the chairman of the Department of History in many schools, so he's being modest.
I am.
Let's get back to some of this. Let me see that for a minute. Let's get back to some of this stuff we were talking about last night, you were talking about at dinner. You guys just took on the Bible. And
which one? There are many Bibles. You got about 3,000 versions. And the one that most people here believe in is the King James Version. And when a version is not a fact, a version is something like the original. And James commissioned 47 men under Sir Francis Bacon. He pulled them from Cambridge University, Oxford University, University of Eton, and University of Scotland at Glasgow. Those 47 men wrote God's words.
You're not going to be very popular in this area.
I didn't plan to be.
Okay. This quote from one of your books, and this will be available to our studio audience, and we'll talk about this a little bit after we get off the air. And I'm not even sure I should read this. This is from a Bible.
That's the Bible in this. You should read it. Read what was in Genesis up until the 6th century. It is still in the Book of Mormons. That's the people in Salt Lake City, which many blacks have joined because they'll join the Ku Klux Klan as the open membership. It is still in the Calvinist teaching in South Africa, and read what was in the Bible up until the 6th century.
So you're saying that this is still in the Mormon Bible?
It's still in the Mormon Bible. It is still in the Calvinist Bible, and look at the bottom where the Roman Catholic Church had it, and they now make an excuse that they were sorry that it was ever in there, but nevertheless it was.
All right, let me just share this with our audience here and our audience at home. And this is from one of Dr. Ben's books.
And from all the books, that it's on page 120 and 21 in that book.
Let me just share a little bit of it here, because I want to get some reaction from you, and it's something for folks to think about. And you say this is from a Bible. Therefore, it must be Canaan, your firstborn, whom they enslave. And I'm just starting in kind of the middle because there's a lot of it here. And since you have disabled me, doing ugly things in blackness of night, Canaan's children shall be born ugly and black. Moreover, because you twisted your head around to see my nakedness, your grandchildren's hair shall be twisted into kinks, and their eyes red. Again, because your lips jested at my misfortune, theirs shall swell. And because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked. And the rest of this stuff is underlined, and this is a quote from the book. Bible, you say. And their male members shall be shamefully elongated. Men of this race are called Negroes. Their forefather Canaan commanded them to love theft and fornication, to be banded together in hatred of their masters, and never to tell the truth.
That's right. It was in the Judeo-Christian Bible until the 6th century of the Christian era, also called AD, Anno Domini. And some black ministers refer to it. Just a few weeks ago in New York, I was listening to my radio on one of these religious programs sponsored by a liquor store. And it says, the minister says that these young blacks are acting up. We shouldn't act up anyhow, because when we die and we go to heaven, we're going to be white anyhow. So we say anything. Remember that we did not know that Christianity came from Egypt, and that the first monastery was on the island of Philae, which is still there now, and that the Christianity went into Ethiopia and all of North Africa, where they had 7 patriarchs and 27 bishops before the first one in Greece or Rome. We knew nothing about that. We didn't know. Up to now, you got black people sending missionaries to Africa, not knowing that the Coptic church is older than the Roman church. We still send missionaries. We still tell lies about Africans eating the missionaries. I wish we did eat the missionaries, then we would have had no problem. But we still got that. We still got roots. People thinking that roots has something to do with history when the man says a novel.
All right, folks, let me just stop it right here, because we have Chief Nanya in the green room, or maybe I shouldn't, well, yeah, he's there backstage waiting. But I studied with that gentleman, Professor Ben. Like I said, I used to go to his lectures I think it was every Monday, every Tuesday, I believe, in Harlem. And when they did this for a number of years, and quite an interesting guy. Went on a number of field trips with him. And if you get a chance, just go to YouTube and just search for Dr. Ben, and let him take you wherever you want to go. But I think that's a nice segue. I stopped it there. We had about another 15 minutes on that videotape, but out of courtesy and respect for Chief Nanya, who's here, I thought I'd play that and then bring him on. So without further ado, Chief Nanya, welcome, sir.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Fabulous intro to using Dr. Ben, having Dr. Ben there. That's fabulous. Wonderful. And a lot of what I said the last time I was on, he has now reconfirmed that from the scholarly standpoint.
Yeah, you did mention the Almex. You did, yeah.
All right. So where do you want to start from?
Well, the floor is yours, sir. Let me just remind folks joining us who've seen you previously, and just advise those who are seeing you for the first time, that we had you on 2 weeks ago, and it was supposed to be a teaser for half hour. You dropped a whole bunch of knowledge on us, and there's some people who I think they're still reeling from some of the things you said. Reeling in the sense that some of them, they've never heard things you said before, and some of them, they're in disbelief of the things you said. And so we decided that you're going to come back, and it's going to be a more expansive format. This is your format now. This is not a teaser. This is a chance for you to be on center stage and just talk to us about who we are as a people.
Well, everything that Dr. Ben said, first I'd like to say Timta Abdur Kosha Yuat Biwa Samus Pa Timta, begin all things by first using the all. Just want to note the intro that you played with Dr. Ben Yakanen, that encapsulates everything about what we said 2 weeks ago when the subject and the reality is that Black people in commerce are white. And using the words Negro, person of color, visible minority, those are terms given to you by your oppressor. So, in terms of liberation or freedom, you're not going to get it using his language and the words in his language that are going to keep you enslaved. Just like at the last part there from the Book of Mormon, talking about that the Mormons believe Black people were cursed because up in the heavens they should have fought with Michael and the angels, and because they didn't, they were cursed and cast down. They even have a cartoon. If you go on YouTube, you could find the cartoon from the Mormon Church showing that Black people were up in the heavens and then they became Black and were cast down to earth. They actually have a cartoon, and so that is what they program the children with, and that's what they follow along with. So it's important that we know in this modern time what are the terms and definitions that define freedom and what are the terms and definitions that define bondage.
All right, I'll tell you what, let's start with the title of this segment is who are we? Let's start with finding out who are you. I went through your CV and it's like 19 pages or something like that. I couldn't put it up. I noticed I didn't see an education piece in there, but be that as it may, when I say education, I'm talking about formal education. I didn't see, because we know that you don't have to go to school in order to be educated. That's
Yes.
just one way of being educated, the formal way, structured way. But I didn't see anything there. But tell us, who are you?
I'm Chief Nanyashabo Ale of the Atsikata Nation of Yamasee Moors. Our nation is an internationally recognized Indigenous peoples organization, a non-governmental organization, which is an NGO, and a CSO, which is known as a civil society organization. What I do is I teach people who are Black, African, people of African descent, visible minority, to change their commercial status from Black to white, claim their indigenous heritage, and prove that commercially they are not lost at sea. I've been doing this since 2003. I've been at the United Nations in New York in 2005, 2006, had a representative in 2008, representatives in 2014. We did a protest. We have actually a video for that of a protest we did at the United Nations because we couldn't get invited to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which was kind of scandalous in light of the fact that we have been registered at the United Nations in New York City. So I just want people to be clear. There's a difference between New York City UN and the UN in Geneva, Switzerland. And so what I also do is I have a webinar that I do every Monday showing people of African descent, Black, Negro, colored, visible minority, how to change their race and ethnicity, do it properly, and to live white and to live their indigenous heritage. We are indigenous to the planet. However, when you go to a museum like which was described in the video that you played, those people have a nationality. They're known as a people, whether they are Assyrian, Nubian, Egyptian, whether they are Tamarian, whether they are any type of the indigenous names that are known back then. That's who we are now. But what has happened is that has been overlaid on top with these corporate definitions of Jamaican, Caribbean, African, person of color. And that's one of the biggest issues is learning the language and the definitions. The etymology is the key because then you get to the origin of the word. Once you get to the origin of the word, it doesn't matter what everyone's using nowadays. The point is, what was the word originally? And then once you see that, you'll see where they modify it, mutate it, and trick you. And that's even what the Center for Disease Control had done during the COVID. They went and changed the definition of a vaccine. Vaccine is supposed to prevent you from getting sick. And CDC went and changed it to it causes an immune response. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
By the way, let me bring in Isat. Isat, do you have any questions for Chief, or would you like to you make a statement, or before I proceed?
No, I just want to say that Chief reminded me that I was white. And I know people always think that I introduce myself with sarcasm, but I seriously have bought into that concept. In the Jamaican space, there's a narrative now in relation to the Privy Council. They said that only white persons spoke at the Privy Council. That's the narrative in the local space. And then it made sense because I spoke there and realized there and then that clearly if I spoke and I was black and they're saying that only white persons spoke, then they too recognize that I was white. But and I'm not laughing. I'm being serious about this in terms of really, especially what's going on now in the social space. There's a lot of distractions while people are at the United Nations, and African nations are actually having the identical conversations like what's in the video about being the original people, about how you identify and separating what adjectives are from nouns. And so when we speak of color, certainly in the European region, it is through country that you identify. It's not race, but from nationality. And then when you're in certain countries, they use race to identify. But there is a narrative that has to be fixed in terms of how we identify, because the spectrum of, I'm using this lightly, blackness includes whiteness. And so if everything comes from black, who are they to say we are not white when it's a social construct? And
Well,
especially,
you have.
yeah,
I didn't mean to
you can
interrupt.
guide me on this, but I'm trying
Yes.
to
Yes.
rationalize it. So it is
Okay.
a conversation that we need to have. So I'll
And,
yield to you.
and it's a difficult conversation some people have because they look at first, what is the economic loss? If I can't benefit from it,
Yes.
then I'm not gonna share it. I'm not gonna dispense with it. I'm not gonna deal with it. Not publicly anyway. Privately, they'll have that battle going on. Black means pale. This is Old English. You can go. There's on the internet. There's a book called Old English Dictionary. Old English, Jocelyn Williams, means pale. Black means pale. That's what black means. If you go to Spanish, blanco, that's would be translated to English as white. If you go to Italian, blanca, and then Portuguese, bianca, French, blanc. Notice the parallel in those languages that the first four letters, BLAC, and they all, once it's those four, everything automatically is pale. So this is not my definition. This is the definition of the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Management and Budget, the Center for Disease Control, the World Health Organization. When it comes to health, National Institute of Health in the States, a CROW, which is global post-secondary education. Black means pale. That is Old English. That's 740 years after the so-called Jesus. Well, much appreciated Dr. Ben. He just told y'all it's a lie. He never existed. So from 740 years until the creation of that literary character, he exists in a book, never walked the planet. 740 years is when the word came into existence, and it meant pale, bright, shining, glistening, flashing, bleach, pale, pallid, wan. And so the thing is, that's what the word means. That's not subject to debate or feelings. Now, when we go to professional reference, we use Barack Obama on the Tom Joyner Morning Show when he said, I do not consider myself the first black president. Pay attention, Jocelyn. I do not consider myself the first black president because the word black has no standing at law. That is the secret that he messed up and gave. But those are the type of things you could tell black people and they won't do anything about it. That's why you watch that movie Goodbye Uncle Tom, and they talk right in front of the slaves in the movie. And they said, why are you being so, laissez-faire? You shouldn't be saying stuff around the slaves thinking they might revolt. Oh, my husband says, once the black people, their brain is too small, they can't comprehend. You don't have to worry about that. So that's black. And anyone who's on here, again, I challenge you to defend how you are black. Now, when you get to skin color, yeah, my skin color looks brown. But we're not talking about physical crayons. We're not talking about colors. We're talking about the commercial system that has not only it came into a business alignment with governments. Corporations are now overtaking governments, and they're dictating to governments what to do, what not to do. So the definition for white is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. And so that is U.S. Department of Education, U.S. Census, Center for Disease Control. Black, again, means pale, Joy. You can't prove that you are black, because if you say you're Jamaican, then you can't be black. Let me say that again. Anyone who says they're Jamaican or from the Caribbean or St. Lucia, St. Vincent's, Trinidad, the Lesser Antilles, the Greater Antilles, if you say that is your nationality, you're Jamaican, then you can't be black, because black means pale. What's pale about you, Joy? This is English language. This is your oppressor's language. This is where a lot of teachers omit language, because language will show you the way to navigate. It'll show you the doorway to freedom. There's an old movie, if you can get it. You might have to go on Amazon to get it. It's called THX 1138. T as in Tom, H as in Harry, X as in xylophone, 1138. This was a movie created by George Lucas. I think you all know who he is. The one who created Star Wars. Now, this movie was before he did Star Wars. In the movie, it shows people, it's mostly Amorites, but there's some black people there too, but they show this existence of going to work, dressed all in white, punching a clock, everything's robotic, the police are robots. And in the movie, they get thrown into a mental institution, and they're trying to get out. And then all of a sudden, they see this tall, dark-skinned man. I won't call him black because there was nothing pale about him. And they're like, where did you come from? He said, I came from there. Where are you going? Oh, I'm leaving. They said, how are you getting out? He said, the exit's over here. The shadows, the darkness. Where? They couldn't see it. So it was a dark-skinned man who had to show them how to get out of the mental institution because they couldn't see the darkness. And so they were walking in a circle the whole time. And the guy called himself, the quote-unquote black guy, dark-skinned man, called himself a hologram. He said, I guess I'm not supposed to know these kind of things. So when people who are educated call themselves black, and I'm saying, no, it means pale. It's not my personal opinion. This is what is defined by the Old English language. That means nothing is pale about you. Everyone who remembers pictures back in the 60s, the 70s, and 80s, and used to get the negatives. And we used to always say, why? How come you look white in the picture? That was the negative. And you need that negative in order to make the color pictures. So if anyone here who says they're black, explain to me why in a photo negative, Polaroid, or if you can do it on your cell phone where you could do what's called inverse, and it'll turn your picture into a negative. Why are you pale in the negative?
Chief, let me
Yes.
let me stop right there and ask you a couple of questions. One
Yes.
is, you said black means pale and it's Old English, right?
I'm not saying that. That's what Old English by Mary Lynch Johnston, who has the book Old English, that's what black means. It means pale.
All right, let me ask, did you look up the word white in Old English?
Yes, I've looked up white.
What does it say?
I've looked up white in Old English. White is not what people think. Here, I could do you one better. I'll do it fresh while everybody, because I have it bookmarked, and I'll pull up white. So I'll put the link in the chat. so everybody can see what I'm looking at. Okay, where's the tab here? Okay, so I'm just coming right back here. There we go. Here's the link. I just put it there, and I'm going to white. And it's spelled WHIT.
The reason I ask you is that you didn't come up with that definition, right?
No.
Someone, all right, and you're referencing that person's definition.
Yes.
So you don't know if that's a correct definition. That's someone's idea of what that word means.
No, this is Old English. This is standard. This is
Yeah,
we're
but-
speaking that. This is actually Mary Lynch Johnston. Just to give you a quick background, she has a PhD she was born in 1897 to 1984. PhD dissertation, a modern English, Old English dictionary. It was written in 1917 and first published in 1927. And she based much of her work on John R. Clark Hall's A Concise Anglo-Saxon Dictionary for the use of students in 1916.
Okay. Here's a question then.
Yes.
You just said that she has a PhD in Old English, Modern English, right?
Yes.
And you said black means pale in Old English.
Mhm.
What is this professor? How does she define black in Modern English?
Black means pale.
In Modern English?
No, I'm not concerned with modern English. This
No,
is
but-
what I was talking about. I'm
No,
not
no.
concerned with modern English because it's mutated. Because if we're going to do that, then we got a problem, because CDC changed the definition for vaccine from this is something you take to prevent getting an infection or transmission of a disease, and they changed it from that to it causes a drug or a chemical that causes an immune response in the body.
Yes, but here's the point I'm making. What the point I'm making, if you're going to say, well, black means pale in Old English, and I really hear what it says in Modern English, then what you're saying by extension is that we shouldn't use the dictionary of Modern English. We should just state, because if it's a different meaning, then what you're saying is that I don't really care about Modern English because all the meanings have changed over the years. And so I'm going to stay right where I am with the Old English. And that's why I'm asking you if the meaning of black is the same in Old English and New English as defined by this professor.
No, it's Old English. See, when you have a language, a word is supposed to mean something. And if it changes over time, then that is what's called a mutation. And a mutation, the medical definition for mutation is a change for the worse. White is Middle English from Old English, white or HWIT. Right, so we got to go under H. And HWIT means bright, radiant, clear, fair. Also a noun from the Proto-Germanic huit, of Old Saxon and Old Frisian, Old Norse, Old Dutch, Old High German. White, to shine. So what did they used to put on slaves when they were selling them? They'd put oil on them, so when they stood in the sun, they would shine. I think I'm going to get that slave, and he looks really nice and bright, and he looks fresh. He looks healthy.
But here, I'm going back to the language. Here's a problem I'm having, right? Because if we have a dictionary, if we have two dictionaries.
Yes, a dictionary. What does the word diction mean?
And one is an improvement or development of the other. You're saying forget about the newer version. I'm sticking to the old one, and I really don't care about what the new one says. And I'll give you an example, right? It might not be the best example, but it's one that jumps out. The word when I attended primary school, the word gay meant happy.
Still means happy.
It means happy.
Yes, but what I'm
means
saying,
happy.
No, what I'm saying, yes, Not just the meaning, but the usage of it. When someone says that word now, immediately something comes to mind, and it's not just being happy, right? So, but we accept it. So I'm saying to you, the acceptance of it. Why is it then that we can't accept the new meaning of black?
Great.
Context matters, though.
Great. Because Barack Obama, who is a constitutionally trained attorney, let me say this again for the people who are not aware. Barack Obama is a constitutionally trained attorney. Tom Joyner says, it's our first black president. Tom, I don't look at myself as the first black president because the word black has no standing at law. So again, for the black people on here who think they're black, you're saying you have no standing at law. So I don't have to listen to anything you have to say. That is not my opinion or my feelings. That is the terms and conditions of the contract. Black people sign contracts, then they want to break them. Then they get mad because, well, I didn't know this and I didn't know that. No, once you hold commercial paper, you're considered an expert. You know what you're doing. Now, white in Old English is an adjective. It's spelled H-W-I-T. My error. H-W-I-T. It's an adjective as well. White, bright, radiant, glistening, flashing, clear, fair. Whiteness, white food, white of an egg. There's a difference between white, black, dark, and pale. So white, spelled H-W-I-T, means white, bright, radiant. It's similar to the word black, which also means what? Pale. Whiteness or clear, flashing, fair, glistening. So I didn't make these definitions here.
All right. Let me ask you, Isaac Buchanan. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Isaac.
No, because you know how me stay already. Some of us, we are from the simplistic nation, and we zeroed in on it. But somebody said if it's new, it isn't true. So that's an answer to you, Mr. Rattigan, as to why we ought to reject these new connotations and how culture changes stuff. So if it is an adjective, it is a description that not necessarily defines the form, because it is nouns that define. So when you look at white as a noun and it's glistening and shiny, and you know all black.
Oh, what happened? Oh, they cut him.
White.
Oh, white power. White power.
That's it. White power.
White power.
But not only that, we also need to have the discussion about corporations. Because if you do a job application, and we put this in context, so just give me some room for this. In the Jamaican context and diaspora, just help me out here. It's kind of like when you have a job application, people tell you, and I tell people, if I'm hiring people, just for the sake of things, it matters not to me. But when you're going to go to a corporation and you want to be a part of their things, you put on your job application that you're past halfway tree in the Jamaican context, Upper St. Andrew. You get a little more forward than if you say you're from Tivoli. Well, it's the same thing. From time immemorial, if you in the United States put on the application form that you are white, they can't object if you say you're white. They can't say you're lying.
No, because the U.S. Census says you have the right to self-identify.
Right, and right. But I didn't want to cut. I don't want you see you're using those things, because once you start to talk about self-identify, then the people who say they are trees say they have the right to be trees and all of that. But
great, but they won't put that on a job application.
No, the point I'm making is so important. We're on the same side, Chief. We have to make the argument so Ratty can finally understand that he's white. He's my white brother.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I want to impress. We don't twist people's arms. We don't become zealots about that. If the subject comes up, this is different. I'm telling you, this path is not like you go to school, you get a degree, you get a career. Okay, you want to open a business, and okay, no, this is different, because what you're dealing with is a system of fraud that is in existence, that people accept the fraud as if it's real,
No, but
when in fact the fraud is being held together by a spider web.
No, I'm with you, but what I'm trying to do.
No disagreement. No, we're
right.
cool.
What
I'm saying is, this is for the people in the
Mhm.
chat, the people listening, the people who will hear the replay. Don't direct your disagreement to me. I'm pointing out which has been published by the United States government, the U.S. Center for Disease Control, by the ACRO, by the World Health Organization, by the U.S. Census. This is now, when we get into law, all courts on the planet know Black has no standing at law in the court.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Right.
So the public, the issue I have is in conveying to the public that, listen, you must accept you've been lied to. This is what Dr. Carl Sagan talked about. He was an astronomer, for those that don't know. Very famous astronomer, Dr. Carl Sagan, Amorite. And he said, when people have been hoodwinked, it is too painful for them to accept that they have been hoodwinked. So what they do is they go along with the hoodwink because it's too painful. There's a movie that Idris Elba did called Luther on Netflix. And in that, the movie talks about all these type of people committing suicide. And they said, what would cause these people to jump off of a building in the middle of the night or during the day? Because there was some compromising video of them that they didn't want anyone in their family to know. Black is the compromising information, because all the other races look at the Black people, regardless of where that, if they call themselves Black, you're the people that are actually the gods, but you want to be beneath us. Oh, we will grind you into the dirt. We know who you all are. When they need organs, they get it from us. When they need compassion from a stranger, a Black stranger, they talk to them. You on the bus minding your business, and an Amorite sits next to you in the bus. Next minute, they get into a whole conversation, or you're on the train and you're like, why are you talking to me? Because they know you have that God particle in you, and you work off of what? Mercy and
compassion and empathy. That's why Jada always talk to me. So I know that. Jada always say, "ISAT, what's up?" And I respond and I provide. But the point I want to say is this. There is a disconnect in terms of definition, because we are using the English language. And so we're locked into that system, but it's coming to the realization that if you self-identify within the context of a corporate system, you're advanced according to your recognition, because knowledge is power. You made mention
knowledge is not power.
It is.
Knowledge is not power. I challenge anybody on that. Knowledge is not power.
All right, well, let me tell you.
Because if you don't use that knowledge, it is no power. Remember what's the old saying?
But let me tell you, here it is.
Or lose it. Go ahead.
The knowledge, this is a play on words again. This is why context matters. And you have to make things palatable for people to understand. Because if you say you know something, you may not have the knowledge of it. So this is again adjectives versus adverbs versus nouns. These things are important. Here's what I'm saying. People who are like the Black people, those people down there, that's what I call them, because I'm very much up here. They can't appreciate, like for instance, you spoke about the man who is a hologram, and Plato speaks about Plato's cave. And we have full understanding of, if you don't know who you are, and black people who are white people suffer from identity crisis for obvious reasons. Rattigan made mention of the word gay, which certainly in the Jamaican culture is a most uncomfortable word in terms of how we understand it to be. so much that if you go to using Rattigan, Dennis Brown sings a song, acting like a child so young and gay, you don't know what it means to be loved. Am I correct?
Yes.
Rattigan, yeah. The importance of this is we are disassociated from positive words and we are fed with everything that is negative. And so we don't even know the construct of beauty, but we do appreciate, we get upset by by construct, social construct of what is ugly. When the professor, doctor was reading what was put in a book and how we accept it when he says we are cursing the people, the nakedness, your nose gonna be big, you're gonna be this, and everything that is supposed to be good, we identify it as ugly because it is identified with blackness, which is really whiteness. So they have told us that everything that is white is right and everything that is black is wrong, and they have adopted everything that is us and put us in a negative space. It's a matter of you say use of knowledge, but coming into the knowledge that is what is important, because we are agreeing to say the same thing, except for Rattigan, because he went to Meadowbrook High School, so he has to disagree. But outside of that,
I have no problem with that. I seek the living amongst the dead. I'm not, like I said earlier, I'm not here to twist people's arms. I'm not here. I don't require people to have to immediately accept what I'm saying. I'm presenting that which is published by governments. The governments say you have the right to self-identify. Barack Obama said the word black has no standing at law. The legal maxim of black is called civiliter or civilitas mortuus, dead in the eyes of the law. Black is an adjective. Nouns are persons, places, and things.
Exactly.
So again, for the black people in the chat on YouTube, you can get mad at me all you want. The moment you say you're black, you're saying you're an adjective. You have now transformed yourself to an object that is a movable or immovable property of somebody. Just
Chief,
thought you would like to know that.
let me ask you this. I've heard you've said it more than once today and your previous occasion. You said that former President Barack Obama was on the Tom Joyner show and he said black has no standing at law. What was the context?
Greetings. It's our first black president. Here, I'll do one better. I will put the link into the chat. It's still on Facebook. I'll put it in the private chat, and I'm also going to put it in the chat on YouTube. This is the link. And in there, he was being introduced as a guest to come on Tom Joyner show. If we type in the word or the phrase "black has no standing at law" on a Google search right now, we're going to get 815 million. And at the top, number one is Our Nation, at Cicada Nation of Yamasee Moors, for an input that I did on civil society organizations. The reality of black has no standing at law is a legal and international fact deliberately covered by those in the legal community. Number one. Yeah.
Chief, I don't mean to interrupt you, but just tell us, give us the Reader's Digest version of the context in which Barack Obama, former president, said that black has no standing at law.
Okay, I'm going to say this again. October 16, 2012, straight off the website on Facebook. It was put by past and present Sankofa, Black in Public. BIP is what Chance Fear. He said it, not me. So Tom Joyner interviews President Barack Obama on his Tom Joyner morning show and greets him. That means before they get to a question, greets him by saying, "It's our first black president of the United States." That's to start the interview. President Obama replies, "Tom, I don't look at myself as the first black president because the word black has no standing at law. There's
Mhm.
your context.
And what transpired after that?
Oh, I don't know what transpired after that. That right there was a dead what you call that was a gift horse.
No, but the thing is, an ISAT moment, as far as I'm concerned, because
That's not an ISAP moment. It's on here.
yeah, but there's
Just
no.
as you said, I'm glad you said that. Let's be clear about something. Again, Barack Obama is a constitutionally trained attorney. I told all the people listening, type in black has no standing at law in your Google search. When you go there, you're going to see the inputs. Two of the inputs that I did for our nation are number 1 and 2. Then a scribed post with Barack Obama says black has no standing at law. Where was the ins of court about what he said? They should have censored him. Where was the NAACP? They should have said something. Where was Jesse Jackson, who talked about cutting Barack's nuts off during the presidential campaign?
I have another question.
Yes, go
because
ahead.
I'm not getting an answer from you because you know
Oh,
why?
I am answering your question.
No, you know
Please,
why?
I am answering your question. If the public cannot accept the fact that they are not black, I can't do anything about that.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Oh, yes, it is.
No.
Come on now. I'm straight off the internet. He's introducing the president of the United States. It's our first black president. That's why black people went out and voted for him, because they said, oh, this is change. Change is here. Remember when he said, yes, we can in his campaign? When you take that and put it in reverse, you're saying, thank you, Satan. That's how he won the first one, because that was a magic spell he put on people. Then when he did his second, when he went to campaign for his second one, what did he do? He never used yes, we can. Anybody
We
can
already
say yes,
did
we
it, but
can. Hold on a second. Hold on. We're losing. Hold on. We're losing sight here. First thing is Barack Obama said it, not me. Take it up with him. He's a constitutionally trained attorney. If anybody has an issue with it, email him, email Michael or Big Mike, and ask them, why did your husband say he is the first? He doesn't consider himself black because he was raised in Indonesia. That's why. So he doesn't associate with that.
Chief, hold on 1 second, right? You just said take it up with him, right?
Yes.
So the reason I ask you that question is because there is no context there. So you can't answer for Barack Obama.
Yes, there's context. Come on. Please don't play devil's advocate. Come on, Mr. Rattigan. Don't play devil's advocate.
Respectfully, Mr. Rattigan, I just
come on. Don't play devil's advocate. I put the context. It's posted on the internet. It's not taken down. There's been no cease and desist sent to Facebook.
Are we raising hands here? Are we raising hands?
Chief, Chief, we have some housekeeping rules. You cannot interrupt when I'm speaking. Like, I won't interrupt.
I'll accept that for value and consideration. Go right ahead and return that to you for discharge, closure, and settlement of the account.
So you can't speak for Barack Obama because Barack Obama did not elucidate. He did not say what he meant by that. And so you've taken it to mean a certain thing. But when I asked you about it, you said, well, take it up with Barack Obama because he said it. And while saying that, you're saying something else. And therein lies the problem. But here's where I want to go with this. You attempted to, or someone attempted to have an interview done with Mutabaruka on your behalf, or to have Mutabaruka interview you. And actually, this is the first question I should have asked you. And I don't know what happened, but that interview did not take place. Then 2 weeks ago, you came on the show, we did the interview, and then you and I spoke, and then you revealed certain things to me and you sent them to me. Do you care to just elaborate on that so that people
Sure,
know
I can elaborate on that. That was it was actually a conference call. Baba Tunde, who interviewed me down in Jamaica a few months ago, had interviewed me, and one day he called me and was like, yeah, I'm trying to get Mutabaruka on the phone, and he tried to get him on the phone to talk with me. This was maybe 2 months ago or 3 months ago. And that conversation didn't happen. Mutabaruka felt the conversation of calling yourself white, disassociating yourself with black. From his perspective, it didn't make any sense. And so I left it at that. I said, don't have to chase anybody down. And what happened was, after I did the interview with you, I was looking for videos because I said we were remigrating because YouTube took my channel down, but I have all the source videos anyway. So I'm remigrating everything. And in that process, I did a search on YouTube, and then I see Mutabaruka, and I'm like, what was it? The conflict of the teachings and the other video. And I brought that to your attention and Babatunde's attention. And I was like, I looked at the video, and he has the interview you did with me. I'm speaking, but none of your questions are included in that. So whoever did it was very meticulous in cutting you out, just having me alone speak, and then he put his picture on the other side of the screen, so it would appear as if we were having a phone call. And so I thought that was very humorous, to be quite honest. And then afterward, I said, okay, well, I don't know how Mr. Rattigan is going to feel about this. Him making it appear that him and I, Mutabaruka, were having a conversation. We didn't have that. Then Babatunde contacted him, and he's saying he had nothing to do with that. And I said, well, I don't believe that. One thing that Mutabaruka would have to do, if his reputation is of any value, do what Beyonce's mother did when she didn't pay attention to a post and thumbs it up. And people got on her and said, why did you do that? This post is downing Janet Jackson. When her mother found out about that, she immediately went in front of a camera and said, I'm about positivity. And just to let you know, I was in a rush. I just saw Janet Jackson, and I said yes, because I like Janet. I didn't realize it was a post decrying her. And I'm against that. I'm unequivocally against that without reservation. I apologize. I'll never do that again. That's how you handle things like that in this information age, not over the phone saying, well, I didn't do that. And if he's got a publicist, then his publicist needs to issue a statement, which hasn't happened. So as far as I'm concerned, Mutabaruka was right in the center of that, because he has to maintain some relevance. All the black people holding on to the word black, thinking it's part of their heritage, their legacy. There is no legacy in black, because all that has been shown in the past since 2007, when I found the form, it has been confirmed we're playing a corporate game. So when you're on the street, you have slang. Words mean different things on the street. When you're in a professional capacity, you have words that have a meaning in a professional capacity. When you're going to court, you have words that have legal definitions, and you have to know those words and definitions and terms. So it all depends on where you're at. But one thing that is consistent with all those areas that I've mentioned is commerce and contracts. And those terms do not change. The fact that Barack Obama said the word black has no standing at law, there should have been protests. He never issued an apology. So that means it's true. So he issued a secret. Furthermore, Tiffany Haddish, who's a comedian, I use her videos when I'm doing my webinar on Mondays as an intro, and she changed her race to white and checked off white. And she said ever since then, her credit score went up. Her life has been wonderful. She's hosting Kids Say the Darndest Things in another TV show. She's hanging out with Barbara Streisand. So that doesn't happen, especially when she's been around for 14 years. Now they called her the breakout actress, and she said, no, I've been in the entertainment industry for 14 years. But when she checked off white, and she said on stage, I got the key to change the matrix. Check a different box. The old saying is, if you do the same thing over and over again, that is called insanity. That's the legal definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again. and expecting a different result. Black is insanity.
So then my question to you is why you keep calling black people and saying they're still calling themselves black people, but you're calling them black people. So this seems so
Yes.
insane. So
Yes.
when we started this conversation, I was white, but I want to be black again. So
I'll accept
I'm
that for value and
here.
consideration. You can stay pale.
All
Black
right.
is the terms and
That's fine, but
conditions of the.
I just
Hold on
want to
a second.
also tell you.
Hold
I just
on.
want
Hold
to
on a
also
second.
tell
Hold on. The
you
terms
don't
and
allow anybody else to
conditions. Hold
speak,
on. The
though.
terms and conditions of the
Chief.
contract. Because I'm answering your question. I
Chief, I
am
didn't pose a
honoring the fact that they want to be black. So I'm not going to, if they can't accept that the government has given them a key to get out of the cage and they want to stay in the cage and be a mentally broken monkey, I have to accept.
No. Only I get to call people monkey, even if I don't do it. So we're not going to do that here. But I want to say, just please, Mr. Rattigan, just let me say this. Because there are people who understand that context really matters. We cannot use false authority to make the point. I think your point is a salient point. I think that the Obama comment is taken out of context. Nothing, it takes your argument no further by saying he's a constitutional attorney. I'm a constitutional attorney. I don't get what you're saying. It doesn't validate it any further. I think that there's a language consensus that needs to be have to push this conversation further. Otherwise, Mr. Rattigan is partaking into insanity because I think we're going in circles. So certainly while I'm on TikTok, I'm white, but as this conversation progresses, I think I'm black.
All right.
Great.
Herb,
So I would like you, Mr. Isaac, could you please define context?
Context. It matters. But no, to put it in context is that context for me is to put things in its proper place, its proper form, and to ensure that persons aren't misguided by statements using logical fallacies that people use in argumentation. For instance, Obama is an authority, and it is a straw man to say that he's not black. Well, he is black because his father is black. And
His father is African. Africans don't consider themselves black.
all right, hold on one second. Let me bring Herb in. He's been sitting here patiently for a while. Herb, welcome. Sorry you couldn't get on sooner. I'm sure you've been listening to the conversation. Do you have anything for Chief?
Yeah, I appreciate it very much to the audience. Welcome, and to yourselves, apologize for this coming on late. But Chief, remember the last time we met, I asked you a question and you did not quite have the answer for me.
What was the question?
Well, I'm not going to go back to that. What I'm interested in is what prompts you to want to invoke history as the means today for us to understand who we are, what we are, and why we need to think of ourselves as white. It is going to be confusing to millions of people in the African continent as well as in the Western Hemisphere and elsewhere in the Eastern Hemisphere. What you're saying to them, right? Now, I want to briefly address the Barack Obama comment because what I'm able to research is that in law, and you go back to the Dred Scott decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, it was never overturned.
Agreed.
And in that decision, it clearly is showing that Black African Americans, even African Canadians, people of African descent, have no standing in law, and therefore
at law, not in law. But go ahead.
And therefore is not recognized in law.
Agreed.
And they're saying that the truth is descendants are not entitled to human rights, indigenous rights, or any other kind of rights under the Dred Scott decision.
Yes, that's my input that you're reading from Google. Yes, correct. And it's published by the United Nations. Go ahead.
Right. But in fact, and as a matter of fact, that applies to all the courts across Europe or elsewhere. However, under various laws created by the UN to protect indigenous people, it does give us a modern day system that we can manipulate or maneuver through modern day courts and get the recognition that we need for indigenous people's survival. What say you?
About
The fact that the UN does recognize rights for the indigenous peoples
yes,
of the
black
world.
people are not indigenous people. Agreed.
Okay.
So
Now,
blacks are not entitled to human rights, international law, or any protections under international law because blacks are nouns. Pardon me, blacks are adjectives, they're not nouns. Context is a noun. Context is a composition, a chronicle, the entire text of a writing, from Latin contextus, a joining together, originally past participle of contexere, to weave together. So therefore, black people are adjectives. They are outside of the body politic. The Constitution is for white people. So when people say, oh, Barack Obama, that statement is taken out of context, not possible because Barack Obama was raised in Indonesia. Therefore, when he says, I don't consider myself black, he's saying, I'm not going to be part of I'm not an adjective, I'm a noun.
All right, let me just say something about the Dred Scott decision, right? It has never been overruled by the Supreme Court. However, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments did away with the Dred Scott rule because the Dred Scott rule had to do with slavery. It had to do with a couple who, at the time in the U.S., they had it where if you went to a state that didn't recognize slavery, and you went back to a state that recognized slavery, you were still considered free. And in Missouri, he actually went, I forgot where he went, where a slave owner took him, where it was a free state. And when they brought him back, he declared his freedom. He tried to get his freedom and he said, no, you're still a slave. And the court was just loaded with racists. And they ruled that he didn't have, the core ruling of that court was that he didn't have standing to bring that lawsuit because he's not an American, he's not a person. And so the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, they did away with that. So the court itself didn't do away with it. But that law, the Dred Scott, the ruling on the Dred Scott is not valid today.
No, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are dead badges of law. There's no amendments that can overturn a U.S. Supreme Court ruling. And the proof of that is the case with Byron Allen suing Comcast. They used the 1865 Civil Rights Act against him and won.
Chief, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm telling you, slavery is illegal in the United States.
Slavery is illegal in a territory, not in a state.
Is slavery legally abolished in the United States?
Is slavery legally abolished?
Legally
you want an answer? You want me to give you an honest answer?
Yes or no?
No.
So the 13th Amendment doesn't apply then?
13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment doesn't apply. Blacks are considered what? Outside of the body politic. That was Justice Taney's ruling. No descendant of Africans has any rights which a white man is bound to respect.
I tell you what, I'm very familiar with the 13th Amendment, the 14th and the 15th. I'm very familiar with the Dred Scott decision. I'm also a trained attorney, and I disagree completely with what you're saying. So
of course, because your first obligation is to the bar. I know that.
Isaac, do you have any closing remarks for the chief?
If I have closing remarks,
yeah,
I'm going to respectfully say that this conversation does not take it any further, and I've left a lot of people in confusion because we're using the English language, which is so deceptive. And until we can step by step, for the benefit of the people in the comments, because they are the people who are seeking the knowledge, to bring them into the knowledge, is to find a way for people to understand the basic rudiments of language. So we're not mixed in. Like, I cannot believe we're having conversations as whether slavery is abolished or not, and the effect of law and the technicalities behind it, because it doesn't change that we've missed a conversation about coming into the concept of identity and the purpose of race, which is about this conversation about white and blackness is all about money. It's difficult to tell people who don't have no money and who are struggling to find the flow of money the importance of corporation.
The
And as
importance
somebody,
of corporations?
yes.
How are corporations important?
What do you mean? How are corporations important? Are you trying to tell people how to live in the white man's world, or you just want to talk about identity because we get to wear nice fancy hats like you do?
Well, I could tell you this way: the U.S. Census has stated
The
race
U.S. is
and
not the only
ethnicity.
place in the world where
Race and ethnicity.
this is a universal platform. The United States is only one region in the world. What
Yes,
about
and that region is at the
the
Security
entire
Council.
what
Is Jamaica in the Security Council?
why is Jamaica the only? Jamaica is a third world developing country.
Chief,
I don't
Okay,
know.
so therefore, the Security
I said,
Council, which the United Nations is in,
hold
that
on.
those are people that have the ability, if they disagree, that if they wanted to launch a nuclear weapon,
I'm
with
just
the
saying you
Security
because you
Council
are
decided
listen
they
because
could.
you're
I,
shackled as no. I'm gonna end this, but I need to make this point because you're shackled as a black man in America suffering from
I'm
identity.
not black. I'm
I'm
white.
gonna
I'm
no.
an
I'm gonna
indigenous. I'm
remind
a
you of
white
something.
Autochton.
Suffering from identity crisis, and
I'm not suffering from no identity
you need to
crisis.
wear a Halloween costume to have
A Halloween
identity.
costume.
Yeah, let me finish. You need to
What
have
is?
that so
Okay,
you
go
can
ahead.
feel good about yourself. There's
I
some
don't
of
know
us
what a Halloween costume is.
who actually have transcended that, and to assist people in finding true identity. If we're not having conversations about Africa when we're dealing with Africans, these conversations becomes pointless. So I can say we're two different white people, respectfully.
I'll accept that for value and consideration with full reservation of my indigenous rights
And
and capability to
that has
represent the
no
people of
value
discharge
in
the duties of
conversations
gentleman.
with human beings. So you're a
all right,
book, you're a page in a book, and I'm respectfully going to not continue this
all right.
insanity.
Herb, finish. Finish your
Yeah.
make your closing
Okay.
remarks.
The first part of my question that I asked, Chief, was what purpose is there to going back in history, revising this argument, when in fact precedents today says the term black refers to dark color or shade. It is commonly associated with people of African descent whose skin color can range from deep brown to black. However, it does not necessarily mean pale. In fact, pale is the opposite of black and usually describe a light or faded color. So while black represents darkness, pale represents lightness. The old English term for white was HWIT, white. It was used to describe whiteness, lightness, and brightness. All right. So I don't see a purpose for presenting us today as being white when in fact we all have accepted our identities and we're gleefully going ahead and establishing ourselves as a race of people, describing ourselves as either African American, Jamaican American, or whatever type of African we choose to describe ourselves as. People believe in their nationalities because that is how we grew up. And I don't think you'd want to take that away from folks by saying, oh, if you call yourself Jamaican, you're no longer black or you're no longer African. Right? That doesn't even come into play in people's minds today. So I don't believe what you are professing is going to work for people of modern day times.
I can accept that for value and consideration. However, the definition for black is defined by the U.S. government, CDC, Center for Disease Control, World Health Organization, or CRO. Black is defined as a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Can you name me a black racial group of Africa?
The only place that the UN referred to where white people came from in Africa was North Africa. And that's because those people were of a lighter color at the time.
I'm talking about black racial group of Africa. This is US. This is US. Are you in the United States or in Jamaica?
I'm in the US.
Okay, so you're in the US, therefore you are subject to the terms and conditions of that contract. The US defines black as a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Can you name me a black racial group of Africa, black or African American? Can you name me a black racial group of Africa?
I know the sub-Saharan Africa is described here in the US as black people.
Black people, the people in sub-Saharan Africa do not call themselves black. They are call themselves either from a tribe, a clan, or a village. So there's no such thing as black in Africa. They don't call themselves
you
that.
have color and you also have race.
Herb, finish up because Chief, you're wrong again. I mean, I'm looking at SF 181, and I lived in Africa, and I can tell you what the Africans call themselves. But anyway,
What do they call themselves in Africa?
Make your closing remarks, Chief.
Oh, so you're cutting me off now? I thought we were going to go for 3 or 4 hours.
It's not going to happen, Chief.
Oh, wow. This is amazing. I'm so glad this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful. So,
closing remarks?
People are funny. You black people are funny. You ain't never going to be free. Never. Keep holding on to that blackness. You all will never.
What happened? He left?
Nah, hold on.
No, you have to bring him back.
Closing remarks? Closing remarks?
My closing remarks is get white. Claim your indigenous heritage. Black is a death trap. There's no black person that can defend being black.
All right. We agree on something.
White is defined as a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Europe is named after an Ethiopian princess. The original leprechauns are the Twa people in Ireland. And
the leprechauns in this
Africa, and of course North Africa.
We
know them as the Africans, but they have their tribes, clans, and villages.
Chief, we're not going back in history. I can assure you that.
You don't have to go back to anything. This is for the living. This ain't for the dead.
Well,
I'm speaking to dead people. So the ones who are not dead, they will come. The ones who want to stay dead, I let them stay dead.
Are you in the U.S.? Are you in the U.S.?
No, I'm not in the United States. I'm in Northern Turtle Island, what they call Canada.
Okay. All right.
Steve, I tell you what, we'll catch up some other time because I want to talk to you about the SF 181 because I think you're giving bad information to people.
Oh no, I've been doing this since 2007. I was at the U.S. Hold on, the U.S. Census had an event and I participated in that. And I have that on video. We have that recorded with the U.S. Census. So the U.S. government recognizes me and our nation. So I can't be doing this and giving out bad information. So that's your opinion. And you're our attorney, so I appreciate the confession. So I know what you stand
about the Dred Scott decision is completely false. And the information you give out about the SF 181 is completely false. So, Chief,
what's the solution for black people then? Right now, what's the solution for black people?
8 minutes past 5. People are other people coming on, and we got more things to talk about.
Yeah, but that's not what we agreed to. You see how you're breaking your contract? You said this would be my platform, and now you lied. So now I got witnesses. I got you. I got you. You lied. We were supposed to have 3 or 4 hours.
All right.
You can't just cut the chief off like that, Mr. Rattigan.
No, because
you just can't just dismiss my white brother like that.
Is the chief ready to sue?
You just did a black thing just now.
Here's the thing. I'll allow people. When people start lying, I have a problem with it. When he says that slavery has been abolished, and when he's saying that no, it's not. All right, and he's saying the Dred Scott decision is still good law. It's not good law. No. The Dred Scott decision was not overturned by the Supreme Court. It was overturned by the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments, right? And so when he starts saying that, and then if you look at SF 181 and you look at the definitions there, those are problems. Those are problems. He's not explaining, he's not being honest. He's not being honest, and he knows it. He knows it. I mean, he makes some good points, but he also made some very bad points. And having said that,
but you say, Ratty, teaching Black history to certain people create this kind of distortion in their minds, and now he's professing it as if it's they come in from biblical rulings. I mean, you know, he's confusing the hell out of our kids. He's confusing a lot of people with this dribble.
I don't think it's confusion though, Herb. But I don't want to sound like him, but I just think that conversation limited to one geographical origin. He's restricting me to speak about racial identity in the American context only, and saying I breach contract, and I just think that can be somewhat problematic, because if you're speaking about origin and you're excluding original people, that's a little bit problematic.
See, the thing is, I was prepared to have him on for a longer period than now, but how can I have him on when he's telling me that the Dred Scott decision is still good law? How can I have him on when he's telling me SF 181? And I've read SF 181. When he's making assertions about SF 181 that I know to be false. And I know if he's truly honest with himself, he'll realize that no, what he's saying about SF 181, what he's saying about Dred Scott decision, they're wrong. I can't. This is intolerable. It was getting to the point where I just had to, and I asked him to make his closing remarks. So, you know, anyway, that's behind us. Now, folks, here's a good part. Let me show you this. Now, remember last week I told you guys that I asked about this, a list of the people who actually went to Kigali, because, folks, the more I delve into this, the more I realize that something is not right. Something is not right. Right? So far, we have 9 people traveling to Kigali, and we have, I think, about $280,000 US spent. Even if you rented a jet to go there and come back from Kingston to Kigali, it wouldn't cost you that much. 9 people. More people went, but we're still waiting for the foreign ministry to give us the names. Now, if you look at the response, she says basically, I'm not giving you that info because it's in documentation, which is exempt. Now, keep in mind, I asked for names. I didn't ask for a document. So let me show you this. And if you look, you hear what she said? This is the section she's talking about. Where is it? This is the section she's talking about. Now, when I say she, I'm talking about Ms. Sheila Monteith. She is the permanent secretary. This is what she's talking about. Exempt documents, right? And she's saying official documents are exempt from disclosure if they would prejudice security, defense, international relations, or they contain information communicated in confidence to the government, right? Or 15, an official document is exempt from disclosure if it's a cabinet document. That is to say, it's document that they discussed to reach a decision. The significant thing here is part 3, exempt documents. I did not ask for a document. Let me go back and show you what I asked for. Here it is, 5. I asked for a list of the Jamaican delegation members. So even if, and there is no confidentiality to a public official's name. Like, for example, the Prime Minister, Mr. Holness. His name is not confidential. There's nothing confidential about it. There's nothing confidential about Herb Nelson Jr. There's nothing confidential about Isaac Buchanan. There's nothing confidential about Will Rattigan. Your name is not confidential. So if it's in a confidential document, all you have to do, and all you have to do is, and by the way, just because a document is exempt doesn't mean it's confidential. But all you have to do is extract the name. Not only that, there are documents that are not exempt. For example, something having to do with, I guess, a voucher, for example, the Jamaican taxpayers should have access to that. So I'm asking for a name, and she's talking to me about a document. It doesn't make any sense. All she has to do is just give me the names. And I spoke to someone in the government, and they found it strange. They said they don't understand, why is it that she's not providing the names? Everybody else is giving me the names. Why is it that she's not providing the names? And she's saying, it's in a document, and therefore the document is exempt. It's not a document that's exempt, and therefore I can't give you the names. It's foolishness, absolute rubbish. So, Miss Monteith, if you're listening, you need to give me the documents. You know why? Because of this. I just filed an appeal with, here we go. Filed an appeal with the tribunal. It was filed yesterday for her to give me the documents. This is what we have to do to get the documents, right? And there it is. I'm saying, people traveled and inquiries have not been responded to. Now, here is something that you guys
may have to start using the term the list, not document.
Okay.
That's what you asked for. You asked for a list.
Yeah, but the same question was presented to all of the government ministries that I sent it to, right?
Yeah.
And the offices, and they responded. Now, here's something else. When you file, let me see this one. Okay. When you file, all right, here are all the people we send it to, right? And all of these people responded. Now, when you file under the ATI, the law says that the agency, the ministry, whatever government component you apply to, they have 30 days to acknowledge receipt. So they have to acknowledge receipt to say, we received your inquiry. And during that 30-day period, they must say, we've received your inquiry. And then there are three options. One, we received your inquiry, and here is the information you requested. That's one. Two, we acknowledge your submission, and we're asking for an additional 30 days to get you that information. Or three, we acknowledge receipt of your inquiry, but we are prohibited from giving you that information. But whichever one of the three options they elect to use, they must tell you that they have received your request within 30 days. She didn't do that. The second time around, it was sent. Here it is. This was sent on February 14th, Valentine's Day. And where is it? Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Where is she? Miss Andrea Noble. Here it is, right here. It's right here. All of these ministries and offices I send these things to. So, and here it is right here. Please provide the names now. See that, Herb? Please provide the names. Right? The first one was give me the list of names. Now this one says giving me the names. And look, this was February 14th. It's more than 30 days. And the ministry has not complied with the law. So I went ahead and I sent her another letter on March 19th as well.
Now, what if you had asked her to certify that everyone on that trip was authorized to be there in lieu of the fact that there are no regulations or laws to support them campaigning on behalf of any minister for any position within the Commonwealth, the OAS, or anywhere else?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would be very straightforward.
I mean, this is straightforward. Here's the thing. Every ministry that received this, every office that received this understood what I was asking for, and they responded. She's saying, and she understands what I'm asking for, because here's what she said. She said, "Oh, it's in the what do you call it? It's in a document, and so we can't give you." So she knows what I'm asking for, but she's playing games. But here's why it's important. Here's why it's important. Jamaican taxpayers, $280,000 of your money. It's not government money. Government doesn't have any money. It's taxpayers' money. $280,000 of your money.
US dollars.
Yeah, 280,000 US dollars was spent on this trip. And so far, we've only gotten 9 names. 9. No. What I did was I made a few calls, did some research, come to find out that for 9 people, and if you put the Prime Minister and his wife in business class, and you put Minister Bartlett in business class, because the Prime Minister and Minister Bartlett, they're the only 2 ministers on the list that I received. But the Prime Minister's wife, if you put all 3 of them in business, and you put everybody in an upgrade economy class, and then you put them at the Marriott, very nice hotel, and you pay for their transportation, and you pay for their food, all of that comes up to less than $50,000. Less than $50,000. So where's the rest of the money? Where is the rest of the money? So we are going to get to the bottom of that. Now, Patrick is not here yet. Let me get to.
If we can squeeze in the coaches, that would be good.
Oh, the coaches are here? Okay. Christopher Rose, Bradley Stewart.
Yeah, and Chris.
All right, fine. You know what, folks? All right, you want to do the intro? Her, please go ahead.
Okay. Are we bringing them in?
Yeah, because we have a half hour before Patrick gets on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is Kevin gonna put them in?
No, I'll bring them in. Just do the introduction.
Okay. All right, folks. You might be wondering why we're bringing coaches on at this point. There was an explanation that we gave that in 2016, we introduced to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to National Security the program of Safer Cities and via Smarter Communities. And we said that the UN and FIFA work together to sanction the coaching of football, soccer, as it's known here in the US, as a methodology to build communities, build neighborhoods. But this team has taken it to new heights. We had difficulty getting the funding needed for those coaching clinics and for the community involvement. But they have a program where they are working on various strains of marijuana to get it approved and to get it marketed and getting full funding for the programs that they are starting all over Jamaica. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to the 2 gentlemen that are in fact doing very well with the program in Jamaica. When I was there, I had the pleasure of meeting both Coach Bradley and Coach Rose. So Chris Rose and Coach Bradley are the 2 people. They use the Dutch method, the Corver coaching method, to teach. And the introduction of Corver coaching is a joint partnership with the Ministry of National Security. I am VP. Live Good initiatives sparked immediate international interest from recognized professional football clubs who are recruiting for talented players, scouts, and coaches. Right? This is a developmental program that exposes all our kids, and there are a lot of videos now out on the internet that shows various Jamaicans who are involved in international football or internet or involved with universities and colleges in North America, and they're doing quite well with this development. So it's a program that could be expanded to basketball, baseball, and to other areas where Jamaicans have been successful before. And we'd like for them to come on and speak to their accomplishments, and that they show how the program holds promise. Um, they're not fully supported by JFF, and now that there's a new JFF team in place, we're looking forward to that support. All right, are they there now?
Yeah, Christopher, Mr. Rose is here. The other gentleman, I don't see him. He dropped off. But
Okay, well, Chris is a bright guy, so he can explain it to
all
everybody.
right,
Greetings.
Chris, this
Greetings,
is Joe
gentlemen.
Rattigan and Isaac Buchanan. All right.
Greetings, gentlemen.
yes, sir. Good evening. Welcome.
Blessings. Good evening to you, sir.
All right. Talk to us now. What's going on? What's the complaint?
Well, quite frankly, first of all, let me just say I'm thankful for the opportunity to come on this program. I like the direction that you guys have taken, social commentary. And it's very important that, the voice of the community be heard. So I really commend you guys for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
We per se are in a state of sustainability. We embarked on this journey along with the mission, the Ministry of National Security, to use football as an intervention prior to the whole Zozo period in Montego Bay. And, I was fortunate enough through a submission that I made to the permanent secretary at the time, Ms. Diane McIntosh, to be selected for this awesome experience that I had in Jamaica, working out of Rose Heights, Flankers, Norwood, Canterbury. The hot spots them in Montego Bay. We had around 10 communities that we eventually were embedded in and working alongside. I'm talking to some great public servants. God rest the soul of a couple of them that passed away since then. But, I was able to see, because as a returning resident, to see at first hand the full potential that lays latent at the community level in Jamaica, and prior to that, I ran a program, I Am Volunteerism, for around 15 years, which brought down, I would say, a human capital to interface with the communities in the form of student athletes. So we would put on camps for those 15 years around Jamaica, going to different communities, and helping the kids to identify their skill set and to take it seriously, and creating a pathway, in doing so. So Corver Jamaica developed that pathway through camps and clinics, and aligning. We have
Turn the
Bradley.
volume all the way up.
Yeah, Bradley's now online, I see there. Right. So in working alongside the ministry, we brought this approach, this methodology, and this technique to the community, which the core with Corver is refinement of skills. We have a lot of talented players in Jamaica, football-wise, naturally. But as you grow older, you now have other factors to take into consideration besides skills, physicality, speed, the agility, all these other features that make the athlete stand out and apart from all the other competitors. So we at Corver use the pyramid of player development, which at the base of the pyramid is ball mastery.
No, go ahead.
I think I sent Herb a document there that lays out that if you want to show them, Herb. But it deals with ball mastery. And in dealing with ball mastery, each individual has to become a master with the ball, from the goalkeeper up to the striker. This is the game we play. And if you can't master the ball, quite frankly, when you step between those lines, you are vulnerable because now you're contending with other players and the ball. You know what I mean? So we developed the skill set around that to build confidence in the player, because the better you are with the ball as an individual, the more confidence you get as a person. So we took these parallels into training, into the community, developing players, but also developing coaches that will understand their important role is mentoring the players to see how these skill set really helps to build them as individuals, and them owning these skill set and how it builds them as individuals with confidence and all these things that goes along for them to be successful. So we developed the program along with the ministry, and we were successful to a certain degree. I must say I really commended the efforts of the ministry at the time. In many ways, we got the support we needed on many levels. Resources were mobilized to make the camps and the clinics happen. But as you can expect, where there were breakdowns, sometimes the breakdowns are a little bit costly, and it's kind of set us back in some ways. But that's because of the nature of the ministry, I guess, and working with ministries. But we were able to bring out 542 young adults from the inner cities in our program that we ran for the duration of the time that we were there, around 2 years. And at the end of the 2 years, we were successfully able to put on a nice tournament that helped to identify 34 candidates that we went on and got Corver trained and Corver certified. And they're currently working within the communities there. So there was a lot of successes to the program. So, to speak to the challenges, then we would have to speak to the broader context of the economies and the communities and the structure of the community, and all of that in terms of how that affects football and how that affect the players that are most influential at that time in the community and at the community level. Because we know you're not going to find a golfer becoming the Don in the community per se. The odds of that happening is not going to happen. But the common man, the common everyday person plays football and can relate to football. And because of that, that environment, sometimes become a natural space for his presence, so he wields his power in that space, and he does it in a way that is familiar to the game, because when you're on the soccer field, you have to wield your power, whether it's your skill set or your physical skill set. You have to use something to make certain that you stay ahead of the game. So we realized these parallels early, and we were very successful in bringing out players that understood that their roles in the community can transcend and can go across borders, and that it didn't have to be limited to one of crime and violence and those things, but it can also, and it doesn't have to be limited to football either, but it could be taken in other directions. So, I'm happy to say that we have, guys that we have interfaced with that are now Juta drivers. They own their own little Juta tour company, guys that are working at the airport, guys that are doing very well, and that have left whatever lifestyle they were pursuing and they moved on, So, overall for me, if you were to save one, you've done a great job,
Isaac?
I want to start by saying, why is Mr. Christopher Rose looking like he's related to me? Stealing my identity by wearing Adidas apparel, blue at that. I feel so out of place right now. But because we are white people and we are on the platform, I just want to congratulate you on the work that you're doing. Even the communication of the knowledge that you say. I hope that it has not gone over people's head in terms of the importance of sports, the importance of enhancing a skill. Because as much as we always say, we don't give credence to the profession of football, the profession of sports, how integral it is to Jamaica as it is positioned, and we are locked and imprisoned. I use those words as strong to having our young people to no longer dream and have the endless possibilities of where that their talents is not necessarily going to just be from strict textbook education. And it's hard to believe that in 2024 we still have this system that physical education is not as integral and important as a subject that to make you a rounded individual, that you get it. And one of the things in terms of some supporting your cause, because it is true. If you put a football on the legs, not the hand, but on the legs or the feet of the young person, that's one less gun in the hands and no time and space for bonds in a community, because the devil find work for idle doers. So we need to increase the economy of sports outside of this self-actualization, where everything in Jamaica is self-determination. You have to be this football star before Jamaica support you, but we need to get to supporting them. And that's just my contribution. And you might have a lawsuit coming because you can't be having glasses like mine and looking like me. And it's good thing I don't introduce you to Just for Men, because then we look like twins. But that's that's just me. But good content, love it.
Blessings, man. Thank you. We have online the Bradley Stewart as well. I'd like to introduce you. He's our technical director. Bradley is a veteran. He's been in the sport forever. From I was a young player at KC till now. I know Bradley, as a coach and somebody well respected at the community level. But he's one of the only man I say tell some gunman to go sit down over there and move from football field with them foolishness, and they listen. So it's just indicative of the power of the coach in the community, and having a coach that understands the role that he plays at the community level is not just dealing with technical skills and team formation and all of that. So Bradley, I'd like to introduce you to the group, and you can say your piece.
Can you come up on camera, Bradley?
Pardon me?
Okay, you have to come up some more. The people want to see your handsome features.
Well, I'm not as handsome as you guys, so I probably don't want to show everything. But you start out by relaxing all of us by saying you and Chris Rose seem alike. I would want to say to you, having traveled probably not as much as you guys, but every time, one of the problems I had as a youngster when I started to travel is to differentiate white people. Now it has changed. Every black man almost look alike. You have to find some point at which you can differentiate people. But I'm happy to be here with this group that Chris chose to introduce to me, and you guys to me, because I've not had in the past a group that seems as interested as your group in terms of helping the community and ensuring that we maintain our culture. Not just in football, just how we behave, how we relate to other people, and hopefully how it will end up changing the mindset of a lot of people, and so we feel a sense of being involved, and that we would have contributed much to the situation that obtains at the moment that needs change, serious change, as fast as is possible. So again, thanks for entertaining our thoughts, and hopefully something positive comes out of it, and we can expand and improve the kids out there that needs that kind of help in terms of changing how they think and how they behave.
Let me ask both of you a question. Based on the success so far of the program, where do you see it going? Like, I don't want to go too far in the future. How about 2 years from now? Where do you see it?
Well, we're in the process now of, we want to establish a home for our academy, but in order to be sustainable, we realized that we could not align strictly on public dollar, and I developed a couple ventures that are social entrepreneurial ventures. One of them right here in Jamaica right now, Steady Medi Garvey Farms. That is a collaboration with myself and Dr. Garvey to bring pharmaceutical grade CBD products from the farm to your table. And also develop a cannabis tourism kind of resort that brings wellness to the community and sports to the community. So we are actually here right now situated on 40 acres that we are in the process of developing to establish a farm school and an academy. The farm school and academy will not just speak to the development of the skill of the player, but somewhat the realignment of the personage with the African roots and utilizing a curriculum that kind of brings us back, because as a young player, I realized, that, I was fortunate enough to travel. And as a part of my travel, went on to university and played. But beyond that, I was fortunate enough to go to Africa, and live in Kenya and work in the banking system and work with the Samburu out in resorts and in the rural areas rather. But the greatest thing I could take away from that, and that was, I think, missing in my earlier youths, because when I came back a new creation, in my opinion. But I was able now to tap into my own self-worth, my own self-value, my own individual ability to transform self and space and life and mind, myself. That didn't require a religion. It didn't require a dogma. It didn't require a belief. It only required my belief in myself. So, we want to take that, and with Dr. Garvey, take that back into the day-to-day curriculum of our kids, in the rhetoric, in the way they speak, how we speak about ourselves. The language we use on the soccer field coming off, and coming onto the field of life in a very positive, direct, and communicative way, So, we want to be able to create an environment. We were able to somewhat pilot this program with the ministry, with Montego Bay FC, and at times take the kids away in camps. But I have seen enough results to know that sometimes these kids just need to get away from the environment and have somebody to talk to. To know that unless we are developing our sports in a way that addresses the needs of the individual players, that addresses the environment and addresses the nutrition and addresses just the way that their minds are affected by information and addresses the type of information that they get, then we are not really taking on the sustainable pathway of developing our athletes to the best of their potential. So we want to create an environment just outside of Kingston that they can get this kind of training, they can get this kind of activity, they can get the online kind of attention that they need. Because a lot of our kids, we have gotten scholarships over, thousands of kids. Bradley can tell you, scholarships over the last 20 years. A lot of kids have gotten scholarships through a network. But we want to be able to formalize that and make it available to everybody. You know what I mean? The kind of resource. And we believe that by creating a space that would become like a magnet, a hub, and Dr. Garvey has a vision of it bringing Africans and African footballers and African workers to come work on our farms, planting CBD, but becoming a bridge that kind of communicates between Jamaica and the diaspora and Africa. The educational needs, the social needs, the physical needs of our children. Because we right now believe I shouldn't say no one, that we need to take a more serious interest in early childhood development. And even though we're speaking here about sports, the truth is we're really speaking to the development of a new mindset according to Vision 2030. That's what's going to be needed to put Jamaica back on the right track. On the right track, I shouldn't say back. On the right track. Is for us to take on, these social issues in a way that we can put our fingers on the pulse of it. We are responsible for it. We're accountable to it. And we ensure that the results are getting done. And, I just think that we are not here at this stage to just have rhetoric and to talk. And I think it's more than that right now. You have to be willing to leave your comfort zone, is what I'm saying to you guys, because the talent is immense. Leave it alone on the football side of things. The talent is immense and it's wasting. I was telling Herb about a story, and I'm going to shut up after this. But I was telling Herb about a story of a youngster on a
Chris,
Saturday
move closer
morning
to your
session
mic.
that we were having in
Chris,
Flanders. You
Chris,
know?
move closer
Yes,
to your
yes.
microphone,
I'm sorry?
please. Move closer to your microphone.
Okay. Is that better?
You know, because your voice was a bit faint.
Okay.
Uh,
Is that better now?
yeah. Keep talking. I'll tell you.
Yes. So I was saying, you know, I witnessed something one Saturday morning. It was around 6 o'clock. Because how we deal with these guys, you have to be at my training session at 6 in the morning on a Saturday morning if you want to be a part of my program. So these guys would go out, they drink, they do everything, but they know that 6 o'clock in the morning, they have to be there at training. So after a while, it was interesting to see all these guys coming out at 6 in the morning, doing yoga, doing Tai Chi in the sun, all these things, right? You know, covered up, you know, because, you know, they don't want to, you know, the bleach, you know, some of the guys, so, you know, they have to cover up. But they were out there doing yoga in the sun and all these things. But this one particular Saturday morning, I observed a lot of the females, the mothers were out. And with the mothers were the kids. So one of the strange things with, you know, and again, I'm blessed to have had the opportunity to work with the ministry, but the grants limit us, or the program limited us to work with just 17 years old up until 30 something. And from the very onset, I had proposed that we started a Future Stars program, which started at 5 years old, because we're addressing the problem at the point that it's already a problem, you know? So anyway, long and short of it, I saw these young kids come out and I said to Coach Bradley, deal with them, brother. And I left and I went over and I set up a little scrimmage field, but I put up some nice flags, you know, make it look good, nice cones, you know? And then I called over all the kids, okay? Real story. I set up 2 teams. They were mixed teams, you know, from 5, 6, 7 years old up until like 11, 12 years old. And there was one girl out there, you know? And I blew off the game and the ball was turned back to this one little kid. One kid. He was so tiny and so small that I got nervous when I saw the big size 5 ball running to him. I was wondering if he could manage it, you know? That kid started dribbling on the left foot, Rattigan. Let me tell you, lefty, going down the left side. And you know, kids play. Everybody's chasing him, you know. And them are chasing him, and I have the whistle in my mouth. Come and say, oh God, them all kill him. And him step over it 2 times and them drop. And I said, what? I was in shock. Him go down the flank, him cut it behind him leg, you know. And him come across the middle, you know. And some big youth step up off him out of the defense, you know, man, and him skip them. And end up on the right. This is one kid running with the ball all this time, huh? He might go down the right flank now, you know. And this one kid left the middle and say, all right, I hit this now. I dead him dead. The kid tore the ball in full speed, stopped. The kid slid off of the field. I started screaming. The kid cut in on the left foot and just kicked it one time into the goal, man. And he was around 20 yards out in a scrimmage goal. The ball didn't even dip. I couldn't stop screaming. I still have that picture. I'm going to send it to you. Some volunteer from a university was there and she snapped the picture. And, you know, he was jumping up in my arms. But I made a commitment at that point. The kid is now 9 years old, 11 years old. Wow. 11 years old. But I made a commitment to myself that I'm going to get self-sustaining and sustainable so that I don't have to ask anybody's permission to get this kid to where he needs to go. Okay? Now, I say that to say I went to look at Ronaldinho's video. I went to look at Messi video when he was 13. I went and looked at some of these bigger guys. And at 7 years old, what that kid was doing with the ball glued to his ankle, I don't see none of them was doing at 12 years old, 13 years old.
You know, before you're going further, Herb, put the program in the chat. People asking for the program. I think people are compelled by your narratives, and so they want to help. So Herb, just put the name of the program in the chat, please. Continue, my brother. Continue, Chris.
Right. So, you know, I say that to say this, that we're at a point now, we just had, you know, through Herb's connection actually to some gentlemen in the UK, Dr. Rudy and Dr. Michael. I don't remember his last name, but Dr. Rudy is pretty much a facilitator. And he works with, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Bruce, Dr. Bruce.
Bruce, that's right. Right, Bradley. And what they have done is they have identified a technology, an AI technology, that can be used to recognize the different features or talents of an individual player. And and uses a correlation probability kind of mechanism to decide whether or not this player will make it into the pros. Okay, the chances. And currently that club that they're affiliated with, that the technology is affiliated at, have around 16 players. Is that what I said, Bradley? That's in the Premiership right now. So we are in negotiation with Corva Jamaica, bringing that to our scouting and our ID camps here in Jamaica. Starting this, well, we were hoping to start this summer. I'm not sure if it would, because we're going to need, demobilization to do that soon. But starting within the next year, using this AI technology and to be able to put on our camps and clinics that at the grassroots, because a lot of these kids never get the chance to leave their community, much less to go play Manning Cup, them down the subject, much less to go anywhere and do anything. So we created that. Well, Corver has a 5v5 cup that we want to launch off a island-wide 5v5 competition utilizing this AI technology to help identify the kind of kids that are going to be able to cut it at the Premiership level or to make it going into colleges and universities from early, and set those kids on a pathway from early, not waiting and taking any chances that they might make it. Okay. So,
let me ask Jan Bradley this question, and forgive me because I got a bunch of messages I was tending to, and so I didn't hear everything that you and Bradley said. I heard some of the things, but and forgive me if I'm asking a question that you answered. What kind of subsidies have you received from the government in terms of promoting the program, not just where you are, but nationwide? How helpful have the PSOJ, the business tycoons and titans, have they been supportive of this program?
Well, in the initial stages, as I said, we were aligned with the Ministry of National Security, CSIJ, the PMI, as agencies that we worked along with in order to know, once we identify the players and the talents, having an agency that kind of would take them on and help place them in the kind of job situations. The program never got past the stage of the first year of 2 years of pilot. There was some transitioning between the permanent secretary and again, for whatever reason, it just didn't go forward. We would have liked to have the private sector a little bit more involved, but as I said, I took the position at that time that I'd rather invest my time and my capital into a sustainable project to kind of find a pathway for, financing ourselves if we can. And I think cannabis was what, appealed to me the most. And we've been developing on that. But to answer your question, we have not really sought out then to say, any further support beyond what was there with the ministry. Again, the political climate here for that and is not something that I'm very skilled at navigating. So, I kind of just stick to what I'm good at, and I figured that, I'm very good at, getting certain enterprise at the social level up and running. So, I'm just focused around that for the time being. But I'm open, and I'm sure we are open to having that kind of dialogue with anyone in the private sector that, sees it fit.
All right, Herb, do you have some kind of a plan that you can use to help Chris and Bradley and their group with FIFA, with PSOJ, with PSOJ as an organization or PSOJ affiliated individual?
Well, it's interesting you asked that question, because what we did in Montego Bay, we handed a plan for FIFA Foundation to the deputy mayor. He's now the mayor of Montego Bay, Richard Vernon.
Yeah.
We gave him the methodology to request the stadium as well as a soccerplex, a stadium complete with training rooms, bathrooms, everything you need to have and teach indoors, or even to rent out to bring in income. And with that kind of outreach, we figure that they can be one of the more successful ones, because it's Montego Bay. It's the tourist capital of Jamaica. And I've encouraged Chris and Bradley to speak to Richard Vernon and make sure come mid-April he submits that application Matter of fact, the end of this month to JFF. JFF signs off on it, and it goes forward to FIFA Foundation. This is not FIFA itself. This is a foundation they create to put in all underserved communities, stadiums, football fields, footballs. You know, they pay coaches, they certify coaches, certify referees. You know, they do everything you want. But they're giving the community, as you know, in Europe, every town, every city has a stadium. But it's a meeting place for the community to come together on Saturday and Sunday. And it's the biggest meeting place of all. And they support their teams. They support their kids. In the US, it's what? The soccer moms invading different areas, supporting all these kids that they don't even know. They're doing mentoring to them. They're helping with homework. They're feeding kids. Kids, they look forward to going for the pizza parlors or whatever after games and stuff or after practice. What we do in Jamaica, in Portmore, is we bring the kids in 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock and we feed them porridge, sandwiches, you know, whatever it is they want to drink, right? Except liquor, of course. But the bottom line is, it's there.
What happened? What happened then with Mayor Vernon? What happened?
We're waiting for him to submit the application. This is March. So
When did you get him?
He has the format and everything, and I'm hoping that Chris.
No, when did he get them?
Huh?
When did he get the format and the other documents?
We gave it to him last year, and then we submitted again this year to make sure, and we give him warnings that the application needs to go forward. It's not just him. Babatunde is another one. He has application for St. Thomas and for Kingston, right? And then we have one other guy in Westmoreland that we gave the application to. So we're pushing these ideas, not just with that, but we push them to ask the Friends of Jamaica, the American Friends of Jamaica in New York. They will also engage in giving them money towards developing programs within their communities that develop the community. So we have two people outside the government that's very wealthy, deep pockets, that will participate in these programs and help Chris and Coach Bradley out.
Well, I'll talk to Babatunde. He's listening. He's listening to the program, so I'll talk to him later on about it. But and then if you want me, I can talk to Vernon, Mayor Vernon, as well.
Yes, yeah. I
want
to make sure that they apply. They do apply.
Yeah, because it's a shame that we have people willing to make the sacrifice and be there for the children, and then we just can't get the support. Chris, yes. Let me talk to you about student athletes.
Okay.
Before going further, do you have any questions? You want?
No, man. Interesting topic, man. Continue.
Oh, yeah. You used to play football?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I went to Meadowbrook. That's
where
Meadowbrook don't have no team, don't have no track field. That's why I was trying to tell Christopher, say they need to develop, come and miss my calling.
All right, sir.
Hey, that's why
we look like Mike, baby, but I just anyway.
That's why we say context matters. I say.
Doesn't let me zip up. Continue the conversation. Yeah, we ready. Put me in, coach.
All right, I got you. Go on, stretch.
Christopher, in terms of the student athlete, we hear that term a lot in America. We don't hear it as much as we would like to hear it in Jamaica.
Right.
What's the plan around that? Around student athlete?
Right. Well, all our developments right now, as I said, until we get into the professional realm fully, we have for the last, I'd say, decade and a half, would you say, Bradley, been turning out student athletes into college. So we're creating a collegiate pathway. But you're right.
Remember, people like Professor Hodgkinson that came through the community system.
Bradley, we
Yeah,
cannot see you.
Yeah,
you
we
can't
can't
hear me?
see that.
No, we can't see you.
Okay.
Go, bring it down
Can
some.
you see
Bring
me
down.
now?
No, down,
There you go.
down,
Yes.
Okay.
down. Yeah.
Probably longer than that because I remember Stratton Palmer, who was president at the KC long ago, he himself and myself, we had an ID camp that produced people like Professor Hutchinson, Chris Daring, Andy Williams that we looked at, recommended them for college. And so we have been doing that much longer than 20 years, probably more, 30 years, 40 years,
Right.
But as we start a program, it continues for a while, and a lot of things, unsavory things happen. Coaches sometimes want to go around you because they know some of the coaches in the high school. So rather than come to an invited exposure, they want to have one-on-one relations with some coaches. So that kind of put a marker on thing that you wouldn't want to deal with somebody who you send him a player or you send him some players. He wins at the college level, but next year he wants to bypass what you're doing and go directly to the coach. And a lot of those things happen. But
Right. So,
I
so
would
what?
want to take credit though for the amount of kids that we would have sent to high school, probably hundreds, and a high percentage of them would have come out and done extremely well for themselves and their families. So those are the positives. And if it is that we can, from my side, I was also able to get people into the professional thing, right? People like Claude Davis and those guys, Omar Cummings, and just to mention a few, that we have in the past been able to get kids into colleges and they would have done well, graduated, got good jobs, stayed in the country, most of them. Some came back and would have done well. The people like Daring, who has the TV station now, Peter Moses, who has just retired from being a senior executive at the bank. So we would have gone through all of those programs over a long time. Now, what is happening? You have academies that has turned up all over the country where they have served as the developmental platform for especially younger players from 6 years old up to teenagers. And, so the landscape has changed a little. Players now get attached to academies. You have some academies that have done well, and some are in the process of dispensing information to players, getting in. I know of academies that are aligned to high schools now, where a high school players get recommended to a high school based on where players come from and how close they are to the high school. So a lot of things have happened. So the landscape has changed, I would say, in a significant way from very early. Because FIFA has brought in some stuff now, which is called a passport, where you have to record everything that happens to a kid once he starts to play. So if any benefits come, everything has to share. It's not like in the past. The schools never got anything for the development that took place with the kid whilst they were in school. Only clubs were recognized by FIFA. So it changes the landscape much
Right.
more difficult now for them to escape recognizing people that would have spent a lot of time in the developmental process of the kids.
And to go back to the question, though, I think with regards to the student athlete and development of student athletes,
Yeah.
we're in an environment whereas we're having kids prepared to go study in a new economic and a new educational environment, and the criteria for getting into colleges and universities are just different than what we under the old English system here is used to. Yes, they will accept some CXCs and your A levels, but they still look for the SAT exam results. Most colleges,
Yeah,
they
it has
relax that.
changed significantly, especially in the last two or three so
Right,
years. What they are looking at now is not whether or not you have passes, but whether or not you they would look at your averages over the 2 year period and then make a determination as to whether or not you have the necessary qualities to
right.
be able to succeed when you get to that age group.
So to say, we say that to say this, that the knowledge base that is required, and kids having an understanding of what the criteria is for them to be able to get into university level, those things need to be taught at the community level. It needs to be taught
Yeah, because
in the football
during your
academies.
time, Chris, you had to have so much subjects,
Right.
and you would have
SATs,
had,
your SATs have to be at a certain level,
and
all of that kind of stuff.
additionally, you would have had to go through the clearinghouse.
Right.
So they would assess the subjects you have and make a determination of what kind of grades and so on. Now they're looking at over the 2 years, fourth
Brad-
form, fifth form, how you
Bradley,
make. Yeah.
pull, we can't see you. We can't see you. All right.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Right there. You're perfect. Good.
So
Good.
they look at what you average or how consistent you would have been in the last 2 years that they used to determine whether or not the kid has the necessary qualities that it will allow them to
Right.
do well in college.
Because they do realize that they're coming from a whole different education system. And I think that the adjustments are to our advantage. But our kids, in terms of consistency, is what I realize, and delivering grades consistently is where sometimes we fall short, because, at the school level here, most kids, they prepare just to take the big test or the big exam at the end of the year. When what we realized with some of our kids that went to the States is that because of the frequency, um, of tests and the frequency of mock exams and the frequency of quizzes, a lot of our kids struggled in the early stages of the transition because they weren't used to the rigors and the day-to-day like that. So the preparation has to go beyond the test taking. It has to go beyond the which they have made allowances for now. But we still, at our institutional level, don't operate the same way as they operate in the US, for the most. So yeah, student athletes need to be developed, is what I'm saying, to answer your question.
Remember, one of our projects was to have Professor Hutchinson have sessions with them, preparing them for entry into a different environment,
Right,
different culture. Yeah.
right, right. There's a whole mentorship program that Dr. Hutchinson created for that. So we can definitely, we will definitely integrate that as we go forward into whatever community projects or programs that we work in.
See, you see, Ratty, this kind of program, if we're able to get the other coaches in the other sports to develop along the same track,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Then I believe Jamaica will have a very successful recruiting program for
yes.
professional level as well as for colleges and universities. Because our kids are playing everything. They play lacrosse, right? Right here in Maryland. The University of Maryland is a champion lacrosse university. They're playing football, soccer. They're playing baseball, um, quite a few Jamaicans been through the baseball circuit. Up in Toronto, you had some guy named Devon, and you have some others that are playing baseball today. American football, for those big, oversized kids that practice lifting weights, they're in shape to come up and get drafted onto college teams or do a walk-on program. So what I'm saying is there's a future that can be created with the sports domain that exists in Jamaica. We don't even have to ask about track and field. Everybody seems to be running, but the great thing is running can be the basic or basis to jump off into these other sports. Get you some speed, and then you can develop the skills of other sports. And it's a big plus. I just
Well,
think that this is an example for the rest of sports in Jamaica to follow.
I think what we need to do though, we need to, if they cannot do it, we need to get them in touch with people from the various ministries, and not just the Ministry of Sports, but also the Ministry of Education, Ministry of National Security, and make it a comprehensive effort to
Yeah.
keep these young people in school. Because I was listening to someone provide some statistics this morning concerning high school students, and it's depressing, because what they're saying is that a lot of the students coming out of school, they don't have the five required subjects to get you like a basic entry level job, math and English, along with three more subjects to get you a basic. They don't have it. And so what they are now, instead of being recruits for a football team, they're recruits for a gang. And that's where we're having issues. And so I think what we need to do is somehow have have a symposium or have a meeting with some of these ministries and ministers to kind of get Bradley and Christopher involved, because it's gonna, to use a well-used phrase, it's gonna take a whole of government approach, because these two gentlemen, God bless them for what they're doing, but they can't do it on their own. They can't do it by themselves. They're gonna need help. And so we need to get cracking and see if we can get them some help, Herb. Hold on. Herb. You're muted.
Oh, yeah. I was saying, could not get their address and phone numbers. It would not let me put it out there, Ratty, in the speak in the comment section. So I asked Kevin if he can post it. You heard me?
Yes. I'm going to have to give you my updated phone number for work.
Okay.
So I can send that to you after this, Herb, if you'd like.
Yeah, do that, and then I'll get them to post.
And my website as well.
Okay, yes, because I don't have the website on that form. I don't think. Yeah, but it's this is what I'm talking about when we talk about planning and development for progress. Without any kind of planning, you can't have any development, and you can't have progress. And so the fact that you got the ministry to turn this program over to you was a big plus. So now the question is, how many more, including Project Star, they can feature different sports in Project Star, and to get these projects in all 14 parishes, right? Because I'm telling you to tell you, they're doing this stuff in St. Lucia, they're doing it in Ghana and other areas, because we talk to them, right? So we need to demonstrate to the Caribbean that this is the methodology you need to do this. And I think some of them do listen to our program, so they're taking notes. But thanks very much, Ratty.
Yeah, no problem. Chris, what I'd love to do is invite you and Bradley to come on another time where we can have a lengthier discussion and have some other people, some more people who in a position to provide some guidance, some support, financial and otherwise, and then take this to another level. Because if we don't do something like this, we're doomed. And I mean, we're headed down that path right now, where our young children, they're not getting the kind of education. I mean, it also goes back to poverty too, because they're not eating right. And if you don't eat right, you can't, you won't be a good player. Maybe the smooth, you may be skilled, but it's going to affect you in some areas. And then the classroom, a hungry child can't learn. So we need to get all of this going. And I commend you on the steps that you have taken. And I believe a lot of people like you and Bradley would have take your peddle your wares elsewhere. But you've seen it fit to come back and invest in the community and do something with the community. So I wish both of y'all the best. Any closing remarks?
Thank you. No, just again, this is the idea, I mean, to bring now to the awareness, and continue to bring to the awareness the importance of, and I'm going to use early childhood development. And I mean, at the end of the game, sports facilitates that, and it gives you an avenue and a pathway to getting other things done. But it is really what it is, early childhood development, and we really need to start focusing back on that as one of the pillars of our future success, and yeah, tourism is great. All those things are wonderful. But if our kids are not prepared for the upcoming responsibilities and the transitioning that's happening economically and are aware of all the things that is happening politically, socially, then we're going to have chaos. And you see what's happening in Haiti right now. Those things are preeminent in a state that has been separated from itself and separated from its roots, its history, its culture, and all these things. So we have to be clear in that our approach to sports and to any other form is truly for the empowerment of the mind and the transformation of the minds.
Thank you very much, sir. Bradley, any parting remarks?
Yes, I think what we have embarked on has a lot of possibilities to transform our kids from an early age. If we don't do that, then when he gets to a teenager and he's settled in his ways, there's hardly any possibilities that he's going to change because the path was never there for them to go the right way. And sometimes we would have lost them so early that they become, what you call it now, unchangeable because they are set in their ways from an early stage. So if it is that we can change how they think and how they operate from early, then chances are we'll get them in the right direction.
Well, thank you. Thank you both of you. By the way, Bradley, is that a mango tree you still under? Is that a mango tree?
No, it's not a mango tree. It's an ackee tree in the back of my yard.
Some people in the chat say, why you eat mango? You're not the mango tree, I eat mango. That's why.
No, there's a mango tree close by, but it's on the other property. So you might see the mango leaves and the limbs on behind me, but it's on the neighbor's property.
I was just about to say, Bradley, I was about to fly back to get my mango,
Well, some of it overhangs my side. So when it starts to bear, a lot of it drops over my side. So in the morning, I just pick up and eat. Or I make juice with it,
All right. Well, look, gentlemen, we're going to have you back real soon because this is an important
But
program.
can I suggest that sometimes we are out there watching some football in the afternoons. So if you give us enough notice so that we don't plan and then we have to change our plans again.
Wait, Bradley, here's how we do it round this corner. You tell us when you want to come on. We work at your convenience. So you tell us when you're free.
I don't know about Chris's time schedule, but Saturday is usually a tough day because in the afternoons on a Saturday, the club that I formed that is near to me, which is Marvelly, plays mostly on a Saturday. And the
Okay.
Masters League, which is the older ones, play on a Sunday. But probably a little later, I don't know how that is possible. But
No,
probably
we can do.
ask Chris, which is the best day for
No,
us
no,
I'm
no,
to,
flexible.
you know.
no. So
I'm
on a
flexible.
Saturday, for a Saturday, all you do is you just tell me when you're free, and we will make it happen. So if you tell me, look, I can't come on till 8 o'clock at night, then that's fine. We'll make it happen. I'll
That's
set
fine
my.
with us, man. That time we
That's
can get to watch our communities play, and then I'm close to the field. That's not a
right.
problem.
All right.
And if you need a player, if you need a player, I'm there, there.
Yeah.
So
Yes, yes, so tough.
Yeah.
Masters League. What,
that's league.
under 50, over 50?
But we can't make the young team still, We can't make
Yeah, you
it.
sure? These youngsters run hard, and
All right. Nice talking to you. See you soon.
All right,
All right,
guys.
guys.
Blessing.
Thank you much.
All right. Hold
Well,
on. All right. Can you hear me? Everybody can hear me.
yeah, we're
All
good.
right, folks. That was a refreshing turn from where we started.
And
And
nobody turn white.
yeah, and I apologize if some of you were offended by the chief. Look, the chief, he has a viewpoint. We may not agree with everything. There's some things that he says that we agree with, but you know, sometimes there's a point where, as patient as I am, I can't take you know beyond a certain point. And I think with the chief today, and I'm going to call him later on. I think with the chief today, when he mentioned the Dred Scott decision, and then he talked about the SF1, I think it's 181 or something like that. Because I've read Dred Scott the decision. I've also read the Constitution, and I've that form that he referred to. I've looked at that form, and I had a ton of questions to ask him, but I could see where first of all, the chief wasn't being compliant with the house rules, where you let somebody speak and then you speak, and so, you know. But from time to time, we're going to get them. We're going to get guests like that. That's controversial, but we shouldn't shy away from somebody like Chief. Though we should actually engage the chief and talk to him and listen to what he has to say. But sometimes, you get to a point where you say, no, 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 I've heard enough. This conversation. And like Isaac said that we were just going around in a circle. So that's why we had to terminate the conversation. But right after that, we ended up with those two gentlemen. They're trying to help the children of Jamaica so that they can become, bastions of the society, not bastards, bastions of the society, where there's a future, a bright future for them. And we're going to try and help him as much as we can, help
Herb,
them as we can. So,
you notice what Ratty did?
Uh-huh.
He tried to clone. He bring one person that looked like him could be your brother, and him look one person that could be my brother. It was a setup, you just miss it.
I miss
We
it.
mustn't allow this to happen again. Look, yeah. I know to see what him do, Him trying to say Isaac not original. And he bring me some. We saw what he did. We saw what he did right there.
well,
Yeah.
look, now we're going to bring on.
Done that with the chief, I see.
No, 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 no. No, now we're gonna bring on a guest that is no stranger to the program. We don't agree. He and I, we don't agree on everything. We agree on most things, but we disagree in a disagree in no, not a disagree in an agreeable manner. That's how we disagree, right? This gentleman is Patrick Beckford. A mainstay in the diaspora community, and he has some views about what's going on with this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, what's going on with it being run by the ministry, and most of all, what we're going to talk about today is this conference that they're having from the 16th through the 19th in Montego Bay, because we are going to have our own conference. There's Patrick. And when I say we're going to have our own conference, we're going to stage our own online conference. Why? Because we believe it's going to be better for us It's going to be affordable for all of us. And then you get a chance to participate as well. The conference in Jamaica, you have to, as I said, you have to come up with your plane fare, your hotel, transportation, food, and then your time. And it's, as far as we're concerned, it's a fluff type of event where they go and they just talk, using beautiful words. Nothing gets done, and you get your picture taken with these people. And if you're lucky enough and you're able to strike up a conversation and develop a relationship, when you go to Jamaica, they can make it easy for you to do certain things. All right. So let me put this up. Hold on a second there. Look, Kevin there. All right. Now, we have been saying that diasporans should not attend this conference. And this is not a conference that we don't have much experience with. In fact, I have attended one of these. That's where I met Herb. I think it was, what is it, the 2016 conference?
2016,
yeah. That's where I met Herb and Captain Francis. And people will tell you that it's much ado about nothing. Nothing, as I said, nothing gets done. They just talk. No solutions, nothing. The real issues are not addressed. Now, Patrick has been to several of those. I've been to only one. Patrick, as I said, Patrick is a stalwart in the diaspora community. He was on the advisory committee, the diaspora advisory board or commission, whatever they used to call it. And so Patrick has a ton of experience in that area. I'm a Johnny come lately, but I realize I can figure out things fairly quickly. And I figure out that this is just foolishness. It's just nonsense. And then I looked at the terms of reference. And the moment I read the terms of reference, I said, yeah, this is garbage. So we've been telling people, don't go, don't go. It's one thing to tell people don't do something. But what you have to do is you have to provide them with an alternative. So you can't say don't go, but then you just say, we don't have anything to offer. So we are offering something, but before I do that, let me just show you a response to our clarion call for people not to go. Here it is. There it is. That's the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and he's actually, I don't want to use the word begging, but he's trying to convince people that they should come to this conference. And here it is right here. It says, Jamaica's Minister of State, blah, 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 has extended an invitation. Think about that. It's your conference, It's your conference. And somebody who's not a member of your group is inviting you to your conference. And by the way, the person who's inviting you to your conference, I lead the organization. Your organization is being led by this gentleman here. And if you don't believe me, it's actually, you better believe me. Let me show you the two now. Hold on. See it right as well. Hold on. I've shown it already, but okay, we're gonna go back. Right there. No, it's further down. I'm showing us something. All right. All right, here it is. Here it is. Right, that's all. All right. Most of you have seen this already. But it says the governance structure of the GJDC. Look what it says. The GJDC will be led and supported by 4 individuals. 4 people run the whole shebang. And look at who the 4 people are. The chair of this organization will be the minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade responsible for diaspora affairs. That's what it said. And that is this man. Him run the organization. Out of the 4, 3 of them assigned to the ministry. So because we've been telling people don't go, he's now saying, I'm inviting you guys. You guys must come to your conference that I'm in charge of, right? And you must come and you must pay your hotel and you must pay for your plane and you must pay for your food and all of these things. and you must pay a processing fee, an administrative cost to come to this thing when you reach down to Jamaica, right? And there it is. It's set to run from June 16 to 19. It says promises, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. They're going to promise on the things to blend leisure with meaningful engagement, blah, 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 rest, reconnection, blah, 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 blah. Right? Now, you must tell people, promise you that you must come. So, what we decided to do was we said, well, you know what? Let's do our thing. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is our thing. There it is right there. So let's say Jamaicans, and it's under the ban of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, led by none other than the eminent Captain Francis, or Dr. Francis, as some of us know him. Jamaicans, join us online for our first, and you say our first, not for them, our first. And the reason why I have to draw the line, folks, and say we're all Jamaicans, that's true. But you see what happened? Them say una diaspora, and we live on the island. And we say, all right, fine, no problem. So if that is the case, make we run our thing, and we can still engage. We can still engage, but we say that the government has no business running the Jamaica Diaspora Organization. No business doing that. So we're doing the first one online. Right? And look what we say. We call it promise and peace. Promise because all the promises when they make too, no? We are going to talk about them. And peace because the Prime Minister claimed to him one form a peace ministry. And we're going to talk about what that should look like. So we're going to talk about the promise of Jamaica and how peaceful Jamaica should be. And we are doing it the same days that they're doing theirs. See, 16 to 19 to the 19th. They're doing theirs daytime. We are going to be doing ours nighttime from 7 to 10 New York time. So they will get to go first every day. And they will talk a whole bunch of nonsense and things like that. And then we will get to put on our presentation with our speakers from Jamaica, from the diaspora and from Jamaica, all around the world. We're going to get eminently qualified speakers to deal with the subject matter, whether it's health, national security, education, foreign affairs, whatever. Now, having said that, this won't be a bash session, because if they say something which is true in the daytime, if they have a program that's working, we are going to recognize them and give them credit for that. That is what we're going to do. But where we find that they're at fault, we are going to come up with solutions to help them. This is a helpful. This is a balancing act, because they're providing one side of it and we're providing the other side. And we're saying, no, you're saying that, but you're not correct. You need to look at this. And by the way, here are some solutions. And next time I'll show you their flyer. But they have all kinds of multinational corporation. Big time people sponsor them. You see who sponsor our thing though? Sponsored by our people. That's all of us, family. That's all of us. So what will happen is that you will go to work. You don't have to take time off and spend money and time. If you're going to Jamaica, by the way, if you're planning to go to Jamaica during this time period, to go attend this and visit family, go visit family. Don't go to this thing. Go visit family and watch us at night. Because they said that they're going to be streaming theirs, I think, during the daytime. So don't attend theirs. Go spend the money in Jamaica, help the economy, spend the time with your family and friends, and enjoy, have a wonderful time. Don't go to FIDEM conference. And then at night, you tune into our conference, right? It won't cost you a penny. Now, if you haven't made plans and you were thinking of going, don't go. Don't go. Not spend no money. And if you, by the way, the ones who have to go, when you go, you can turn on your phone in case them decide them not going to stream it, because them fearful of what we might hear and how we might address the issues later on at night. When you go with your phone, just turn it on and make we get the live stream on your phone. And if them telling us, if them have a rule that say you can't bring your phone inside there, then no belong there. No belong there, right? So don't go. But this is our thing, sponsored by our people. Right? There it is. More information to follow, right? That's at the bottom. So we're going to give you, we're going to get a platform that can hold, because we expect to get thousands of people on our platform to listen and to participate. And we not going to do like what them do, where when you go on for them platform and you raise your hand, them have you, like what them do with Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, every single time. Him raise him hand and him there for the whole program. Shameful the way them treat the man. And him raise him hand there and them just ignore him. No, when you raise your hand, you going to ask your question and you will get an answer right there and then. And we're going to do this every night. Every night. And this will be supported by all of the bloggers them. I don't care what color, stripe, creed, race, I don't care. Everybody in that, we're going to join hands and hearts again, and we're going to come and we're going to support this, because we're going to show them that we are a force to reckon with, and that we don't recognize that bogus organization that they have. And in fact, another thing that we're going to do, we're going to invite every single Jamaican to come on board. We're going to invite the government as well. We're going to invite the private sector. We're going to invite the churches. We're going to invite the civil society. We're going to invite neighborhood groups. We're going to invite the people from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, our reps. We're going to ask them, say, look, come. And guess what happened? They won't come because they want to hear what we have to say. They won't come. They won't come. So that's where we are with that. Now, let me see if I have anything else there to put up. No, Auditor General. All right, we'll talk about the diaspora thing now. Now, here's the thing, folks. We can't afford to miss this segment and the next segment, because the next segment, just a telling in case you know plan for after you listen to this on the go away. The next segment, we're going to talk about whether or not the speaker should resign. We're going to examine the letter she sent to, she sent, let me see, hold on. She sent a letter to Miss Valerie Curtis, who's the clerk to the Houses of Parliament, and we're going to deal with that. We're going to go through the letter. And then for all of you who have been confused about whether the report should have been tendered under Section 13A of one law or Section 29 or 30 under the Financial Audit and whatever Act, we're going to go through that. And when we're finished tonight, you, all of you, family, you can go out and you will be the experts. Nobody can tell you nothing. You can't teach on the politics. In fact, I think some of the politicians are going to watch too. But we're going to go through it and we're going to show why the report was properly submitted. So let's see where I go with the conversation. We'll show you why it was properly submitted. And I'm going to show you the beauty. And you remember the first segment, we're talking about English language. Well, English is not my first language. My first language is Patois. And nobody can tell me otherwise, because the FBI, them give me a test in a Patois, right? So anybody who says not a language, I took the language test in a Patois and I score an A+ on it, right? But I'm going to show you now, how one word can make a world of a difference, and everybody skip over this one word. So we're going to talk about that. But so don't go anywhere. We're going to talk now about this conference thing, with Patrick. Patrick, I'm going to talk up the things, and we're going to go through that, and then we're going to talk about the Speaker of the House. Then we're going to talk about and by the way, when we start talking about this topic, what happened this week, we're going to show where both parties are at fault. We're going to show that, because round here, we don't take sides. Truth must not only be the truth, but the truth must be told. And we're going to show you where both parties fell down. And we're going to also show you where the Auditor General, we're going to show you where she made her mistakes as well. And then we're going to make an argument. I'm glad Herb is here. We're going to make an argument for the establishment of a fusion center, a real fusion center in Jamaica. And I hope the police commissioner is listening, because he listened to me last week and he started moving some people around. I'm hearing that people are crying because he moved them out of their comfort zone. So, Mr. Commissioner, big up yourself, sir, for listening to us. And we have 5 more. By the way, we gave you 5 things to do. And we have 5 more we're going to give you again tonight. So people can't afford to miss this segment and the next segment. So having said that, Patrick, welcome, 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 sir.
I'm still basking in the purple and white from last week.
What the wind comes?
Oh yeah, that's why some people see me in the colors and they're not looking. But thanks for having me. But you know, you said something about the Diaspora conference, and I just happened to go back into my files and you know, I got to print it and send it to you, Ratty. The scathing email that I sent to the Councillor for Diaspora Affairs in MOFAT, that was it, regarding the conference. And they didn't like me because I labeled the conference a talk fest, because that's what it is.
Let me stop you right there, Patrick. Let me stop you right there and ask you, how many conferences have you attended?
I've been the very first initial one where it wasn't a conference, it was just trying to construct it at UWI with the late Professor Rex Nettleford, Neville Ying, and all those folks. Were Earl Jarrett was a big part of it in constructing the diaspora. And then the very first conference I was there where Dr. Mignot was elected to represent the Northeast. So you're correct, it was called advisory board members. And so we had 7 advisory board members. The US had 3, Northeast, Midwest, West, South. England had 2, and Canada had 2. And at that point, when I went on, it was Delano Franklin. No, not Delano. It was Arnold Brown was a minister of state. And then sadly after that, we had an election, and we had, I had Ronald Robinson, and then a certain lady, I mean, I think ISAT is very familiar with, the eminent, I think, minister now of constitutional reform. She, that's, and I laugh, that was where it came in. Originally, Ronald knew that the government then that he represents, they did not like the diaspora movement. I'm going to just say this straight, because their belief is that the diaspora is majority PNP folks. They know I'm from Falmouth, and they already know that, think they know my politics. So a lot of these things came into play. I'm mentioning it because it comes into play. The thing is, with regards to the conferences, the way it was set up, it is set up, and even now it's still set up, even though they changed the name. Different clothes, same garbage man. The thing is, the conference was set up, and you had sponsors, all these people who are sponsors, like Grace Kennedy. You know, I met the guy who's a senator now. Here he's going to run politics. It was Grace Kennedy. Douglas O'Rain was the first one, nice, congenial guy. And they invited us one night to Tivoli Gardens for some thing that they were having there. But I, you know, from my vantage point, I didn't feel comfortable going that side. But the whole thing was that these sponsors were now the chairpersons of every panel discussion they organize. So if it's about health, it's somebody from one of the insurance company. If it's about trade and investment, it was like the Chamber of Commerce or JMA person. Meanwhile, here in the diaspora, what we did for my committee that I had when I served for the 4 years, I had a chairperson that is involved in trade and investment, someone in charge of security. And these are people with I deliberately invited people because it was my thing. It was no democratic thing is just coming down from the ministry. So I appointed people with a requisite skill set in each of them because they could inform me, because I don't know nothing about most of those stuff. And it's set to inform so that when I go to board meeting with this. But here's what the board meeting considered. You had 2 board meetings, one after the first conference in June and one in January. They usually try to organize it around that thing, Jazz Fest. You know, even that, you go there, they're encouraging you to buy the tickets. I mean, you're paying your money to come to the conference. And when you go to the meeting with the minister sets their agenda. So I'm from the old school where I've served in board. When I went to college, Bloomfield College here in New Jersey, one of the course that I did and I aced it is called business law. And one of the things that I keyed into was the whole matter of fiduciary responsibility. I said, you can tell me that I'm saying anything stupid, but that is what and I know my responsibility as a board member. I was elected, even though it was in a conference, and I kind of didn't like that concept where the people here in the diaspora who could not afford to come to Jamaica were electing the diaspora representative on the board. So a lot of pushback from me and others who joined forces, but is that we go there and we sit back and it's like we're being lectured to by usually the minister or somebody from the diaspora council offices and everything. And I mean, that was a big turnoff for me, because after that meeting, the next meeting I went to in January, I sent them my own agenda items that I'd like to see on the thing. And I still have it. I was looking at the email that I sent. One of the things that I wanted to discuss with the minister, with the representative of the board, was diaspora members being appointed to statutory boards. And I put in parentheses, we were at this point start with people with a requisite experience in, say, education, for example, health, not just take up some political, allegiance person to sit on a board, or somebody want to sit on a board to expand their resume. The other thing that I talked about, a diaspora JP, a system where the diaspora would have a justice of the peace. And one of the reasons for me putting that on the agenda, because being a notary public, when people come for me to notarize stuff, they have to go to a county office. In Florida, they have to go to Tallahassee. So someone in Fort Lauderdale who needs something notarized has to take it now to Tallahassee to get it recognized by the county board there to say this person is a legitimate thing. And I'm saying that, why are we doing that? I remember I talked to a minister and I said, how do you mean that we can't do anything like that? I said, wait, who is the government of Jamaica? It's not Britain. You can appoint diaspora people as justice of the peace for the diaspora. That was the thought process that we looked at. And the most important thing was changing of the board, changing where the chairman is elected in the diaspora from the diaspora itself, and change the whole advisory board into something like the global. Because I've been there, I did not sit on my behind. I went to conferences at the State Department. I remember the first time a few of us from the diaspora went into the State Department, U.S. State Department. One of the consular officer said, "Oh my God, Jamaicans are here. We thought you guys only love to party and the party things because we've invited people and they didn't want to come." And that was like, recognized that the whole thing. So we moved from that, and we had the conference, and one of them was, and that's why I laughed, one of them was postponed because the now Minister of State, that is after the Doodles thing, the now Minister of State, who is now the lady in charge of our constitutional reform, wanted to do it and have all these people thing, and shifted
Reasoning with Rattigan Lucy.
and shift the whole.
Yeah, right. Me must know if me hungry now.
Shift the whole thing.
Right.
I said, we already on mute. Shift the whole thing.
No, I know. I have it like that.
And we were in a big disagreement, and we decided, we said, we're not going to go. So she and I, because one of the things that she wanted to change is that they wanted now to take it a step deeper into their own thing, is that they wanted to appoint the board members. So they're saying that Northeast, you send us 2 people, and we will select one of you guys to be on the board. And that was like a point of contention. And I told her, I said, you can go to Westmoreland or where you come from with that, but not in New York, where I live. We have 1-point-something million people that I represent. They elected me to represent them, and I'm not a fool. Understand? So you can't select somebody from you who you don't know. So that was a big contention. We didn't have the conference, and so the conference was held the next year. But by that time, I was, on my way out, because I would get a lot of gray hairs before time. I still have I have them now, but because of that. So this is what the conference is. When you go inside, there's just people talking to you and everything. And I look at it, the talk fest, those folks in Jamaica is trying to say, hey, even though you're there foreign, we're smarter than you because of we run things. That's the feeling I get. I don't know if Herb got that feeling, but that's a feeling I get. And for most of the time, I would just go engage with the people around these booths, and that's what's it's to attract us to buy things or to do a lot of things. There was no meat or anything. I remember one time Samuda and I think he was some Chamber of Commerce or JMA person, and I told him, I said, Jamaica have a Matthew 13 problem, and he's like, and I explained it to them. Matthew is the first time Jesus went back into Galilee. And they said, isn't that the carpenter Joseph's son? I said, here is a Messiah. And they didn't want to recognize him as a Messiah. And I recognize him for the local person that he is. So whatever we do and everything doesn't matter, So this is what the concern. And this week when Ratty sent me the thing, I was elated, because I don't know if I initiated the call to him. I said, man, I love this, because this Global Diaspora Conference, even though when they were doing it, I got involved in it, we made suggestions. We had a group of us made suggestions that this Global Diaspora Conference, we need to shed the Ministry of Jamaica. They will be invited to our board meetings, because we should elect our own board meetings based on the constituency delineations with that, in terms of, like, if, for example, Brooklyn is equal to some representative that the minister appoints, so he has no constituents to report to. And so the Northeast, which include Brooklyn, have how many people inside there? Maybe almost 700,000 Jamaicans live in Brooklyn. Some guy or some friend of the minister or whoever is in charge is appointed to represent the diaspora. So there is, and having gone through different diaspora conference, having gone with the migration entity out of the State Department, and what we were doing is just taking, like, you got Philip Maskell, Claudette Cameron, Valerie Steele, and myself, and then Irwin came later. We were engaged with other diaspora communities. That's why the plan that we sent to them, how to construct it, was mirrored off a combination of looking at the Nigerians, the Indians, all those folks with the similar diaspora committee that has elected representatives, that has power in the House of Parliaments in their countries and everything. And we're looking to do something similar to Jamaica. And one of the things that turns me off is to talk about, oh, why without the remittance, without the remittance, without the remittance. Everybody would talk about like, oh yeah, it's gonna big you up, and you feel that, oh yeah, they can't do without me because I'm sending $1 here and $1. I said, what if which I didn't, I don't have anybody there to send money to, other than, a friend might link me up or some charitable movement that might access those things. So that is what the whole conference is. It's not worth the time for folks to do because it's somebody coming up there. And I mean, for me, and I said publicly to folks, say, are you going to the conference? I said, I will not go to a conference where the office holder, this office holder, I love my constitution in Jamaica, but I have no respect for the holders of the prime minister and the whole speaker and deputy speaker, the things that they do. And that is my personal view. And I would not go to a place where they're trying to speak to me, because I'll get up and walk out. If I can walk out, I get up, stand up, and turn my back to them. I mean, not to be disruptive. So the conference that you guys are organizing, I am 110% behind it. And I'm starting to talk to folks to say, hey, listen, let's get this organized and show the construct in Jamaica what a real diaspora conference is. Because here's some things that I experienced. I had to spend my money, good earned money, to fly to Jamaica, pay hotel, not even a discount, buy food, pay for transportation if you're staying in New Kingston to go to conference center, all of that. Yet what I noticed, there was a lot of folks who were volunteers and who were working at civil servants who stayed at hotels. Even though they live in Kingston, they stayed at hotels and everything. When you're in conversation with them, they were going there, they weren't paying anything, and we were paying anything. And I said, this doesn't make sense. I'm a board member. I remember the last thing I talked about was my favorite minister then. I had a conference in Ochoas, and when it was time for the opening session, I went up and I said, where the advisor board members gonna sit? Oh, you guys just gotta find a seat. I said, wait a minute. I am a board member representing the U.S. Northeast, and you're telling me that I must go find a seat? Normally, all conferences, the board members are mixed within those people are sitting around the round table. It's not their conference. And then when I looked, there was this guy. I said, who's this guy? Now I hear that he was president of Young Jamaica. He was up front on the podium. I walked out. And a couple other people walked out. Then I see some guy coming up with a round table, rolling it in, and said, this is it. I said, no, I'm no afterthought. Because I push back on these simple things, because I'm a bossy man. I come from a place named Falmouth. Everybody from Falmouth, Trinidad, bossy. I'm a Nelson. I'm a Nelson bloodline, and all the Nelson bloodline from Scandinavia and Dutch are bossy set of people. You understand? So basically, I don't stand up for those crap. And this is how we were treated as second class people, even though it was a diaspora conference, but it was a showboat for fundraising, and a lot of people. There's a lot of shenanigans that go on that if I talk about it, people are gonna roll their heads and say, yeah, but a lot of illegal money I discovered was spent
here. Root out corruption.
Was spent to host the conference, because we had a conference at that time. They usually encouraged us to host an in-state conference. So in the Northeast, we had a USA conference in Fort Lauderdale. Yes, we had it in Fort Lauderdale. I mean, it was well attended. Professor Neckleford was there. This was held by Ronald Robinson. I remember once we were looking for sponsorships. I said, $5,000, man. I just make one call, and that $5,000 is here. I said, from Jamaica? He said, yes. You know, because even though, I mean, for to be candid, he knows my Jamaican politics. But one thing with him, as he said to me right at Bruce Golding's office at Jamaica, he said, man, you're a comrade, you know, but I tell you why. Me like how you roll, because you don't hold no punches and you just tell it like how you feel. I'd rather have somebody like you working with than people who just smile with me and want to take a picture. You understand? I mean, so that is it, the school I'm from. You understand? I go up, you know, I usually run youth club in Chilani, one of the greatest club there. We usually, I mean, I was on the board of the credit union for the Chilani credit union. Young youth, you know, just, I think I was about 20 at that time, and credit union board. And so all these training and all that stuff, you know, put me where I'm at. You know, I run, just resigned from running a board with like a $60 million entity, a nursing home entity, and you know, nominated now to be one of the general board members of the denomination that I'm a part of, the national board. You know, so not that I, you know, do and sit there and twiddle my thumb and everything, but I'm if you invite me to be a part of a board, I'm going to work. And this is what I know most of the people that we are got to work. So, you know, we can do this. We can have this conference, you know, and get it going. Let it be the real diaspora conference. Maybe that's what you should put before, the real diaspora conference. You know, not the fake one.
Yeah, well, what's gonna happen is we're gonna. This is just the first promo, and I think we're gonna have like 3 promos before we put out the one with the, and we're gonna have one every night. But they have the the conference is running for. So we'll have one on the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Plus, we'll have 2 or 3 before that as we develop information, because we're in the process of developing the agenda and the speakers. And like I said, we're inviting everybody. We're inviting JLP, PNP, UIC, we're inviting everybody and say, listen, we want you to be a part of this. Now, if they don't want to come, that's fine. You know, not everybody will be able to make it. Not everybody would like to make it. So that's okay. But we're not excluding anybody. We're not excluding anyone. So we're inviting everyone. So it should be, we should have a good turnout, and it's going to be, I just feel it. I know it's going to be a tremendous success, because we are about providing solutions to the problems in Jamaica. Solutions. And it's a wake-up call for the government, and it's also a wake-up call for the opposition, because what we're saying is that we really don't care who's in charge of Jamaica. We're going to hold you accountable. We don't care, right? And see, one of the things, well, there's a commonality between you and Dr. Francis, in the sense that we know your politics, but at the same time, you're a fair person. And if something is wrong, you'll say, hey, you know what? I'm a member of the party, but this is wrong. Likewise with Rupert Francis, he says, look, I'm a card carrying, you know, vote counting member of the party, but what they're doing, the way they're governing the country, is wrong. And so he's stepping out. So those are, you know, people like you and Rupert Francis. We need people like you, people from different sides of the aisle. And we're also looking for UIC people, all, you know, the third parties. We're looking for all of them. And we're saying, let's meet under this big tent and discuss Jamaica. We're not discussing party or partisanship. You know, we're discussing Jamaica. What is in the best interest of Jamaica? So, folks, you can't afford to miss it. Let me put it up again. I'll wait there.
One other thing, Ratty, as I mentioned, disagree. I was the person that I love the most working with, Ronald Robinson. But the biggest person that I have, apart from ISAT's friend, um, which I, I won't say my feeling about that person, but the one that I had the biggest angst against with was Arnold Brown, because I think he was, in my opinion, think that, basically he's above everybody because he carried the title minister, and he wouldn't listen to us when we have discussions and everything. It's like either his way or again. And I said, listen, my mother must have beat me on the once. I mean, that's a troublemaker at school, at home. Never get beaten at school or anything, but I talk a lot, and try to talk myself out of situations. But, and so he had this thing where they wanted to do a census. Remember it, Herb? Where they were gonna do this. I forgot the name of it, what it called. And they wouldn't listen. He wouldn't listen when we were telling him, you can't do something like that from Jamaica. At that point, people were worried about scamming. It was new. And they wanted us to send information to Jamaica to do that. And he said, no, we have enough people here with requisite skill sets in computer technology that we trust them, and if they're working inside the states, we know we're covered by the United States laws if they do certain things. I don't know about Canada, but he was insistent because, remember he had that phone scandal thing and all that stuff. So, and I knew it. So
that's interesting, because now you have NIDS, and now they're going to want it to register.
Yeah.
Right? And if you have a driver's license or what do you call it, the electoral registration, they're going to draw you into NIDS.
Yeah.
You're going to be registered whether you want to or not.
Well, people, all of the folks in the chat saying we must advertise it, keep advertising it. Yeah, man, every single time. And then you go and see it on other platforms as well.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's sponsored by not sponsored, it's under the umbrella of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, led by our fearless leader, Captain Francis. And it says, Jamaicans, and this is an appeal to Jamaicans, wherever you are on this planet, join us online for our first biennial. And it says for our, not for them one, for our. And that means all the way. Biennial means every 2 years.
One thing Rattigan suggests is that I could give you a lot of the names of those who served as advisory board members who are turned off by the process. You could, solicit those, hey, you want to say, I'm in support of this. If he said, hey, Patrick from advisory board from the Northeast, I'm 100% behind this.
Well, we'll do that commercial there. And we'll start with you. You're the first one we'll start with. Good one. And he says about the promise of Jamaica. Not promise made to Jamaica, but the promise. What promise does Jamaica hold? Mm-hmm. And as we all know, Jamaica has the potential to be the best in the entire world. The potential is there, but it's not being harnessed, because people adore them wando and I take for themselves and forget about the people. And we're talking about a peaceful Jamaica as well. So promise and peace. But what you're going to realize, ladies and gentlemen, family members, what you're going to see later on is promise and peace will change to state of affairs when we start the conference. And every night, state of affairs, and state of affairs : and it will be health sector, national security sector, education sector. So whatever they talk about that morning, we are going to speak about it that night. So if you want to listen to them, don't go to them thing. Don't go. But if you want to listen to them, you can listen to them, and then you tune in to the real Diaspora conference, because that's where you're going to get the information. Because we're not just going to be. First of all, it's virtual, so we can hug you up and shake you and take a selfie with you, and then and we're not going to promise to say we're going to give no national awards, and we're not going to promise to say we're going to just go at the bar after we finish, go sit down with you and have a drink. And we're not going to promise to say no, you come to Jamaica, man, no take care of you, man. You have some people, get you to the airport, give you first class trip. No, we're not going to promise you none of that. We're going to give you the real down and dirty about what's going on. And we're going to highlight the good things that the government is doing. And we're also going to critique the bad things they're doing. And we're going to provide. Keep this in mind, people. We are going to provide solutions. It's not just going to be a thing where we just criticize them or we just praise them, because no government is perfect, right? And this government is claiming perfection. Because I haven't seen once the prime minister come out. I've never seen it. Maybe it's happened and I haven't seen it, but I haven't seen the prime minister come out and say, you know what? I am at fault for that. I take the blame for that. I am in charge of this thing. So blame me, and I'm going to do a better job of making sure that this doesn't happen again. I have yet to see that. That's one of the hallmarks of a leader.
Is that perfect choppers, according to Meadows?
Chopper, yeah. So what happened?
Hey, Rattigan, I want to say one thing about the sponsorship. Forgive me for just butting in. But here's one of the contention that I had that I didn't go back, because the folks are asking why didn't I go back, because they like what I was doing. I was straight. The issue that I have after my first conference sitting on the board, I sent an email to the counselor in charge of Diaspora Affairs, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I said, I'm a part of a board, and I just attended a conference. I noticed there was a lot of sponsorship and everything, but yet I don't know how much Grace Kennedy contributed. What was the sponsorship fee for Grace, for Jamaica National, for Victoria Mutual, for JAS, for all these entities that come to the conference? There's a fee there. Oh, as an advice, and they sent the terms of reference. I got a 2-page email. I just looked it up. And they were saying the terms of reference say that is not a part of your thing. And I said, well, you take off the advisory board member off my name then, because if this goes to if the people that I'm representing know that I did not have a say in to know that Grace Kennedy contributed $10, and where did that $10 go? You don't know where the money go, because if we have to pay for transportation, we have to pay for food, we have to pay for hotels. And I know from my inside story that the sources that these people pay millions of dollars for the sponsorship. Where did all those money goes? And so that was a part of the contention. And that's why, I'm glad when you said it's a waste of time, because it's a money-making venture for who and for what. Don't know, because who get the bus with certain, when there was certain party in power, bus company A got the thing to pick us up at the airport and take us to the hotel, take us back and forth, blah, blah, blah. Certain people were performers, certain bands play when this party is in power versus that party. I mean, all these things. So it was like a political handout using us when I didn't go there for politics.
Let me just say, Patrick, that there's some people in the chat room, and I understand why they're saying it. There's a couple of things. One is they're saying, why are you giving them ideas? Why are you giving them ideas about solutions? Here's why. And somebody is saying, why invite UIC? At the end of the day, we were all born Jamaicans.
Exactly.
UIC, PNP, whatever. And my primary focus is on Jamaica, not on political party. So if a party, third party, fourth party, fifth party, if they have an idea, we need to share that idea. It might work. It might work. You can't dismiss people and say, well, we don't want them here. No, we want them, but we want them under certain conditions. Them can come on and do certain things. Because at the end of the day, we're saying you come, but when you come, just know that you're going to leave your political colors and your political parties. You're going to leave that at the door, because when you come in, we're going to talk about how can we make Jamaica better. And in terms of giving ideas to the government, I could care less, because at the end of the day, we want what's best for the Jamaican people. So if I have the ideas and I don't share it, what am I doing? I'm contributing to what the government is doing to our people. We need to proselytize the idea. We need to spread the idea.
And so people can know at the very least that, hey, them people come up with an idea and the government never use it. Why them never use it? Or if them say the government use it and now we're doing better, I would be so happy, because we've been asking forever and ever for this government to do a correction change in certain areas. And them just simply refuse because they believe that intelligence and ideas, they have a monopoly on it. It resides, those things reside within the confines of their party. And we're saying no, no, no. So I could even take the idea and run with the idea, and it's for the betterment of the Jamaican people. I would be really so happy. And we're going to invite everybody. We're not going to exclude anybody. That's when you start having a problem. You invite everyone and you leave it up to them to come. If they want to come, then come. If they don't want to come, then fine, them don't come. But we know that all of you Jamaica loving people, and you know, I said Jamaica, I say party loving people, Jamaica loving people, and I should say political party, because every Jamaica love party, you know, every Jamaica love music, love dance, every Jamaican. But so what we're going to do is we're going to ask people, leave the political stripes at the door and come in and let's sit down now. Let's sit down as brethren and sistren and talk about the issues, critique what the government is doing. And if they're doing something that's in the best interest of Jamaica, we need to applaud them for that. And if they're not, then we need to criticize them for that. But, and make sure you have ideas. You cannot criticize them and you don't have an idea. That's a requirement to attend this thing. Because God willing, I'll be there. And if somebody starts criticizing the government, I'm going to ask them, okay, so what do you have? What would you suggest? You can't just criticize and have no ideas. You have to come up with something. We are talking about people's lives now, right? So that's where we are. Herb.
Muted. Still muted.
Sorry about that, Patrick. Listen, I'm glad you are onto the idea that we need this program to step up as far as a diaspora conference is concerned. But I'm not for sure if we're gonna grasp our people by the hand and wake them up and say to them, listen, we really need your output to get the best ideas for funding and for introduction of programs that can benefit our communities in Jamaica. I don't know if you feel about that. Because yes, we are here, we are experienced, we have ideas of our own, and we have ideas just that come from our experiences. So what is it that Jamaica and Jamaica communities need, especially in the areas of youth development and business development? How can we make changes in those areas where people can share ideas and become successful in a progressive manner, right? What do we need? Do we need our retirees to form a retired business core that can go down and address businesses, look at their overall structures, and make suggestions for change? Or you think that they're too educated for us to come down and do that? Right?
One thing, Herb, just to answer. Here's one thing that I looked at, and that we a group of us, Mascot and myself, we work well together. He's from Canada. We looked at one thing that, I don't know about you, but to me, I think it's one of the things that's, you know, when I went to the State Department, when they told me we're party people, and I went back to the Council General and said, on a given weekend, what's your job? And she went in and rolled out it. In New York jurisdiction under the Counsel General, any given weekend, from whether it's from Virginia to Vermont and the Bahamas, you can have at least 30 dinner dances. That each one of these dinner dances requests the Counsel General or the ambassador to be sponsor and attend. It costs money in the kitty. Second thing is that they wanted at these fancy hotels. I was looking at it and said, I mean, from a logistical point of view, we're spending, and we Maskell and myself sat down and we discussed it. How many do we have in Canada? We work it out. How many do you attend? In my role, I usually attend like almost every weekend. And I go, they'll pay for my ticket, but I would buy a ticket. But the average Jamaican in the diaspora would go to an average of 3 diaspora dinner dances, whether for the high school or the community, like Friends of Trelawney or, whatever, they'll have dinner dances. We don't own any of those places. So my experience is that we lose 80% of the revenue we receive for it. So the idea that we talked about is the creation of a diaspora fund. And we would say to every person in the diaspora, and this is something that we could do, listen to me, let's suspend all the dinner dances for 3 years. That was before COVID, Let's suspend all the dinner dances for 3 years. And everybody will attend. 3 people. We work at, say, it's 1 million people internationally in Jamaica attend. And it costs you, we worked at average, it costs a person if they go, it will be $1,500 because the wife want, new hairdo, all that stuff, new dress and all that stuff. So if you go 3, you spend $1,500 per family. We said if every person gives $10 a month, $10 US a month. So you and the wife, $240 US a month for 3 years to the diaspora fund. Work the math on how much we would have after 3 years in a fund. So now we could take this fund, just to take what Herb was saying, take this fund and we could look at youth development. We could take 50 million out of it to work on a project for youth development. Because every $100 you spend to go to a dinner dance, the organization only get back $20 on an average. And that's why people have always said, boy, Jamaican, I'm going to support them because 100 people come and have $100 in charge, and they're going to send $2,000 to KCR to say, but them have everywhere them got thief the money. Not understanding the logistics and the cost of it. So this is a mindset that we have to look at. How do we start to do it? Because money runs everything. And this is one source where we spend a lot of it, and we don't even own one of these places. Most of these places, when you go to a place, most of the dinner dance, the food is already on the table, and you go sit down and everything, and they come and they serve stuff with not our taste. You understand? But we dress up in our long frock, and as I call them in one speech, it's Sammy Plant, piece of gully. Down a gully generation, because when they start, please, that all of them come up and start dancing and then long frock and all that stuff, But what I'm just saying is the reality of it is that these are the things that we have to sit down and discuss in a conference among ourselves. Somebody is, maybe Rupert might have something, in terms of crime prevention. Ratty might have something. I'm involved in a project that I would love to see be implemented in Jamaica. My church runs what we call Neighbor Corps. And what we do, we say to the Commissioner of Corrections in Middlesex County, where my church is there, give us people who are willing to work with Neighbor Corps with us. What they do, this is something that's needed in Jamaica with the youths. We take them and we get a volunteer from our church or community who go and meet that person 6 months before he or she gets out. What happens is that we start to look, okay, might need his license reinstated. we have to go talk to the boss, because sometimes these people go in because they can't find a $50 for pay a bond for some ticket and then lock them up. I mean, all these things, and we put these things together. You know what is our recidivism rate? 3%, and we're doing it for 7 years. The commissioner now of another county wants us to come and do our neighbor core in this thing. That's something that is needed in Jamaica, because to look at crime from a community point of view, how we can fix things. And we have people in Jamaica involved in all these things. And yet we just go to the conference and listen to Mr. Samud and everybody come and give them pretty talk and all and stuff. And then Ray, and you have Fab Five play and we dance up a sweat and so forth and drink 2 juice.
That's why we need the real diaspora to take over this organization, because we can do things like what you just mentioned, because the government is not doing that, and they're not doing it now. And even if they did decide to do it, then it would be different. It wouldn't be the way that you're describing it. In fact, what I'd like you to do is talk to us the telethon that the diaspora did, and please tell everybody. No, they must hear, Patrick. They must hear. Please tell everybody in the diaspora what happened to the money that was raised, how much money was raised, and where did that money go. Please tell people, because we don't want it.
That was early in 2020. I said to you, and you remember that 2020, we have all Shaggy coming and dropping money and everything and perform. We had that in December of 2020, I think. And that raised over $350 million US dollars. And so after a year or so,
whoa. Did you say 350 million Jamaican dollars?
350,000 US dollars.
Okay. You had me going there, Patrick.
Yeah?
I was getting ready to call the FBI.
No, I misspoke. Over 350,000 US dollars. And after a year plus, I called the then advisory board member of Global Diaspora, Dr. Dunkley, who was very much involved. And I said, this money was raised to do PPE. When I checked Falmouth Hospital, they never get a PPE. A lot of the, that's an aside point, but we were collecting for iPad and contributing iPad. A lot of it went, 90% of it, I heard, went to 2 constituencies. Out of how many 63 we have there? So I spoke to the then chairperson. I got the number, and I called the then chairperson of the health fund. He said, "What happened to the money for the PPE?" "Oh, for some reason it went into the consolidated fund." I said, because I know when I did civics and everything in Jamaica, they have thing about in civics for you in Jamaica about consolidated funding. And where consolidated fund is for taxes and government revenue. Who can contribution money go into that? And the long and short of it, on an interview with Irwin on the radio station, the gentleman, I forget, doctor, whatever his name is, his name escapes me. He stated that he was directed by the Minister of Finance, and I think the current one, to put the money in the consolidated fund. At the time when I spoke with him, he said that he was going to be trying to get it back out of the consolidated fund. And I'm like, I laughed. I said, "Oh boy, if you do that, I would like you to sell a bridge in that connects Falmouth and Rock District for me, because you're a magician with money." Nothing has happened. I thought the gentleman resigned from the position because of it. Because I get it. Michelle that you had on a couple of weeks ago, I called her very first time. I said, "Can you check this?" "Okay, I'm going to do it." It's like 4 months now and it's not done. I don't think she probably went to the board and asked about it and then tell her, "Shut up, that's none of your business." But that money was collected to purchase PPE. And I'm not a person in law, but if you collect money in the United States to do certain things and it's not done, that amount to fraud. You understand? I can be wrong, but that is something that, to me, so that money that a lot of us put our $10 and $50 and $100, we don't know where that done. I don't think a P it was bought out of it. Well, maybe some other P, but the PPE was not done. And so how this is something, and they will not discuss it. You know, somebody is going to brush us off and say, hey, this, you know. But so that PPE fund, I know somebody was, I think Shaggy was one of them, I was told, was like kind of pissed off and said he's not going to do anything anymore. And after the Bustamante debacle, a lot of people made contribution and they don't know. And that's what happened, is that the go along to get along business is what messes up with those who volunteer themselves to be leaders and everything. Sometimes you have to ask uncomfortable questions. And I know that as somebody, you know, who deal with people on their deathbed or whatever, you know, just ask a very uncomfortable question, you know, and, you know, listen, the most you can say that loudmouth Jamaican, and, you know, in show off and in full himself and they ask question. But hey, I don't give a rat's behind, because when I go to my bed, I put my head down after I have a Johnny Walker double black and I sleep like a baby. You understand? So basically what I'm just saying is that is one of the pressing issue. That should be the first thing. If I was going to go to that conference, I want settled before I go. Because I'm not going to, you know, I don't like sit down beside anybody who is a scammer, you know.
We really need to have a face-off,
yeah,
with the Ministry Foreign Affairs.
Mm-hmm.
And we really need to establish some ground rules, because we are speaking from a position of strength.
Yep.
We have thousands of followers. And these people don't want to waste time going down and listen to a minister babble for 2 hours or an hour to tell them what they already know and not answer questions about corruption and all the waste of money and everything else. They're not going to answer our questions, right? So it's almost a useless act to go down and expect something to happen that even ISAT would approve of.
Yeah. and even one of the things that they do, they say when you go, you come here and you go there, they say, oh yeah, if you need anything, you know, this is my number, call me.
Yeah.
And those numbers never work.
No.
You never call. You know, I mean, I remember when I was leading, there was a young man at Pace University. He was in charge of an engineering. They were looking at using certain things to create bio electrical energy thing. He was a leader, and sent this young man, a part of his team was a Caucasian young man. And one of my party people, you know, was a certain minister, and I was able to get the connection. Mm-hmm. The young man came up and he said, Mr. Beckford, I'm very disappointed. I don't know, I respect you, but why did you send me to that person? I said, well, what happened? He said, yeah, but I went in, here I am, of Jamaican heritage. And that minister was paying more, talking to the German heritage kid.
Yeah.
About the project when the guy was working for me,
right,
technically.
Right.
And I felt, you know, he felt disrespected. And he just said, I mean, these people, I mean, I talk as a Jamaican at Pace, even though I was born here. Uh-huh. And they looked at me and know this guy's going to look like, hey, you're full of crap, because I go there and they disrespect you and they treat me because of the color of my skin, you know. And so these are some of the things that we experience, and these are some of the things that needs to be discussed at a conference, how we can bridge that gap and figure more or less, okay, I live in New Jersey or whatever. I'm better off. I am trying to compete to show that I'm better off in there. Listen to me, as one who's commit people to last rites and all that thing. Everybody did the same way, whether they have $1 in the last breath, and that is my mantra. So if you call me and think that, hey Patrick, my environment thinks you're a good man who can sweep the floor ready for the meeting. That's the role that if you see as a part of a team that I can contribute most to it. That's what we need to know. Be humble enough to accept these things, so that's where we're coming from.
Now, if we are to, as a people, move forward, especially in our diasporas here, is there anything we have gleaned from our friends in Canada or the UK that we can bring it together and say, here is the best possible program for us to move forward, right? I mean, we learn from each other, and they all have opinions, and we need them to act as one.
I think one of the things, from one of the things that I know about most of the folks that I was with on the committee, and I've had conversation with continuously, is that especially those from the UK, their primary concern is about healthcare, especially when it comes to even for them, if most of them from what I learned, would love to go back to Jamaica. I mean, crime is a deterrent, a bit, but I think if the healthcare was, and that's something, and I think that they're more relatable to the Jamaican healthcare system than the US, even though the US, we say we are the best in everything. Yep. But I kind of like the way the English and the Canadian approach to healthcare. And that was something that I would say we could, a way of doing it is that maybe we could say, okay, what do you think is the strength of ISAT or Rupert or Will or myself, that we could get people to be part of it, rather than we try to say we want to fix 10 different things or look at 10 different things. And then, it's like we're going after crumbs, where you feed the birds and we throw it, and then, who catch it. But I think we need to really maybe concentrate on 3 critical areas or whatever amount, just minimal critical areas, and work best on that. Show everybody that if we work on, say, crime prevention, they will see the results fast because we're working on it as a team. If we want to do education or something, or one of my things is, what I'm really interested in, to let us look at it. I think from my experience, local government is really the thing that really affects the citizens. And I look at even my parish, we have 2 people who are mayor and deputy mayor. I guarantee you, my 5-month-old granddaughter probably in a month or 2 can write more sentences and speak more than that. I mean, and I'm not disparaging anybody, but that's a reality, and for me, one of the things that I think we need to look at in seriousness in Jamaica is like local government reform. I know a lot of people around Jamaicans who work with local government or are involved in it, and it can do a lot of things. The constitutional reform, I'd never be a part of it, because I make no bones, whoever is leading it, I have no confidence in that person's ability. I'm not an attorney, but knowing stuff that I know and sat with that person for a while, I and that false accent is like, he's gotta recognize who you are. I'm Jamaican, I speak everywhere, but that's my thing, Herb and I sat and we need to to make this conference have more teeth and come up with some good set goals and everything, and then we move forward. We set up our, what our expectations and our outcomes, set up targeted dates for different things, and then we move forward and go get the people. Nobody, I usually say to people when I chair meeting from the the diocese meeting where I was chair, I would say to everybody, hey, before you come in, take off that coat that you have on. And when look, it's somewhere that I say, yeah, all of us wear this coat. It's spelled EGO. Take it off and come and sit around and let's talk. Whether you are doctor of philosophy or doctor of theology and all that thing, when we sit at the table, we are all equal, and we got to listen to each other and everything. So, so that's the approach that I think to make this conference work. I would say to you guys, do a survey on the shows. What would you like the Diaspora conference to focus on? And maybe we take the 3 best and everything, and then we find the people with the requisite skill set that can come up with some stuff and says, okay, here's an outline of what we want to discuss. Here's an outline, of how we can go about this and what we're going to need, what resources we're going to need, because here in the United States, we can get people from different things who can help us, give us, I think somebody from Jamaica can give us an idea of how, say, for example, we're going to look at prison reform, how they see it, and how we could do things, get, glean from people who are involved in so many different things in where we live in the diaspora with experience and everything that we could basically utilize and come up with it, rather than we're going to talk about crime, we're going to talk about education, we're going to talk about healthcare, we're going to talk about local government, we're going to talk about a whole plethora of stuff. And then at the end, exhausting, and what did we achieve? So that would be my approach.
Mm-hmm. Now, one of the areas, a key area that I think upset a lot of Jamaicans and where they feel for their relatives in Jamaica is that of law enforcement, the way enforcement is done, and of course the criminal process, where we know only certain people go to jail. Now, if I want to comment on that before you answer, he even though his client has millions of dollars, his client wasn't good enough for society, right? He wasn't good enough to be put up there on that pedestal. And I feel the same way about Bob Marley. They did that to Marley when Marley was coming up, right? So how do we work out the issue of whose child get punished from whose child get saved, right? When would they apply the same sensibilities that they apply to their own kids, to our kids being in the diaspora?
Mm-hmm. So,
I said you want to go first.
So we have these discussions, and in response, I will use the words from Mr. Beckford about certainly recognizing the 2 Jamaicas that we have. It is important. How do we bridge the gap between the 2 Jamaicas? Because it is one set of people, the same set of people who is disenfranchised in the diaspora, that disenfranchised ghetto people, and they only need them for votes when it's time for election, and then go back to the abuse and the insignificance. how you empower people is the conversation. It's so ironic because the diaspora is the ones who send the barrel home to the same people who are insignificant, except for so insignificant people send the barrels home to insignificant people, and that's the pipeline. And then it allows people like the finance minister to talk about economy and production when it is the remittance from the diaspora to the people who are left behind that makes Jamaica look like something is happening. In response to the whole my client thing not being put on a pedestal or not being recognized. The same thing happened to that to Bob Marley. Bob Marley literally went to Africa. Rita Marley lives in Africa. The Marley family is not even in Jamaica. And the respect that they get is for the work that they do outside of Jamaica. In fact, I've done the research myself and I realized that certain radio stations, they don't even play Bob Marley the way they're supposed to play Bob Marley. And his music strives regardless. But in a space where nepotism reigns supreme, so much so that a particular person, and I don't want, I still live in Jamaica. I'm not a part of the diaspora. I haven't been called to the local diaspora council to disenfranchise the Dirty 30 because I tell you, I do a good job. Because I want to do a good job to disenfranchise dirty 30 people over there in America giving trouble, raising money and complaining about what we could do with it. I don't know what accountability, so out of order. But the reality of it is that as we make light of it, just understand that nepotism reigns supreme. So much so that after a bad track record of constitutionality, you get a whole ministry for yourself. It's true. And then you send, then you put, it is laughable. No disrespect to the otherwise, competent attorney, that he takes no issue with sitting as the at the top of the diaspora council. It's so laughable. And every now and then, Will brings on the young man, Ishmael, who is a junior member of the diaspora council and don't live a foreign. So we like these positions and these accolades, and we spend so much time majoring in the minor that really what it is the same thing about empowering. And you guys are doing a good job of it, because I'm looking forward. I have my popcorn out, because I'm an honorary member of the diaspora, because they take care of me when them. I'm careful how to abuse them, because they're gonna abuse me. At the meeting sticks, I have to watch what I say, but I have my popcorn out and ready for when the local diaspora council responsible for making decisions for the actual diaspora. You hear Mr. Beckford say, hey, I have 1 million people. I have more people. Like, I could by myself be the Prime Minister of Jamaica with the 1 million people that I'm responsible for. And you want to come push me aside and put your puppet in. Unacceptable. So it is through public awareness, and a lot of the things is laughable, because what I understand, and we don't reach the topic yet, but non-lawyers take advice from dancehall artists and send back reports with the help of Herb. And then when they get both and them drape up a lawyer, most erudite lawyer who is the clerk. These things, in other words, we just Animal Farm reigns supreme. And this is just the reality.
Well, when I think sorry, what I think that what I'm hearing is said about engagement. And we have done a bad job in talking about what's the diaspora, because everybody thinks that the diaspora is just a group of Jamaicans just organize themselves into a club and ray. And I think one of the things that I think that needs to be done at this conference is to continue, like Reese Rattigan is doing, to educate people of their responsibility as people of members of the diaspora. If you look at, for example, the Nigerian, the Indians, The one that fascinates me more when I attended the Global Diaspora Conference at the State Department when Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. The Irish diaspora, the leader, he spoke at it. He was in Silicon Valley. They talk about the Korean. And what the Irish talked about, what was the problem in Ireland at the time? It was the Catholics and the Protestant war. And what they did, simple, and that's something that we have discussed, but I mean it's shut down, is that I would, because we position ourselves, go to the State Department and say, hey, we have a program that we're trying to get kids from Tivoli or Rima or whatever the rivalry is in parts of Jamaica. If we want to start at it, as I said, because this is something that the Irish successfully, they were the ones, the diaspora were the ones responsible to quash that thing, because they would take a kid, a Catholic and a Protestant kid, and Herb would take them as an Irishman at his house, and they spend like summer there together. Guess what? They realize they eat the same type of food, they cook the same way, they do that thing. When they go back and they go to the different corners, and he's in his different corner, and that friend that he spent 6 weeks with is walking it, and he see Herb, he said, oh, but I'm a friend, I sat that, and the other one start to look. It kind of softens a lot of the things that normally just go out and start to fight and stab up each other and beat up each other. One is said, no, he's my friend. And so that little experiment, they started to do it in tandem, and it quashed that thing. That's one. The Koreans, for example, they know they were technologically great. And that's where we get all the Samsung thing, because the diaspora go back and see. So in Argentina, I learned that Argentina at that point had a massive literacy problem. And it was a diaspora that went back home and worked on the literacy in Argentina. And so there are many things that you learn by associating yourself or attending things, to listen to people who have gone through the experience in terms of a lot of things, that critical things that Jamaica needs to do, especially with crime. That's probably one way, I think, but that's something that we could look at. Maybe it might not be what the Irish did, but we could look at how we can probably retrofit certain things for Jamaica in terms of the youth, which is a major concern, because if we don't try to get intervention with the youths, pretty soon Jamaica will be lawless. Lawless is coming from some unusual places that should be setting laws, in my opinion. But we need to, that's why I have the mindset that let us focus on maybe a few critical areas. Get folks who have that, whether you have worked in it, but ideas are ideas. And, somebody who's never worked in law enforcement probably might come up with something that brilliant, and everything. So, so let's that's what, the best way to do it, to make this conference have some teeth. When we leave, we have some goals, we have some, deliverables and all that stuff. So we can say, okay, that's what the conference is.
Right. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't know if you guys know this yet. The diaspora is not the problem. And this is not a plug for my show, but here's why context matters. The Singapore Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew, if I said that right, he said that there were two options for me. Either I get corrupted and I put my family in the Forbes list of the richest people in the world and leave my people with nothing. I wonder who's doing that now. I wonder which family. Anyway, or I serve my country, my people, and I let my country be in the list of the best 10 economies in the world. I chose the second option. In Jamaica, The politician says there were two options for us too, but as the second option was already taken by the Singapore Prime Minister, with the 100 days to put in our mandate, we had to choose the other option. And it is evident. So you see your ideas, your thoughts, your contributions, you just don't have standing at the moment because while you are standing, it's not about ISAT, but they are sitting. And they don't want to sit with you, so it's standing room for you. And so unless you're going to purchase a ticket and give some money, we're not trying to hear from you. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody just in the chat asked a good question. They ask, what's the purpose of the Jamaican consulate's office only open half a day? That's a good question, because you know what? They have so many passports to process that they shouldn't close half day. They should stay open. People have so many different issues that they want to, they want to deal with the consulate. They're the Jamaican representatives here, and them close early, and them the customer service is very wanting. And then we all know that you apply for a passport and it might take you like, I don't know, 6 months. I know some people waiting more than a year to get a passport. This is deplorable. And again, this is just, well, I hate to say it, but they say that this is you get the government you choose, right? And this is exactly what's going on right now. This is exactly what's going on. But gentlemen, let me turn your attention to something else, something of significance. The conference is scheduled for June, but let me turn your attention to something that's going to happen in May, and here it is. Let me see if I can big it up here. All right. First thing is that they say that that logo, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, make a big fuss and fight when Captain Rupert Francis, Dr. Francis, sent out his letter in, I think it was December. December sent out his letter, and December 27th. And they started complaining. One of the first complaints they lodged was that the logo belonged to them. That's crap. The logo doesn't belong to them. I was told that this logo is a generic logo. It's not registered to anyone. Anybody can use it. So make them go to hell. The captain will use it, and I believe the captain is going to register it. So them have got to try to register it before the captain. But here's a problem. No, here's a problem. No, here's a problem, Patrick. Here's why them can't register it, or why I'm afraid to register it. How can you register a logo for a company that doesn't exist? Because remember, they said it's not an organization, it's a movement, right? So how you going to have a logo for a movement but that's not registered? How you going to do that?
A 501c3, sir.
You have to register. And here's a problem. How can you register 501c3 with a foreign government official heading that organization in the United States? Talk about prison time now. Now you're talking about prison time.
Is it criminal, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah.
To do what?
For the government to do that. I just want to know if an attorney, I just need to know if an attorney who sits at the head of the council is committing a criminal act. If this is a matter for the GLC, I just want to know.
Should be, because here's what happens. I'm sure that the DOJ will find. So I know if I research it, I will find a law that says that you cannot have a foreign government official at the head of a U.S. registered corporation or business or entity in the U.S. and you have U.S. citizens reporting to it. It can't work. It can't work. So Dr. Francis, big up yourself. Go and use your logo because them can't stop you. I dare them to register it.
Practical thing, Ratty. When I was the advisor board member, we were trying to set up a 501c3 and we couldn't do it because of what you said. That's something that I know firsthand. They said you can't because we are under the chairmanship of a government minister of a foreign country. And We're not a political organization. That was a different kettle of fish. We would have to go that way and do that. And we had issues. We could not register anything. And so we had to go, in order to do a fundraising, we had to do it through a legitimate 501c3 group.
Or C4. Yeah. Patrick, I sat Herb, family members out here, I dare them to go ahead and register this logo where you see on this letter. I dare the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to do it, because that is not a registered company anywhere in the United States. And they'll tell you, they'll say, oh, no, it's a movement. So the question then is, how the hell can you have a movement with that's not registered, but have a registered logo and headed by a foreign government official? Can't work. Cannot work. May I tell you? So, Captain Francis, Doc, continue doing what you're doing with this logo here. Big up yourself. Use it morning, noon, and night. In fact, I wish you'd have put it all over the letter. Just bother the letter with it, because them can't stop you. But folks, here's what happened. Here is the letter. This letter just went out yesterday or today, and you need to see this letter. You need to see this letter. It's a piece of brilliance on the part of Dr. Rupert Francis. It's a very how you say it now? Is not want to steal or seek spotlight. So we are gonna do it for him, right? And all of the people who are say the last time, when the first time he sent out his letter and we had the protest, he said, no, a Rattigan behind it. We tell them, say, listen, you can't talk to me, because when me there behind something, me come right out and tell them, like the protest in New York, I deal with it. I deal with it for Dr. Francis. It's still under the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, but I deal with it, you know. And if push come to shove, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is there. So we deal with it. But here is what I'm going to read it for those of you who cannot see it, right? It says, March 29th, yesterday, and it went out to 100 and, how much people heard? 147? I can't hear you.
144 or something like that.
144 people all across the globe.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to read it to you people. It says, Dear Madam Ambassador, and this is directed to the Ambassador Audrey Marks. So, Dear Madam Ambassador, reference is made to my December 27, 2003 letter, wherein I contacted you in my capacity as chairman of the Jamaican Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, and on behalf of concerned Jamaicans at home and in the diaspora. In said letter, you were informed about the growing concerns affecting Jamaica, and also the Crime Intervention Task Force plans to organize protests in the US, Canada, and the UK. In keeping with our expressed intention, on January 17, 2024, the organization organized a protest in front of the Jamaican consulate in Miami, Florida. Subsequently, the Jamaican media attributed statements to you accusing the protests in Miami as a catalyst for the U.S. Department of State's enhanced travel advisor for Jamaica. And indeed, officials assigned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade have ascribed negative motives to our organization and described our organization as unpatriotic. Shame. The task force is composed of non-partisan Jamaican patriots whose desire is to hold any government accountable on behalf of all Jamaicans, regardless of educational achievements, class, political affiliation, color, religion, or creed. We will continue to express our community's continuing concerns about significant issues in Jamaica, including, but not limited to, public corruption, violent crime, failed service delivery, unfulfilled promises to the diaspora, lack of standing to sue government officials. I won't say any more about that. I said, no.
Hold on, did somebody say I sue? False alarm?
They said sue them.
Yeah, sue them. False alarm? All right.
It's a failing healthcare system, poor education system, and external voting. That means we in the diaspora get to vote because we are Jamaicans. As you are acutely aware, the task force has begun to address the outstanding issues via lawsuits, public relations campaigns, protests, and engagement with Jamaica's international partners, including donor countries and organizations, and the congressional parliamentary committees. The first call to action was a peaceful and historic protest in Miami on January 19, 2024. It marked the first time that a diaspora group protested against the Jamaican government. The second call to action will be another peaceful and historic protest on May 10th, 2024, to be held at the Jamaica Consulate, located at 300 East 42nd Street in New York City, the corner of 2nd Avenue. Will be in front of the consulate. Prior to, and people pay close attention to this. If you can't read, if you can't see it, let me see if I can enlarge it. Okay, let me see. Take it one more. Very last paragraph. It says, prior to and since my December 2023 letter, the task force sought engagement with the, remember this, prior to and since the December letter, the task force sought engagement with the government of Jamaica regarding the issues. This is a continuing effort, and it's our fervent hope that the government will cooperate with all diaspora voices in addressing the issues affecting our people. Unfortunately, our efforts have been soundly rebuffed. And regretfully, the Jamaican government's obstinacy has forced the task force to continue its course of taking action in the best interest of brand Jamaica and its people at home and abroad. Out of many, one people. Respectfully, Dr. Rupert A. Francis, Captain, retired JDF Task Force Lead. See the people. This went out to 140-something people, either last night or today. So this is serving notice to them that, you know, we're not opposed to the idea of meeting with Jamaica government representatives to talk about these issues and to do something about the issues, because we do enough talking. We're not opposed to doing that, but we're going ahead with our protest, and we're going ahead with the other courses of action that we have described. So this went out, and I'm sure they're between this letter and the announcement that we're having our own conference. I am sure right now that them not sleep well. People, let me go back and remind you, family, I am beseeching you to make your commitment to the cause. And in the beginning of the program, I mentioned two things. I mentioned the lawsuit that our eminent attorney is ready to proceed with, and that
superstar.
Yeah. Our attorney par excellence, right? Par excellence. He is ready to move forward. He assured me, he said, listen, we're ready, but it takes money to matter. The context matters, money matters though.
But
and
money really matters.
Money really matters, right? So we need the money to pay Isaac and his team to move forward with that, so that we can get rid of the prohibitive clauses in the ROPA, Representation of People Act, so that wherever you are in the world as a Jamaican, you have the right to go to a designated spot in or near where you are to register and vote. That's one. Number two is that we have some background investigations being done, and I'm glad Herb is here, because I want Herb to tell you guys, just give you a little tidbit about some of the things that we're doing, and we're going to need funds to pay our strategic partners. We've done some of the work, but there are other things that we cannot do from where we are, and so we have people all over the world working at our behest, trying to do the right thing for the people of Jamaica. We plan to expose these corrupt politicians. And so the background investigation is absolutely necessary. Herb, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah. Recently, we've had quite a few transgressions that's occurring on the island. And one of the worst representations has been our DPP going to London to argue a case against the esteemed Vibes Cartel and looking completely incompetent in that case. I mean, using the word incompetent, I'm being kind to her, right? It was as my daughter indicated, it was like the man just backhanding her, slapping her all over the room, and she sat there listening to it, right? And I just hope that this will never happen again. That a case of this magnitude gets beyond the Court of Appeals of all places, supposed to be the highest court in the land in Jamaica. And they're going to turn something like this loose to embarrass the country. No, we can't have that. So we were urged on to look into matters that concerns massive spending of our dollars in Jamaica, massive what we call mismanagement of funds, and we are about to look at some of the top people that have mismanaged these funds. Now, we're not about to, we are looking at them. And those results should be here sometime this upcoming week. And with those results, we hope that we can go to court and to get the court's permission to move forward with some type of prosecutions. Because malfeasance, misfeasance, nonfeasance are all crime against the people. It means you're not doing your damn job. And we need ministers who we voted for, who were appointed, whether you're in the Senate or not, to do your jobs. It's that simple. Do the job that the people sent you there to do, or you risk being investigated. So, Mr. Buchanan will have a lot of work, we hope, in the very near future that this will produce. And maybe we can get Reverend Beckford to pray for you all down there.
Hey, just one quick question, because I said this is bothering me. Okay, and Will probably as a legal person, I know in the United States we have a thing that's called class action suits, right? And if, for example, I know in New Jersey back in the 90s, we had a wave of Black folks getting tickets on the turnpike.
Yep.
Yes.
And it was proven that it was racially motivated. Every case that was handled in the United States and in New Jersey at that time was summarily dismissed because they said it's a clean hands approach, right? I know some of the legal terms, the clean hands approach. Here it is. I heard it. And I said that everybody can tell me if I hear wrong. But she admitted on a radio interview that many times she knows of jury case where the jury has been tampered with, but they just shrug the shoulder and let it go. Now, if I was an attorney in Jamaica, knowing what I know, I would gather all these cases that this lady is on.
Before I go any further, I represent ISAT, so I'm going to tell him on the advice of counsel that he shouldn't say anything regarding that. Because
I'm just saying that I don't expect him to answer.
Yeah, you know, I just want to say one thing. Being in the presence of my attorney, although I'm not in America, I plead the fifth on the advice of counsel, which is my right to so do.
No, because I'm wondering if the Bar Association in Jamaica, not looking at that, I mean,
what we're doing right now, you have him 6 piece, man. What we're doing, Patrick. We're actually in the process of drafting a letter to the Prime Minister and one to the Governor General and one to the GLC. And we're going to be asking for her to be disciplined based on words she uttered, based on words she uttered that we have the tape of it, and based on words that she uttered in the chambers where we have the transcript of it, that she be disciplined by the GLC. The GLC cannot remove her, but they can discipline her. And we're asking the Prime Minister and the Governor General to set up a special tribunal under the Constitution and remove her from her post. No, we're not even thinking if they're going to do it or not. We're doing what we have to do. The rest is up to them. We're doing what we need to do. So that's where we are.
Thanks.
Yeah, let me see. All right, ISAT. No, we're going to talk about this. The thing that happened this week. No, and it happened. It started last week. We had a conversation with Mr. Vegas last week, and things right. So put on your wig now and your whatever them wearing in a court in a Jamaica, whatever them wear. Them still wear.
We don't wear wigs. My hair is real right now. Come on.
Don't wear the wig. Okay, all right.
Don't listen to Queen Ifrica. Stop it.
Okay, all right.
Stop. Yes,
all right.
yes.
No. What we'd like to do at this point, family, we would like to discuss this speaker, Auditor General, Parliament, this debacle that's been going on now for quite some time. And we want to do it in such a way that you can understand it, because there's a lot of legalese involved with it. There's a lot of parliamentary language. And we understand that we have some family members that they might not understand some of the things that, some of the things that are going on, some of the things that are being said. And so we want to bring it down to the lowest common denominator so that everybody understands, so that everybody is an expert when we finish tonight, right? This is the last topic we're going to discuss. And so we want to put the most effort we have into this. Now, what I'll do is, let me start with this, with the speaker's letter. I think that's the best place to start, and then we can jump forward and then go back. No, you know what? Let me start with this. Add to the stage. All right. Now, if you recall, the Auditor General, and let's be clear, because some people keep mixing the reports up with the Integrity Commission's reports. This is not the Integrity Commission's reports. This has to do with the Auditor General, right? I would probably call her the Chief Accountant, right? Her job is to go around, and I'll show you her job description so you get a very good sense of what she does. But this is who she is, right? Now, this dated March last week, a week ago, right? And what happened a week ago? A week and a day ago, the speaker returned 2 reports submitted by the Auditor General to be tabled. Now, let me be abundantly clear. Those reports were previously submitted, and there's every indication that they were returned. And I'll tell you why. So they were sent back, and the Auditor General, Pamela Monroe Ellis, she took on the speaker and took on the parliament, and she said, I don't care, will not send them my reports back Friday, because Monday morning I'm going to send them back again to be tabled Tuesday. And everybody else said, well, I talk, she talk, she can't really be serious. And guess what? Me give her props. She actually did it. She turned the reports, she returned them on Monday. It's right here. She said she will be dispatching 2 reports to Parliament on Monday that had been previously sent by her for tabling in the legislature, but were returned to her department yesterday. So, just I misspoke. She sent the report, and something happened. Something happened. Are you going to see that something? So she said that it took her by surprise that they returned her report, but she was going to send them. No, she said she sent to Parliament the reports last year, December 28th. Right? Said Monroe Ellis confirmed that 2 reports she sent to Parliament on December 28th and January 29th were returned yesterday. So she sent 2 reports 2 different times, December 20th and January 29th, right? And they're all special audits. One of the Financial Services Commission, that's the group that responsible for overseeing the finance sector in Jamaica, like SSL. And the other one is the Tax Administration Jamaica, right? So the report one sat there for 84 days, one sat there for 54 days. And last week, Friday, they sent them. And then this past Monday, she returned them. And so you'd ask yourself the question, why would she take on the Parliament? Why would she do something like that? Let me see if there's anything. Okay. And here's what they're saying. They're saying that Section 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act is applicable. And it says that if the appropriate minister fails within 2 months, blah, blah, blah. I'll explain that to you, what it means. So that's that. That's the first one, right? Then here is the letter that I'm talking about. And we're going to go through this letter with a fine-tooth comb. All right. All right, here we go. Some of you have seen the letter, but I take it that some of you haven't. No, this letter was sent on the 22nd. The 22nd, what day was the 22nd? Was it
Friday?
Friday.
Last week Friday. Oh, when it was sent back. All right. So the same day that the government, the speaker, sent the 2 reports back to the Auditor General, the same day she sent a letter to whom? Miss Valerie Curtis. Who is Miss Valerie Curtis? She is the clerk to the houses. Very important position. And my understanding is that she's been there for decades. This woman knows the stuff inside out. Now, what happened is the letters came in, one in December, one in January. And apparently, there is a letter here, January 8th, where Miss Valerie Curtis explained to the Auditor General that your 2 reports, they cannot be tabled because they violate 2 laws, and I'll show you the laws. But apparently she didn't send them back, right? She sent a letter January 8th. And this is a letter from this letter is drafted by none other than the Speaker of the House, the Prime Minister's wife. And so she sent a letter to this lady, and essentially she's saying the letters came in, you sent the Auditor General a letter, you responded saying, hey, these reports you're sending in, they're not in compliance with the law, and so we're going to have to send them back. But they weren't sent back. They weren't sent back. So that's why you hear when the opposition started saying, hey, we have 2 reports not tabled and da, 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 da. That's it. So the letter was sent saying we're going to send them back, but they were not sent back. Why? We don't know. But here is what the Speaker of the House said. Very strong language. She said, the aforementioned references, and she's talking about all the letters, including the letter from the clerk to the Auditor General. She said, underscores the point that subsequent reports received from the Auditor General were in breach of the ruling made in the House of Representatives on November 7, 2023, So apparently there was a ruling in the House saying that certain reports cannot be tabled, right? She says, additionally, your failure to adhere to the said ruling and applicable procedures amount to a gross dereliction of duty, and as such, has brought the institution into disrepute. That's very strong language. Very strong language. She went on to say, she meaning the Speaker of the House, writing to the clerk, the accusations from some stakeholders, and she's talking about the opposition, could not be ignored. And I was alarmed to discover that the following matters were submitted to the Parliament by the Auditor General in breach of Section 13A of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act and or Section 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act. And she lays out the provisions of those acts, right? Regarding the two reports. Now, where's page 2? Okay, here. Then page 2. As the Speaker of the House, I have a responsibility to ensure that there is adherence to established laws, protocols, and guidelines, inclusive of rulings in the Honorable House of Representatives. And she went on, and she beat this woman left, right, and center verbally, right? And she tell her that she need a report from her that was due no later than this past Wednesday. And at the very end, she said, a copy of this letter is to be placed in your personal file. I'm not sure if it's personal or personnel, but no matter. It gone on the woman record right now. This is a lady who has served the House and the people of Jamaica with distinction, right? And hold on there. And this is how this lady here, Valerie Curtis, senior civil servant, that. And this is how this woman is treated with this letter. She could have simply called the lady aside and have a private meeting with her, you know, and say, what's going on here, blah, 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 and ironed it out. But instead, she took her to task, right? Now, last week we had a conversation about whether or not it should have been tabled. And now I'm going to show you the two laws. Well, first of all, let me show you what the Constitution says about the
While
here
you
we
search
go.
for that, Mr. Rattigan, I just need some clarification here before you proceed. Is Herb
Go ahead.
representing in representational capacity for your former guest last week? This segment is brought to you by KFC. You're looking good. All right.
I don't know if Herb is.
I don't mean to be interrupted, you know. Order, Herb. Okay, I'm not getting it. Herb is behaving like the white man earlier.
Herb says he's taking the 15th. He's not taking the 5th.
Right.
Now, here, this is the constitutional provision governing the establishment of the Office of Auditor General, right? And it says there, Section 120, for those of you who cannot see it, because I don't have the skills like Kevin that I can enlarge some of these documents. It says there shall be in and for Jamaica an Auditor General who shall be appointed by the real Brogard, the Governor General, by instrument under the broad seal. And it goes on to talk about her salary, right? And her tenure, which we know has been changed now because they changed the tenure for the Auditor General and the DPP. And it lays it out in broad terms what she can do, right? Right here, it says the functions, here it is right here, functions of the Auditor General, Section 122. And it says she is responsible for checking the accounts of the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, the clerks, the Senate, the House of Representatives, all the departments and the offices of the government, including the offices of the Cabinet, the Judicial Services Commission, Public Service Commission, Police Service Commission, but excluding her own office. Her office is audited by the Ministry of Finance, but she audits everybody else, right? And it says She shall submit her reports. It says here, the Auditor General, look at number 2. Auditor General shall submit his reports made under Section 1, meaning your role and responsibility, to the Speaker. I'll read that again. The Auditor General shall submit his reports made under subsection 1 of this section to the Speaker. And if the Speaker is not available, then it goes to the Deputy Speaker, who shall cause them, the reports, to be laid before the House of Representatives. Then it goes on in 3 to say, in the exercise of his functions under the provisions of subsections 1 and 2, the Auditor General shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. Right? And it says, the very last subsection 5, it says, nothing in this section shall prevent the performance by the Auditor General of such other functions in relation to the accounts of the government of Jamaica and the accounts, blah, 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 as may be prescribed by or under any law for the time being in force in Jamaica. So that is where, that's going to take us now to the Financial Administrative and Audit Act and the other one. It says that we're giving you these broad responsibilities, but you're going to be subject to legislation. So that's what the Constitution does. It lays out broad provisions, and then the government will pass legislation to kind of define the role. Now, here is where, let me see what else. All right. First one that they mention is 13A. 13A of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability. And I need you, family, to pay close attention to these provisions. In fact, it's just one provision, but I need you to pay close attention to it. See that? It says audit of accounts of public body by Auditor General. Now, the 2 bodies that you're talking about, they're public bodies. They're not executive offices. They're created by legislation. One is the Tax Administration Jamaica, and the other is the other one again, the Financial Services Commission, right? Now look at 13A, because this is what the Speaker of the House is saying that the Auditor General's submission violated. It says, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other enactment, the Auditor General may is, we call it precatory language. May means if you want to or if you don't want to. May, if he thinks fit, audit the accounts of any public body and shall do so if the House of Representatives by resolution so directs. And they said the Auditor General's report on his examination and audit of any accounts shall be submitted to the responsible minister for presentation. So that is the argument they're making. They're saying, look, the Auditor General can audit anybody, but once the audit is completed and if there are issues, then the Auditor General must take the issues to the minister, the responsible minister for that portfolio. So in this case, it would be Minister Nigel Clark for the FSC. So she said, you have to take the issues to the minister, and then the minister will have 60 days. It's B, right here. If the responsible minister fails within 2 months after receipt of the report to present it to the House of Representatives, the Auditor General shall transmit a copy of the report to the Speaker of the House to be presented by him to the House. So what this means is that if the Auditor General does this audit, and she has a report, and there are issues. If there are no issues, no problems. But if there are issues, then she has to take it to the minister responsible for that portfolio. The minister has 2 months to deal with it and then present it to the House. Or if the minister doesn't deal with it and doesn't present it to the House, and you have the passage of 60 days, then the Auditor General can then step in and give it to the Speaker. So what the Speaker is saying is that didn't happen. The Auditor General didn't give it to the Speaker. Didn't give it to the minister, and no minister presented anything. So therefore, she's out of luck. That's not the way it should be presented. And in fact, the clerk of the Parliament actually quoted this, I believe. I think the clerk mentioned that's why she returned it. She said it didn't satisfy the statutory requirements. No, keep in mind, folks, Public Bodies Management and Accountability, Section 13A, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. Now, let's go to this. And this is the Financial Administration and Audit Act. And they're saying that there was a violation of this as well, right? And the violation is this. Look at 29. And this is where we had a controversy last week with Mr. Vegas. 29 says, the Auditor General shall report annually as soon as possible, and not later than the 31st day of December following the end of each financial year. Now, we know that the financial year ends March 31st, right? So what they're saying is that the Auditor General can submit a report anytime between March 31st, well, actually anytime before, which has until the end of that calendar year to turn in a report, right? And it says, provided that the Auditor General may at any time, if it appears to him to be desirable, prepare a special report on any matter incidental to his powers and duties under this Act. Every report of the Auditor General shall be addressed to the Speaker, who shall lay the report before the House of Representatives as soon as possible after its receipt by him. So ISAT is saying, under 29, the Auditor General never forgot to any minister. The Auditor General could, and it was a special report, by the way. And he's saying the Auditor General could just, was right to say, hey, I did a special report on TAJ and the FSC, and so here it is. 29 says I can do it. Mr. Vegas was saying that 30, and not only Mr. Vegas, but a lot of commentators saying that it says here that notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other enactment, the Auditor General may, if he thinks fit, audit the accounts of any public body, and shall do so if the House of Representatives by resolution so directs. The Auditor General report on his examination shall be transmitted to the appropriate minister for presentation, blah, 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 blah. Does that language sound familiar, people? Family, take a look at 30, right? Take a look at 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, right? Look at that language. And then I want you to do something. I want you to look at this, the Public Bodies Management and Accountability, 13A. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other, it's the same language. It's the same language. 13A of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act is the same. Here it is again. Let me show you. 13A. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other enactment, the Auditor General may, if he thinks fit, audit the accounts of any public body, and shall do so if the House of Representatives by resolution so directs. The Auditor General's report on his examination shall be submitted to the responsible minister for presentation. And here it goes. If the minister fails within 2 months, blah, blah, blah. That's 13A of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability. Now look at this. This is 30 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Here it is, same language. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other enactment, the Auditor General may, if he thinks it, blah, 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 blah. The Auditor General's report shall be transmitted to the appropriate minister, and right here, if the appropriate minister fails within 2 months, blah, 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 blah. Exact same language. So ISAT is saying, no, 29 is what we should use because it's a special report. But Mr. Vegas and others are saying, no, it's 30 because it says that if she audits the account of any public body, then blah, blah, blah. Now, here is where I split the baby. You can't call me Solomon after this, all right? Call me Solomon after this. What I think a lot of the commentators, including Mr. Vegas, failed to notice, and this is statutory interpretation, but more so, it's plain language. I'll give ISAT 30. I'll say to him, ISAT, you're right. On under 30, under 29, yes. If it's a special report, yes, she can just go ahead and do it. I won't give Mr. Vegas and the others 30. I'll give ISAT 20, 29. I won't give them 30. And here's why I won't give them 30. First thing is that 29 talks about a special report, right? And it says a special report, you don't need nobody, you just do the special report and you offer it to be tabled, and that's that. Look at 30. Look at, I sat, I think it was 2 nights ago, I sat here and I'm looking at the both statutes and I'm saying something is not right here, because I can't believe the legislature sat down and they wrote 29 and they wrote 30 and 30 conflicts with 29. I just couldn't believe that they did that. Here is the difference. One word is the difference, folks. One word. And it's a conjunction. It's a connector. And that word is and. A-N-D. Here it is right here. Let me big this up. You see this? Let's start with 30. Again, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any other enactment, the Auditor General may, if he thinks fit, audit the accounts of any public body and, see it right there, so and.
Shall do so.
Meaning that you have to have both. You can't have one. It says, if you want to do an audit, and if the House of Representatives by resolution direct you to, then if there's an issue, you have to come back to Parliament. You have to come back to a parliamentarian, the minister. You have to come back to that minister responsible for that portfolio and say, look, we have a problem and you handle it. And then the minister has 60 days to take care of it. And if the minister handles it within 60 days, the minister gets to submit that report to Parliament. If the minister doesn't do it, then it's up to the Auditor General to do it. But the key word there that's missing out of 29 is and. It says, and shall do so if the House of Representatives by resolution so directs. So it's as plain as day. There is no confusion here. You have to have an Auditor General who says, I want to do it, and then you have to have the House of Representatives directing them to do it. If there's no direction, then guess what? We're in 29. If there's no direction, and look, 29 doesn't have that language. If there's no direction, we're in 29. If there's direction, we're in 30. Because the House of Representatives has the wherewithal, has the authorization to tell the Auditor General to conduct an audit. They can tell her to conduct an audit. And when they do so, that's where you have the relationship between the Auditor General and the minister responsible for that portfolio. If there is no and there, then we're in 29. And so, Mr. Vegas, I know you're watching, and I know you want ISAT to apologize to you. ISAT told me, and believe me, I asked him. In fact, ISAT accused me of throwing him under the bus. So, because I should tell him, no, apologize to you. But I did tell you that. I said, I don't think he's going to apologize. No, ISAT said the language I may use. I don't think he's going to apologize to you. He said, no, I shouldn't have said that. I should have said, no apology is forthcoming. So this is so all of the pundits and the legal scholars, and I heard some of them on nationwide and all over the place, and every single one of them missed this phrase right here. They missed this, and shall do so if the House of Representatives by resolution so directs. I challenge them to tell me that's not what it means. And that's the difference, family, between 29 and 30 and 13A and B. That's the difference. By the way, the other one, 13, what is it, 13A? 13A, oh, wait there. Oh, see, yeah, 13A, right, 13A, as we pointed out, 13A in this act is actually 30 in the other one. So when they said you violate 13A or and 20 and 30, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. same language. Therein lies the riddle of the Sphinx, right? So, Mr. Vegas and Mr. Vegas and I, we had a conversation, and I pointed it out to him. I said to him, and he admitted, I said to him, the and right there, it's a conjunction. You have to satisfy both. You can't satisfy one part of it and not the other part. If it had said or, that would be different. So you could have used either or.
But Ratty, let me ask you this. Is there a requirement by the Auditor General to say under which provisions they are submitting the report?
I'm happy that you said that. Can I answer that?
Please.
Because the reports, and one of the reasons why the learned attorney and also the learned senior attorney, Madam Clerk of the House, would have grappled with these things. The report was titled Special Report.
All right, hold on. Hold your horses.
It clearly says it was a Section 29 report. So unless you are dyslexic and miss that 29 mean the section itself, because what happens a lot of time, is village lawyers not too good with numbers, albeit that lawyers are too good with numbers, but it is clear. And so one is to read the documents so that they are fully under the guise of what it is. But see there, special audit report. It is
and by the way, that is for TAJ, right?
No, but also, yeah, go ahead, continue.
That's for TAJ, Tax Administration, Jamaica. But then I want to make your point, which is here is the other one.
SPECIAL KFC. How can you miss it? See it? FSC and KFC is the same thing. So even if you're dyslexic, the letters kind of tell you. So it's special audit report. That's a Section 29. It's clear. The word special does not feature in the Section 30 or 31.
Exactly.
So it's a matter of statutory interpretation. And anyway, where legal drafting is concerned, this is where the village lawyers, and I know they like to give their inputs on matters they know nothing of, and it's fine. It's a part of the discussion. But I'm not being condescending, but to say that sometimes when you're wrong, it's never good to be strong and wrong. It's kind of like egg in the face, because Juliet, I was rooting for you. How could you? How could you? I was rooting for you. I said you had no connection to your husband, and here you embarrass me. How could you? And I hope, just for the record, that you didn't take any advice from Head's Eye, because your head is now hung low. Thank you.
Well, but just so you know, Head's Eye, well, I don't know. I'm going to call him his name. I'm a virgin, Mr. Vegas. And what he said is that his argument is that you said that there was no statutory basis for her to have rejected the reports. And I know what you're going to say. You're right. You're going to say because under 29, there's nothing there for her to reject on the 29. Right here, 29. No, is it 29? No, this one is, which one is this? Financial, yeah. 28.
Right. There's no statutory basis on the 29. There's nothing in the act that give our authority to return a special report. And so when the Auditor General said, what? You return my reports? Are you mad? As Monday morning come and any of Parliament it should get it at 3 o'clock, should have sent it back with the bearer and say, read it. Yeah.
Well, I said this. I think you ought to write up the opinion of this citizens court right here and demand an apology from the Speaker of the House for yourself and for all our constituents here, because she caused you undue strife. You went through undue stress under Mr. Vegas.
Let me tell you something. Women like Miss Holness is like Oprah. Once they call your name, you just don't vex with them anymore. So Miss Holness is like KFC. She just gonna say ISAT and I'm good. So I'm good. But all her supporters and her village lawyers that was being strong and wrong, that's just a matter for it. But I give props to the clerk, the learned attorney, who I learned just on Thursday through John Clark, that she's a senior attorney and competent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we can move. Jamaica can move on. There are more. The issues that we should be talking about is whether or not an 84-day report and a 54-day report, all of them preceded a local government election, and one wonders if it would have made a difference in, especially in St. Mary, where you had a member of parliament who as a matter of procurement technicalities was allowed for him old building to give him $700,000 a month. Let me tell you something, man. I go rent my land to government. I want some free money.
Well, like Isaac said, 29 is about special reports, right? But in addition to that, 30 is saying that you have to have the House of Representatives tell you that you have to do it. And then once them tell you, then you come back.
Commission you to do it.
Yeah.
Right. There's a lot of interpretation, but we need not look past 29. So when I specifically said there is no statutory authority for you to return a special report by the wording of the statute, there simply is none. So last week when Herb read on the, that's the thing about these. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Mr. Herb was assisting a friend in getting a national honors, but it was an epic fail.
No, Nafa said it. Nafa said it.
I was simply trying to get a read back, which the senior attorney here in the U.S. and yourself failed to say, hey, 29 is it, and this is why. I'm glad we're doing this now.
29 is in, and 30 is
okay,
not.
All right.
But here is
I was
something
wondering how many days are in February this year. I'm just wondering because there was a hint, It was how much?
It's 29.
29.
Yes. So how could you miss that? Yes.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Beware the Ides of March.
Here is the thing, though. Now, I am curious as to why the opposition party didn't come out and be as forceful as we are today to say no and do the analysis and say, no, you guys, you're wrong. You're wrong because 29 is applicable, 30 is not applicable, and point out all of these things. I don't know why they didn't do it. Shame on them for not doing it because they have extremely competent people on their side who should be able to do this and make an argument to the public. And this would have been put to bed. I guess if they had you over there still, ISAT, you would have done the analysis for them and this would have been, open and shut. But
Auntie Babsy told them to remove me and I was removed.
All right. But here's something else now. The story is not finished, people. 1994, we need forget over 2,000 and we need enough to put some money in the till because me tell us Herb have the thing locked, right? And we are moved forward with the lawsuit and we have a whole bunch of things, people. We have 1,995 devices locked onto the program, which means we have over 2,000 people watching, listening. Surely, if everybody should have put 2003 now, if everybody should have put some money in this thing, we're going clear. We can pay ISAT and the group, and we can deal with the people in Hong Kong and Eastern Europe and finish up the reports and everything, and then we'll move on, right? No,
but you have not put up the scan, you have not put up the information.
The scan was
that took be up there because people, $1 a day can save an attorney's life. KFC.
All right, there is a website, ojldf.org. And by the way, our board member who's responsible for taking care of the website and all these things. I didn't mention this to all of you, but she was studying for the bar. And so she took some time off, took a while back, and she only finished the multi-state part. I think she finished, when is it? Tuesday, I think Tuesday or Wednesday of this week she finished. So we had a meeting and she's back on track. So all of the things that have been lacking, we're gonna straighten them out in the coming week. So bear with me. But here's a problem I have now. That's one side of the story. That's one side of the story. The other part of the story is nobody's looking at the reports. We talk about the reports, but I haven't heard anybody going and do an analysis of the reports and look at the allegations and look at the findings. We are going to do that now. Fortunately for us, we have Herb in our midst, our intelligence expert. And so he's going to be looking at some of these things and we're going to be asking him questions and draw on his experience, because from an investigative point, I saw a lot of loose ends in the report. And so this is reason for us to make the argument again to the JCF, to the national security people. We're giving them ideas because we're Jamaicans who want Jamaica to succeed. You need a fusion center or an intelligence center. Call it what you will. We need that center in Jamaica, because if we had this center in Jamaica, some of the findings of the Auditor General, they would not be going back to the parent organization, meaning the group that got audited. It would not be going back to them saying clean up your act. It would go into an investigative body saying look with an eye towards prosecution. Now, let me start with, which one you guys want to start with? The tax administration or the yeah, let's start with the tax. All right. Here we go, folks. No. This is the report itself in full. Right? Here we go. And she's just talking about the things that she's supposed to do, blah, 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 blah. I made some notes, so I'll go to my notes from time to time. No. Here is the thing. I want you to pay close attention as to how these investigations started. And this is why I agree with Isa that it has to be 29 and it couldn't be 30. Because you know how it started? It started with, show you. Look at that. Look at the first line. The Auditor General's Department conducted a special audit of TAJ in response to the following allegations, right? And I'll show you where it says, hold on. Background, hold on. Okay. Look at the rationale for the audit. It says here, go back. The audit was undertaken in response to allegations. This didn't come from Parliament. This did not come from Parliament. Let me see. So that's the first thing, right? It came from somebody. All right, here it is. Look at 2.1. Look at 2.1. Information received from an anonymous source. That cannot be Parliament. So that's why we know 30. It couldn't be 30 because 30 must come from Parliament. Parliament is not an anonymous source. Somebody call them up and tell them and say, hey, this is what's going on. And what were the allegations? That a sitting member of Parliament bought a building and the building was rented to TAJ for 700,000 Jamaican dollars per month, and that it has been sitting there for 8 months. 8 months rent had been paid, and the building, this is as of August of last year, the building was not occupied, and the retrofitting works had not commenced. And it shows that it says it may be an indication that TAJ did not intend to relocate anytime soon. Right? So they paid $15 million in rent. This is a building in Anato Bay. Yeah. Now, the lease was signed January 2022. And as of August, I believe it was August of 2023, they hadn't taken occupancy of the building. So all of the money that gone down the drain. $15 million. But more than that, they in order for them to have done this, right? Let me go back up here and show you, because I don't want people think me make up them things. Yeah. Recommendation. Okay. No. TAJ, Tax Administration Jamaica. Do you know that the director of TAJ is the only person whose authorization is needed to identify and select property for the tax administration of Jamaica? Just think about the connotations. Think about all of the weird things that could happen in terms of corruption. One man has the right to go out, select the property, and say, yes, this is it. One person. In this day and age. And they made the argument that it should stay that way. TAJ is saying, yeah, it should stay that way. And the Auditor General is saying, no, you need to segregate it. And, even if he went, him can go out and look for, various properties, but then he has to bring it to be shortlisted by an independent committee for final selection. But up until August of last year, one person doing all of this. One person select. You can just see room for corruption here. You can just see it, right? They're saying that, if you move it to a different construct, then we're gonna miss opportunities. We're gonna have lengthy delays. Nonsense. So that's one. The other thing is, let me show it to you right here. Before you can do something like this, you have to go to the National Land Agency. Before you can lease property for the government, you have to go to the National Land Agency and get a valuation report. They didn't do that. They did not do that. They use a private valuation entity, and they didn't use National Land Agency. And the rule says the National Land Agency, you have to come to them first before you do any of that. No. The reason why I think all this is going on, folks, is simply this. It's not their money. Can you imagine if you said to one of these people responsible for this that, okay, you go and buy a house and you go and pay rent for 8 months, but you're not going living there, and you're not going to make any arrangements for the house to be refurbished if that's the case, why you did move in. Could you imagine doing that with your own money? You wouldn't do it. It's taxpayers' money them do it with. Forget how long it's been sitting there. Forget how long. It says here that the lease began in January 2022. That's when they made the first payment, and they had no written permission from the Commissioner of Land for lands for the lease. So this, Herb, for me, I would be looking at deep investigation into this, right? As to how is it that a parliamentarian ended up buying this building and then getting a lease executed with the government, I would want to know what conversations took place. I would want to know who, what, where, when, why, how. A fusion center would dig into this. See, the Auditor General, she's not skilled at this. Criminal investigations, that's not her forte. This is a financial audit. Right? This should have been brought. No, if you had a fusion center, this would have been brought to the center, and she would be there, and then she would, you would have MOCA, you would have Integrity Commission, you'd have all the investigative bodies there, and you say, okay, this is what we found. We'd have the tax people here, we'd have this, we'd have that, and then people would start picking it apart and say, okay, I can take this piece, I can run with this piece. I see where there might be a violation here, a criminal violation or a civil violation. But to have the audit done by the Auditor General only, and then you say that's it, and then she just give her findings to them. Because I think we need to look more into this thing where this man bought this property, and then it just happened to buy it across the street, right? And it just so happened that they're saying, oh, we can't find any place else. And it just so happened that they said, okay, we're gonna go ahead and lease it. And it just so happened that they leased it, and now they haven't occupied it. So it's just sitting there. And it's not for their money, it's taxpayers' money. Taxpayers need to understand this. It's for their money. And look at the money I waste. Money gone to waste. And this is one of the things that the Auditor General is responsible for doing. She's supposed to be responsible for auditing mismanagement and waste of funds. This is a waste of funds. The second one has to do with that building. That's the Anatomy one. There's a Manchester location. Now, this one, and keep in mind, it's the same organization. It's a tax administration, Jamaica. For the Anatomy location, they didn't go through the Commissioner of Lands. For the Mandeville one, they did. So why is it that this practice is not standard? Why is it that the Anatomy people didn't follow the rules? They didn't follow the rules, and it was leased to a parliamentarian who owned a building across the street. Why? In this one, they did follow the rules. But what they did was they signed the lease, they followed the rules, and they signed the lease in September 2020. And as of August 2023, they did not occupy the building. For both buildings, the taxpayer has paid $371 million in rent for both buildings, and the buildings are not occupied. I mean, I'm surprised somebody not go over there, go squat. You know if squatters just go over. Squatters should actually go over there and start living on the building. Because it's been paid for by taxpayers and nobody's occupying it. Nobody. So, and there's some more things as well with these two audits. But I don't think, and when I read through the recommendations and everything like that, I don't think the Auditor General, I don't think she's qualified to conduct the type of investigation. She's qualified to conduct a financial audit, but in terms of a criminal investigation, she's not. She's not. She should be looking into this purchase of that building across the street by the parliamentarian. In fact, she said she did, and that there was no. In fact, let me find the language where she said, where is it? She actually mentioned that she didn't find anything wrong with it. All right, let me go to the. It's here somewhere. Where she said that they didn't find anything wrong with. Okay, here it is. She said that on January 25th, 2022, Taj began leasing a property located on Main Street and Atto Bay, and as at August 31st, 2023, spent a total of $15 million on lease payments. And they said that Taj projected that the retrofitting works should cost, get this, $56 million. Up to the time of this report, there was no evidence that Taj had relocated its operations to the property. And Taj Property Services Unit assessed that the building in question was the only suitable property in the area, as it was previously occupied by a bank. And here's where she let him go. She said, "We saw no evidence that Taj's decision to lease was externally influenced." So what she's saying is that we don't see any problem with the parliamentarian owning the building and the lease being executed between the parliamentarian and the government. I have a problem with that. I have a huge problem with that. That's one. Before I bring in her, let me just do the second one. Financial Services Commission. And in this one, the allegations had to do with here it is. What happened? She found out that there was a director who they paid $4.76 million that they shouldn't have paid him. So now they have to try and get the money back from him. And they also hired a consultant without proper paperwork and paid him $28,000 for work from $28,000 US dollars from February to September 2015 without any terms of reference. And look at her conclusions. The FSC should seek to resolve, and then in addition, the FSC should seek to recover the overpayment. No, because when you read her findings, it's more than just an overpayment. I'll read it to you guys. Hold on, what we found. This thing reads like a novel, man. Hold on. All right. All right. This is there was also something that they created positions without approvals of the ministry, and you know what the FSC said? We can do it on our own. We're independent. We're big boys. We can do it on our own, right? They fall within the agency. Yeah, they said. Yeah, it says as of September 2022. It's right here. I'm gonna push it up. Here it is, right there. Yeah, as of September 20, 71 positions costing a total of $363 million were not on the list of established posts provided by the Ministry of Finance. And then they claim that they said, "Oh, you know, we can act independent of the Ministry of Finance." Here's all of this is gobbledygook. All of this. If you read this language, it just meant to confuse it. It's just the relative independence available to the commission is functionally independent. Blah 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 blah. Nonsense. And look at what the Auditor General did. She said the matter, she turned it over to Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and it says that the matter will be further reviewed as the contents are quite legal in a sense. Listen to that language. They are quite legal in a sense and are not confined to this entity, as other government entities seem to have similar provisions and views. So other people doing it as well.
Yep.
And them just turn a blind eye. Other people doing it. They say it right here. Then they took a sample of 24 employee files and noticed that 11 of the 24 were either promoted or promoted without the positions being advertised.
Yeah.
I mean, folks, we don't need to read this report. We just shouldn't just talk about the report in the sense of whether it should be tabled or not tabled. We need to look into the report and see what was done. See which part them pay the money. Look at this. Um, this reads like something out of Hollywood. The FSC made separation payments amounting to $11.1 million to a former executive director. However, there's no evidence of a letter of resignation or where the decision to separate was made by the board as per the terms of the contract. Them pay this person, and there is no evidence that they were supposed to pay this person, and they paid him 11.1 million. And in the 11.1 million, they overpaid him by 4. Even if he should have gotten the money, they paid him. They overpaid him by 4.76. The man gone with the 4.76. And the two, we just don't have the time for go through and explain all this. The 2.6. What them look at this. Look at this. Thereafter, on June 15, 2017, the SDCS advised the chairman of the Human Resource Committee that the June 2017 payroll was being prepared and a breakdown of the payments was needed so that any statutory obligation related could be included in the month's computation. Subsequently, on July 6th, they sought confirmation that no statutory payments were due or provide information for same by blah, 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 blah. More than 1 month later, they reminded the chairman to confirm that there are no statutory payments due, meaning that they have to take money from the brother, from the executive director we're leaving. Email correspondence dated July 19, sent to the chairman and copied to the board, to the HRC chairman and copied to the board chairman, confirmed the statutory liability of 4.7 million and sought guidance on the portion of the information which is to be circulated. The board chairman agreed with HRC chairman that the entire document should be circulated and that the general counsel would formulate the appropriate resolution to clearly state the amount. And them go on and on and on and on till the man left with a check. And this is a comedy. This is a comedy of errors. I simply cannot believe that we allow this to happen in Jamaica in this day and age and put it on paper. And then there are other allegations. But I'm talking enough. I'm going to bring in Herb, and Herb, just talk to about the intelligence piece of this, please.
Well, first of all, when it comes to corporate, this is more along the lines of corporate intelligence. How do corporations protect themselves against insider threats, right? Corporations write it up in software. They have this software to look for various anomalies and configurations that is not normal in day-to-day operations, right? So what we in government refer to this as is a SAR, a suspicious activity report. And let me tell people what a SAR mechanism employed by financial institutions to alert regulatory authorities about transactions or behavior that appears abnormal, potentially criminal, or a threat to public safety. SARs serve as a critical component in law enforcement efforts to combat financial crimes. They enable the analysis of emerging trends in illicit activities and facilitate the development of policies to counteract such behavior. Now, I recall 2018 bringing e-trans services to Jamaica. It's headed by Chris Beckford. And basically, Chris Beckford, the retired Marine Corps major, coming out of the cyber arena, but he had some software written that could detect the kind of threats that happens internally and externally. He offered the government the opportunity to have this software installed throughout government. Government, demurred. They didn't want no parts of it. Now I understand why. Government in Jamaica, unfortunately, people, does not want anything that give any indications when they have jumped the track or when they have gone off track. And a SAR is essential. The software is essential to demonstrating to leadership in various organizations that you have a problem developing and you need to take a look at it. Now, part of my briefing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when I went there, and I was talking about intelligence-driven investigations. The recommendation for the Fusion Center was there. The recommendation to have one security operations center was there, right? What you do when you have software monitoring within the government and government agencies like FSC is you can pick up on these deviations in staffing, right? You go through a checklist. Were these positions approved by the Ministry of Finance? It's either yes or no. If there's no, and guess what? If you say yes, the system will then search for that particular approval over at the Ministry of Finance. So you can always indicate yes to all the questions. But when the system searches for validation and can't find it, it sends out a SAR report because it means you're doing unauthorized things. What amazes me, Ratty, is that they have the nerve to write up this woman and tell her she's not doing her job effectively. And they were wrong. So the question is, do they have the nerve now to write her another letter saying you've been outstanding in your position and we regret this misadventure between us, right? Because this is basically what it is. If they have a system that gives the type of warning that gives a checklist, check the checklist before you open your mouth, right? Check the regulations to make sure. And guess who you refer to when you're checking the regulations? You refer to your general legal counsel, your general counsel. They're
Correct.
the ones responsible for reading the regulation. You're not a lawyer, so you can't be interpreting things. So if you think you have things interpreted, send it to the lawyer. I'm not talking about the lawyer politician sitting on the floor. I'm talking about the one whose job it is to make sure you clear things. You went to the Attorney General. That's the ultimate general legal counsel for government. So why you didn't go back to the Attorney General and ask the question? Simple question, simple solution, right? So when you have all of these things that people have to search on, the best thing is having the software inserted. The software gives you the warning. The software gives you track and tracing methodology, right? A fusion center will pull all this stuff in and give you your answer right away, right? Because when they come to work, they see all this stuff in their inbox saying they have so many warnings and they all need to be cleared. So they have to go through each warning and clear each one, right? Now, what I said to the ministry when I was there, I say, in lieu of the fact that you may not have software to counteract these various discrepancies within each ministry, assign an intelligence officer to that ministry. If you have an intelligence officer in that ministry who's properly trained, they're looking for these anomalies. They're going to know how to research. They're going to know how to pull an audit, right? They will go to whoever the senior auditor is on staff, and they'll work with them, and they'll make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted.
Mm-hmm.
And when you take it upon yourself, how many positions did they add? About 70 positions in FSC.
You mean
in
the
the
ones that without authorization?
authorization, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll
My
tell you.
question is, which attorney, which general counsel did they run that by to see if they had the authority before they jump up and down and say, "Oh, we are independent"?
71 positions they created without the proper paperwork.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
21 positions that were not on the list of established posts provided by the Ministry of Finance, which is a parent organization.
right, right. So my question is, was Mr. Clark, does he have a team that effectively monitors what's happening below them? Right? How does he do the monitoring? Apparently, this is not happening. Because as you can recall, there was a report from KPMG that came up to them that gave an overview of SSL. And the only thing that happened as a result of that report is the Prime Minister pulling his money out. He didn't warn anybody else that SSL was about to crash. He got a warning and he pulled his money out. So when you have situations that an individual is going to profit from, can you imagine that happening in the US? What would happen to that individual? Right? You know, I can't even begin to imagine. But if you have an intelligence officer in each ministry that can look for these anomalies, that is properly trained, that all they have to do is do some formal inspector general audit training, which they can get that training, send them to the US courses that we have for inspector general, for financial organizations. And then you can then figure out what's going on. If you can't figure it out, you submit it to the Fusion Center. Let them figure it out, because they have all the experts on hand. They have accountants, they have computer experts, they have legal experts, they have law enforcers, they have
training
everybody.
Yeah.
They just sit there waiting for action.
I'm telling you, family, this thing grieves me to no end, because 75% of our people will go to bed tonight hungry or have empty calories, a belly full of empty calories, a belly full of junk. 75% of our people. And then when you look at the amount of money, $1.7 trillion unaccounted for. And then we'll come and we'll find millions and millions being spent on buildings that are unoccupied. And a building is owned by a politician, and there's people, this grieve me to no end. Grieve me to no end. You know? And this is just the tip of the iceberg. These are things that have been going on for years. And nobody has seen it fit to stand up and say, oh, we're going to do something about it. Because you know what happened? This has all the earmarks of being a 9-day wonder. They talk about it this week, talk about it, and by the end of next week or so, it's gone. But we cannot let this thing happen, people. We cannot let this thing happen. And that's why you cannot look. While I'm sitting here and Herb's talking, I get a thing with the bogus conference that they're having in Jamaica in June. And look at this. Them say you can come. They're actually begging money now, you know. Them say you can come to the conference and we can advertise your product. And them say they have one called a silver, the Port Royal. The one called a brown. You see the gold. What the gold there? Oh, see the gold there? The Duns River. Wait, Bloom. Oh, here's one. You can come and show your things, and them cozy up to you, take picture with you, and tell them to create opportunities. You know what you pay for that? You know what you pay for that for go at this conference? $3 million Jamaican dollars. $3 million Jamaican dollars for call it, forget the platinum coverage. Call it the Blue Mountain. The one below that is the gold, called the Duns River, $2 million. The one after that is the silver, the Port Royal, 1.5 million. Then bronze, the hummingbird, 1 million. And then them tell about opportunities. You can have a plenary session, main session, youth session, and you have breakfast with a whole bunch of people. I think I see the Prime Minister on here too, you know. Oh, key dates. Power breakfast Monday, conference day 1, lunch with keynote speaker. Day 2, Tuesday, Prime Minister there, right? And all of them people. Then put it out already. Then put it out. We have it. We have it. And we're going to contact, and that's why I'm telling people, oh, no, don't support them people, yeah. Do not support them. Everywhere you turn, them are rob you. Everywhere you turn, them are rob you. I mean, it's like, I mean, there is much meaning to the term scrape. I think I heard Mark Golden is the first person I heard say that first, scrape. So him not come for scrape or something like that. And in my mind, it conjure up a certain image. When you scrape, you know, you take everything. You know, grab, you scrape. You just take everything. And this is exactly what's going on to our poor, pauperized brothers and sisters in Jamaica. And we have to continue to shine the spotlight on it. But in addition to that, we have to do something about it. And that's why we're counting on you to provide the funding so that Herb can deal with our strategic partners. Because I tell you what, though, when we get the information next week, I bet all of you will call and say, hey, we don't need to expose it now. We don't need to expose it because we have the information. And some of this information is from birth to where they are right now. But we cannot allow this to continue, the 9-day wonder, and, you know, turn a blind eye. We cannot. I mean, I tell you, I look at some of the people in Jamaica, and you look at some of them, and you just see there's no life. It's just hopelessness and despair. No future. It's not living, it's surviving. You know, I hear so many stories of people who have to make a decision, medication or school fee from a children. You know, medication or lunch. And them have to sit down and them have to say to themselves, boy, if I die, if I continue to pay school fee, I don't take my medication and I die, who's going to take care of my children? So I have to buy the medication, and what that means is that the children them can't eat or can't go to school. This is not right, Jamaica. I don't care what party, what you persuade. I don't care. By the way, big up yourself, Mike. What Michael there? Michael in the chat here now. Big up yourself, my brother. I mean, I don't care about that. I don't care about all of the things that them do with this conference or whatever. I don't care about. I care about the people of Jamaica. And when you look, Herb, when you look, and we get the videos them every day, and we get the phone calls every day, and we get the text messages every day. People are suffer. They're not suffering, them are suffer. People don't know where them next meal are come from. And while all of the suffering are going, our leaders continue to steal and plunder. But there will come that day. Mark my words, there will come that day when they will have to pay. And it's not far off. It's not far off. Somebody, again, example, somebody down in Dominica call me. A friend of mine in Dominica call me and say them see somebody who look like the Minister of Health down there. I live big life. A friend of mine called me from Dominican and said, see somebody down there. So if it's him, shame on him. People are dead in the hospitals. And if it's him down at Dominica right now. If it's him.
Yeah. That would be a terrible situation with the hospitals in the shape it's in, with a lack of funding, with all of this money spiraling around. Let me tell you something. When I used to tell people how poor I think Jamaica is, them laugh. So now, having been involved with looking at Jamaica over the last 7 years, Ratty, I mean, I have to hold my head. Because the kind of money that I see being spent without conscience, being ripped off, the amount of money that these people are accountable for, and there's no transparency in what they're doing. You need more than future consent at this point. You need an audit team to go through everything these people been doing for the last 7 years and ask them where the receipts are. But these people are not people who want to keep receipts.
That's true. And somebody in the chat said, must have my friend them take a picture of him and see if it's him, because the person who called me said, we're not sure. It looks like him, though. It looks like him. And
Well,
like I
that
said,
man have a unique shape, a unique head, a unique color.
probably a down there down from the beach, I do little
That's it.
cottage on the grill, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, people, I'm telling you, them are rob, them are rape, rob, pillage, kill the poor people them. Because when them travel to, you see, if me a prime minister, Herb, if me a prime minister, nobody I go travel in a business class. Nobody I go travel in a, not even me I go travel in a business class. We are travel upon the people's business, and therefore we have to travel like the people. Simple as that. Simple as that. Nobody I go travel in a business class. No, when we get everything under control, then we can consider that. But we can't keep on doing these things.
Look, it's abominable, and these people have no shame. They have no. You can't shame them.
Right now, Matthias said, when I read the report from the Auditor General, the reports, two of them, is like my blood start boil, because I said, look what am I do? Look at mismanagement. Look at waste.
Well, you call it mismanagement. I call it deliberate mismanagement, because this is how they hide their tracks and make you believe that it's a simple mistake. Not them there is by mistake. It's calculated. I don't see a single thing that's a mistake. If you don't want to make mistakes, you're going to check with somebody who knows, right? You check with the senior accountant and staff. You check with the auditor. You check with whoever your permanent secretary is. Let them figure it out. But when you spend, and abuse the system, then it can't be a mistake. It can't be mismanagement.
No, Candy Max, it's not mismanagement, it's fraud, it's thievery.
Yeah.
Some of it is mismanagement, some of it is fraud, some of it is thievery. I agree with you on her, it's I'm telling you, they have a slight headache, what I mean, when we read them things out, right? And the thing about it is that thank God that we have an appreciation for poor people, because that's where I come from, the place behind me, right? And when we read a report like this, we realize that the place not to stay like that behind me,
No.
It not to stay like that behind me. If the government was working on behalf of the people, all of these things that we see right here wouldn't happen. Or when somebody said the funeral home by the Minister of Health, I don't know if that's true. I don't know. If you have information that it's true, if you have a document with him as a partner or something like that, then send it to me. I've heard the rumors, but again, I don't want to talk about that. except to say that I heard it. You know, that's the only thing I heard it. But I don't. That would be great if I could get a document saying that he's he's a part owner of it. Big up yourself, Maria. Why, people? And then now they mash up me when them go send me this thing and with them people. You know, I tell yourself bring money, come take pictures with them and bring a sponsorship and this and that. You for see it look too, you know. You for see it look. But I tell you,
that's a
and
lot
them say them expect. Wait there. We are set to welcome over 1,000 attendees. Jamaica people, no let me down. Do not let me down. Don't let me down and don't let down the suffering Jamaican people by supporting this nonsense. Because whatever they're doing, whatever blood they're spilling, that's on your hands too. Because you're supporting this nonsense. Register your disapproval, your dissatisfaction with everything that's going on. Let them know that on the one whoever make arrangements already, cancel. Tell them so. Not this year. Not this year. Tell them we are going to watch the real Diaspora conference. The same days as yours, but we're going to watch it at night. You know?
And it won't cost you 1 million, it won't cost you 2, it won't cost you 3. Matter of fact, if you have that breather money, then you can put it in the One Jamaica
Yes.
Defense Foundation.
Yes, indeed.
We'll take it. And that means we can go after all of them then.
You know, let me just a quick reminder. Those of you who are, well, it's too late now. Those of you who are waiting for Kevin's program, I mean, know D and David, me know David did want to mention it, but Kevin is not on tonight. I think Kevin have a concert. So, you know, I might forgot to. But we have 20 minutes to go. You know what? Forget about the phone here, you know. Maybe we'll just take some phone calls. Yeah, I completely forget about it because I get so wrapped up in this thing, you know.
Yeah, you make you emotional, man. When you
yeah. I mean, boy, I tell you, I wish I could have put the handcuffs on some of them people, you know, because them deserve it.
We need to,
folks. Let me put up the phone number. It open, so I can give you a call. Let me see. Okay. There's a phone number. We'll just kick back. We do enough talking for today. Well, actually, we can never do enough talking on behalf of the Jamaican people. Can never do enough talking. But feel free to call us, express your views, and see if we can come up with some ideas. Isat, where you there? I think Patrick gone. Patrick. Come, people. We don't have much time, you know. And I apologize. I should have opened the phone line already, but I tell you, the thing hot up my head. I sat there. Him go eat off him, you know, him have a meal.
Yeah, well, you might as well bring a toothpick back with you, man.
All is well. I work out in Mac City. I work out, you know, I'm entitled to have my KFC. It's not easy to get a Section 29 win in this jurisdiction.
Well,
yeah. I must just my final comments. And I did listen to the discussion. I do think that it would be helpful for the Jamaican people if the leader of opposition and the senior members of the People's National Party actually hold a press conference to kind of set out like what you and Herb did briefly. The reports help us to understand what it means. Otherwise, it is in fact a 9-day wonder. Similarly to
Hold on one second, caller. Hold on one second. Isat is finishing up.
Yeah, and I won't detain it much longer. I'm saying similar to how Mark would have made the suggestion that although it is that nothing in the act says that Miss Holiness cannot be the Speaker of the House, there's something morally irreprehensible for it to stand. And lo and behold, the holding of the report revealed an advantage in light of the past election. We need to educate the people to understand the effect of what is in the report. Even if there's no illegality and there's a justification, especially from TAJ, about a flawed procurement system, we have a mantra that justice must be seen to be done, and if it don't look right, then it look foul, and if it look foul, it has the stench of corruption attached to it. I'm going to leave it right there, but to say that for public edification, we need to have people understand on a plane so that they can make mature consideration when the election comes, if this is the way that we want to continue. And by
let me just say before I take the call that I believe that she should step down, and not because she's married to the prime minister, because the opposition agreed to it. Whether it's protocol, convention, or whatever, they should have registered their disapproval. I'm talking about her performance since she's been there. She should step aside. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Go ahead, please. Where are you calling?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. Pleasant night to you, your staff, and everybody watching.
We're not a staff, man. The whole of we have equal shares in this.
Yeah, Patrick is general manager, so him up here now and again.
Yes, they have been renting the space from Mandeville for over 3 years, right?
Correct.
And they say it won't be ready for another year and a half. So they have been using the whole building for all that time. So why do they need another building?
That's a good point.
Yeah, they have been using it, so we'll continue using it.
Here's what they claim. They have 2 buildings in the Mandeville environs, and they're saying that they've outgrown these buildings. One of the buildings, I believe, is owned by the government. The other one they're leasing. They're paying something like I forgot the amount of money that they're paying. So they're saying that they wanted to move everybody into this new building because of its size. But what that tells me is that there was no proper planning, because look, one of the things you do as an attorney involved in commercial leasing and things like that is you usually ask the person, because there's going to be a period of build out. So you usually the landlord, you said to the landlord, you negotiate and you say, listen, I need the first 90 days free so that I can come in and set up shop and get going.
Right.
Oh, that's one way. Or you can say, I won't pay any rent for the first 90 days, and you can tack on the 3 months rent at the back end of the lease. But at least you give me 3 months to go in where I don't have to come up with any money right now. Because I'm going to need that money to get people in to fix up the place so that we can occupy. There's several permutations of that. I don't think any of that was done. They started paying and they have no plans.
But again, Ratty, if that was even done and you give them 3 months, it's over 3 years.
That's true. There's no urgency. Yeah, there's no urgency to it. You're right.
Right.
You're right.
Yes, another thing. I don't think government should be renting place from an MP. You're getting paid from taxpayers, and then you're getting that rent from taxpayers. It doesn't look right.
There's an as we say in America, there's an appearance of impropriety.
Yes, right.
But keep in mind, I want you to keep in mind this thing. Do not forget that the Integrity Commission provided all of this training to them and said you have to sign a code of conduct.
And they didn't.
And nobody not signed the code of conduct.
Right.
So what I tell you?
You can expect anything from them.
There you go. There you go.
So you want to tell me in St. Mary, did they go around and put it into tender for a building, or they just pick that building?
No, one guy in charge of picking the building. One guy. The one in Anatomy. Yeah.
He could pick one from an MP.
There you go. There you go. It's one guy. The way the rules, and there's nothing illegal about it. But you see how the things there. One person is responsible for identifying and selecting the building that they're going to use. One person, yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So it goes.
But anyway, thanks for the call. I'm going to run, go grab another call. Yeah?
Yes, I want to big up my friend Soki in Florida. I always listen to you. Listen to you every
Soki, big up yourself. Thanks for the support. Soki, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, you know. Don't forget Soki.
Into that already.
All right, big up yourself, Soki.
Hey,
All right.
Is that guy who gives the make the decision for rent? Is he subjected to the IC statute?
You mean statutory declaration?
Yeah.
Well, it's based on salary. They move it. It used to be 2.5. They move it to I think 11 or 12 now. So,
but is that position subject to it? That's interesting, because then we'd see if he's getting anything.
That's why, Patrick. That's why I'm advocating for the fusion center, because a fusion center would get to the bottom of this. That relationship there is suspicious.
Right.
I'm not about to accuse anyone of any wrongdoing, but it's just suspicious. And a fusion center would get to the bottom of this and find out what's going on. So the fusion center would now start looking at telephone records. They would look at places. They look at people, events. They look at bank accounts. They look at travel records. Right? They'd look at a whole bunch of things.
But
just between these people. Now, the Auditor General, she doesn't have the wherewithal to do any of this. She doesn't. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Jamaica. Good night, Rattigan. Greetings to you and your family.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good night.
Man. You know, you're doing a better job than the opposition. You know, you're like your opposition to the government, though. So,
Not say someone. You make no man. Miami them. Miami. Well.
No, man, you're doing a better job exposing the corruption and all of that, man. Things that the PMP should be doing, they're not doing. Anyway, my suggestion to you, yeah. How about running for the Prime Minister, taking over UIC? Because Joseph Ford is not doing nothing, you know. I mean, he's not gravitating with the people. He has a lovely manifesto, a lovely 10-point plan, have lovely plans. I mean, all of that would curb corruption and make Jamaica the jewel of the Caribbean and all of that. But he's not that, you know, the people are just not taking on to his message for some reason. I guess they don't like him.
Well,
nothing's wrong with the message.
Well, as you know, he resigned. He resigned from the chair position. He resigned from it.
From the president. Yeah, why don't you try to take over that party, man? I think you do a better job, you know, man. Yeah,
all right.
Stronger job.
Here's a party where me want to take over now. Here's a party where me want over. The party where me interested in it, because I've read the UIC's manifesto, and there are some things inside there that I just have some issues with. Like, for example, they said that
change it, man.
Well, we can change it, but I'm just going to tell you that there are three things right off the top of my head that I have issues with. One is them say government should not be involved in gambling. Make people gamble and do whatever they want to do. That's one. Two, government should not be involved in people's personal decision to use drugs. Make people use drugs as them feel like. Don't get involved. Leave them alone. Make them do crack on the corner and whatever. Don't get involved. And three, if people want to sell them body, don't get involved with that. That's a transaction between two consenting adults. Those three things just hit me right off the top of my head, and I just said, I can't deal with this. But here's a party now. Here's a party that I'll be interested in.
We need it, man. That could easily change and modify.
All right, me hear that. But here's a party now.
Man, we need it. Why don't you just step up and take over the party, man? You know, say you have more followers than Joseph Ford.
Well, that not so much. I must have about 10. So that now, him have about 10 followers. So.
yeah, thousands. You need to think about this, Rattigan. Seriously, you have serious thought on this, man.
No, here's a party.
Run for Prime Minister.
No, hold on. Here's a party. No, here's a party when me would have liked to see farm. The Diaspora party. Because guess what? No, we have about 6 million people, I think. Patrick can correct me on this. Patrick would have a better idea about it. 6 million or so overseas. And if we fight and people, again, put the money in the Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because we need ICE to go to court and have the court rule against the representation of so that we have the right to register and vote. Because once we vote, right, as a voting bloc, No, we can't talk to them now on equal footing. No, we can't. No, we can't direct things and say no, 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 oh, no. And if them not do it, then we said, you know what, we going. And then guess what? No, somebody like you know, we start a party in Jamaica, and somebody like you know, we put another party. You see what I say? On my sound. On my sound.
No, you sound like you don't want to become the prime minister.
No, if you want me to be the prime minister, no, I would do it, and I would gladly do it because listen. When me say our prime minister, I notice me say our because at the end of the day, he's still he's a Jamaican prime minister, right? The way me see my conduct business right now, I can tell you this: the way I would conduct business is like chalk and cheese, completely different. Complete, because all I want is the happiness and comfort and true prosperity for my people.
Stick a pin, Mr. Rattigan. So why don't you try to form the third a political party called the Diaspora Party, political party?
Oh, you want to farm something like that?
Yeah, man.
All right, good. Well, you what? We have Patrick here. We have some experienced people on the panel here. We have Patrick.
Exactly. All the competent brains.
Yeah, we have Herb. And then Isaac can be one.
Wait a second. That's for a political party. That's DPP. That's taken already.
And I would humbly remain with the PNP. I could not be a part of that party.
You have counsel to the party.
But you know, it leads the
not the DPP party. Sorry.
The corner brought up an interesting point.
One said we can't use that diaspora political party, DPP, and we don't want to do the DPP.
Yeah, and that we will get ISAT a part of it. But seriously, brought up an interesting point. You know, and said.
Hold on, Patrick can make a point. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Patrick.
you brought up an interesting point about Ratty running for prime minister. But I submit to you what the thing that you should be pushing for, because you still Ratty would have to get 62 other members in the House of Representatives to vote for him as prime minister. That's what the Constitution says. You know, whoever is the majority thinks can lead will be the prime minister. But what I suggested, yeah, that's what the Constitution says.
Hold on, here's a better job. Hold on, the caller. Hold on, here's a better job, Patrick. President.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. Change the Constitution. I still have to talk to his sister council.
That's right.
The Minister of Constitutional Reform is that.
Thanks for the call. Big up yourself.
Honorable Rattigan, Prime Minister. Listen, what can you relate that message? What Patrick just said? I didn't hear a word he said.
Patrick, go ahead. No, Patrick, go ahead.
No, I was saying, submitting to you, the best thing that you should be working on is pushing the government to have a constitutional reform referendum where we elect an executive president rather than a prime minister. To get a prime minister, you have to have the majority of the members of parliament elected to vote you in as the prime minister. We don't vote for a prime minister. So any member of parliament can become the prime minister. That's what the Constitution says. I settle thumbs up if I'm wrong there or down.
Just go by the Constitution till when you get in office, then you rewrite the Constitution. You have to go by the electoral rules right now. You know, the Constitution, what we have, the so-called Constitution, what we have now.
Well,
then when you get in office, then you can always change the Constitution.
All right. Well, here's the thing. I interviewed Mark Golden several months ago. One of the things he said was that he was looking towards not a ceremonial president, but like an executive president with the powers of the Governor General. Right. No, other job than me want. Give me the powers of the Governor General, and you see how Jamaica shape up in no time. So, because I wouldn't have no compunction about telling people no. When them come to with this ridiculous idea about state of emergency, no.
Exactly.
No.
Are you really serious about what you're saying about stepping up and being a part of government in Jamaica?
Am I serious, you say?
Yeah.
Look, whatever my people want, I'm willing to offer self and
Do
service.
a poll and see how much people would want you, right? Not forget about commissioner, police.
No.
Who
Me no
want you
want that.
right
No.
to the top. Right to the top, who wants you?
All right, my brother. Well, spread the message, all right? And thanks for supporting the program. And I look forward to talking to you.
Where your technician name, get him to run a poll one of these days.
Oh, Kevin.
To run a poll. Kevin, yeah. Get Kevin to run a poll and ask this question.
All right. I'm not going to run. No, I'm not taking another call, but thanks for calling, all right?
Talking to Mr. Rattigan.
All right, bless up.
family.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reese, Miss Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. Calling from North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Yes, one of the problem I'm having is the tabling of that report. I think the electorate, they were deceived on the 26th of February because that report should have been released before the election.
Oh, I started to raise questions about that. He never said should or he just said that we don't know what the results would have been if it had been released.
No. Well, we don't know what the results would have been, you know.
Right.
But I'm saying it was there long enough for it to be tabled before the election.
True. That's true.
So yeah, so we don't know which way it could have swung the election in a particular way, as it might not even have an impact, but we don't know. And it seemed as if it was deliberately done.
Mm-hmm.
When you look back at things.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean,
think it was properly orchestrated, you know.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Think about it like this. You have a seasoned clerk who's also an attorney, I found out tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you have ISAT, who ISAT are not one of the elite, right? Me,
yeah,
was. And you have the three-away can sit down against all of the learned people who provide advice to the speaker, and them get it wrong. And them want to be strong on top of it.
They caught up in the moment till they even don't spend due diligence and dissect the thing, you know.
Well, you know, look, you make a good point that, you know, it should have been, and we don't know why. Well, I think we know why it was held, why them hold on to it. Because here's what happened: they saw what was in it. They saw what was in it.
They know that.
Yeah.
And the thing about it, if you are clean, why so much protection? Just release the thing.
Look, here's to me. Here's why I can make several arguments as to why I don't think they're clean. But one of the easiest arguments to make is this: you ask the Integrity Commission to give you anti-corruption training, and I have the syllabus. They give them a whole range. They give them training on a whole range of topics, and then when they finish, them say, "Okay, just sign off on this thing, on these governing principles." Right? And if you look at the job description, where the Prime Minister spent more than $1 billion, I've been told, the job description, it actually mirrors the principles in the code of conduct, you know, but they don't want to sign the code of conduct. Why?
It's sad, man. And then the thing about it too, Mr. Rattigan, you don't want to sign the code of conduct, but then again, you go around putting Gagada and everybody.
There you go.
Yeah, his name should be changed from Bro God to Bro Gag.
Yeah.
Everybody, there's a Gagada dance, everybody.
And, you know, and then also, where are the principled men and women in government? Where are the people who stand up and say, you know what, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm going to defy your order because we are here to serve the people, not serve you, sir.
Look, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to them if they defy the order?
You know,
nobody else gets prosecuted.
Hold on a second, caller. Caller, hold on a second. Herb, I'll make a point. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, nobody's getting prosecuted for anything down there, so defy the order. See what happens. You know, what are they going to do to them? You know?
Hi, caller, we not that state, but you know.
And another thing before I run off, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
I don't remember some point in time ago I tried reaching out to you, but the consulate You cannot get through to them when you call.
I'm not surprised.
You cannot. I sent some screenshot to you some time ago. Now I called 113 times.
Here where you do. Here where you do. Not tell you.
I eventually got through now because
Oh,
someone
okay.
said I should call the Washington office.
The embassy.
I eventually get through to someone, but I had to call the one in Miami, Florida, 113 times.
All right. Did you talk to Mr. Mayor? Or nobody? You didn't get through to anybody at all?
I don't quite remember the person I spoke with in Washington, you know.
All right, you know what?
Office, and then the office
That would have been the embassy.
for 3 hours per day.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, listen. You need to come out with us to New York. You know, you need to take the train or drive up our flap and come New York May 10th, because we're going to be in front of the consulate, and the same issues you have with the same issues you had with that consulate, people have that. And so we need the people out there. We need our numbers out there to register our dissatisfaction with everything that's going on. That is wrong.
Man. You cannot get through to those folks.
Well, me not hear you say yes or no. Me need you to tell me yes or no. Say
No, you see the thing about it now. Being a school teacher, it's sort of
okay. Big up yourself, school teacher. Hold on. You left Jamaica for come teach, or you got your teaching degree and everything here?
No, man. I taught 10 years in Jamaica before coming here, you know.
Okay, all right.
So, biology, chemistry.
Whoa, and see, them need you in Jamaica. Them need you in Jamaica.
They need me in Jamaica, Mr. Rattigan, but I need to put a house, a roof over my family head.
How many people do you know in the teaching profession that actually left with you and since?
Well, I am actually in my 5th year on the program, so I was looking about some waiver to extend to H1B because I was on a J1.
I was just going to ask you.
In my batch that came up that year, it was about 223 of us from global teaching partners.
200 and something teachers?
Yeah.
223 from one program. And we're talking about global teaching partners. We're talking about EPI. We're talking about faces participating.
No, hold on. 200 and something, not all of you from all over the world, right? Not just Jamaica.
Well, it was 223 from all over the world, but it was about 180
from Jamaica. My goodness.
Maybe a few from like Philippines.
It's a lot of bodies.
That's, you know, I would love, you say, we need people like you to go back home with your skill set. But to be honest with you, I can't tell you go back home now because the situation is deplorable.
Mr. Rattigan, I am here 5 years, sir. And in my matter of fact, in my 3rd year, it erased the 10 year that I taught in Jamaica for in terms of accomplishment.
See?
So, this is speaking, I love teaching now, and actually I love teaching in Jamaica because the level of indiscipline that I come across here, I don't have to come across that in Jamaica. But at the end of the day, you can actually see what you venture here to accomplish.
Right. Have you when at nighttime, you know, when you have some quiet moments and you think about your life, have you ever thought about going back to Jamaica at some point in time? Or wanting to go back?
I want to go back, Mr. Rattigan. I want to go back. But then again, I have to also be realistic. But I want to go back. But it's not now. I need to accomplish some more stuff first.
Right.
And the thing about it, I've never gone to my bed, you know, and feel 1 ounce of feeling scared that someone gonna, you know, I even left my car several times and nothing, you know.
Right.
I feel safe where I'm at.
Same thing, yeah.
Say Island Girl says she's leaving in September. I don't know if she's leaving. Island Girl, they're leaving from Jamaica to go overseas. I'm not sure.
And the thing about it, there are just so many things they reward you for, because I have a science group that did fairly well on the EOC, and the county gave me a handsome reward outside of the regular, you know, salary that you would have.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
island girl leaving from Jamaica. Why, my
pardon?
goodness. All right. Why,
So,
Virgin?
so how
Well,
long
we'll
ago?
try to make it
How
better
long
because
ago
we
did
need it
did you
for
leave?
people like you to start to go back home. But like you said, the economics of it, I can't argue with it. I can't argue with you on that because, like you said, within your first 2 years, you accomplish more than you did economically in the 10 years that you were teaching in Jamaica. I can't argue with you.
I'm telling you, man, you'll bury yourself in a loan as a teacher out there. I'm telling you, I get paid, I have my money in JTA credit union, and by the end of the next pay cycle, I have to withdraw it.
Oh boy. Well, look. Wanna
If you
thank
look
you
at
for
it this way, Ratty,
yeah.
5 years, 180 people a year. That would be 900 people over 5 years who have gone, and it's longer than that. He's left. So you have to wonder how many people a year they're averaging. They're bleeding teachers.
But Island Girl, you know, a part of me want to tell you to stay and help, but it's hard for me to even make that argument to you. It's hard. I mean, not too far from where I live, there is a charter school, the best in the state, and 4 teachers from Jamaica started there last school year.
There's a county that is called Annandale County
Yeah.
in Maryland. They are doing a lot of sponsoring of Jamaican teachers as well.
Yeah, right on the street from me. 4 brand new teachers come from, and every time I see them, the lady I smile. Every time I see her,
Yeah, there's a lot of sponsors.
yeah, she a smile and she just look happy. Every time I see her, I say, "What go on?" She say, "Boy, I'm there, everything good." Wait, thanks for the call here, son. Just keep up the good work. Go and do your thing, and hopefully, one of these days, pretty soon, we will all be able to pack up and head back to Jamaica. But we have to rid ourselves of what's going on down there right now. So that's
Yes,
my
man,
job.
the
That's
best
my
I
job.
can do is to contribute to the funding.
Yeah,
I
man.
can see that it's for early cost.
Yeah, because you see, I sat now and I no work unless KFC up on the table. So that we have to use and bribing. But if I bribe easily, I don't give the KFC, him still I say where the money there.
Hey,
Just give the
Ratty,
KFC.
one of the things that concerns me as a teacher,
All right, take care of yourself.
All right, take
as a teacher just mentioned, and Herb, I think alluded to it in a way. One of the things that irks me growing up in Jamaica in the 70s, I remember when Michael Manley talked about free education, when he talked about minimum wage, the pushback he got from like the JMA, the Chamber of Commerce, when it started talk about that times the Council of Churches were vociferous on issues, social issues. Nowadays, everyone I don't know if we have a church council or Chamber of Commerce or Manufacturers Association or what we usually call the Privileged Sons of Jamaica. I don't know if those people still are, but everybody is muted. Nobody's speaking out. And even the Civil Service Association, they came out for this, the clerk, but all these shenanigans that's been happening, even the Bar Association, with due respect to a lot of people, I don't hear them pushing back and dissecting all the legal shenanigans that's going on with the speaker and all that stuff. And even English teachers look at the statement of I call him the sleeping policeman. What's his name? Chang. That talked about the report was sent. The report was returned knowingly that it's just a cover up. I mean, the ministers, and I'm not talking of political ministers, but those who are in the profession that I meddle in here. I mean, Micah 6:8 says, what does the Lord require of you? You know, justice, kindness, and humility. And they don't practice none of these. The only time these people get up and get in a tizzy is when you talk about who's sleeping with who, when
That's
that is
true.
homosexuality. And that's
Hold,
it.
hold on one second, Patrick. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Calling from New York.
Yes, Mr. New Yorker. Talk to me.
Yeah, man. Rattigan, bless up yourself. Herb, Patrick, Isaac, enough blessings.
Yeah, talk to me. What go on?
Well, basically, still, I'm just a big up the program, you know.
No, man, we
It's like,
appreciate that, man. We
I
appreciate
listen
that.
to your program all the while still, and you know, I contribute to the program already because I like what I go on still as someone in the diaspora and stuff. And I was listening to the caller a while ago who is a teacher, you know, and you know, some of the thing where him says still, you know, well, me not really know, but me see it different.
Okay.
You know, me see it different in a way. I can hardly wait for guy, you know, which of me the day I had no. You know, it's like me able to cut a yard.
Right,
But
right.
basically, as me I try to say still is, when you see a Jamaican, when we meet people who don't really want to go back a yard based on the corruption and the violence and all them kind of stuff, but we can't only wait to drop. It's like, you know, yard is just, there's nothing like yard.
Well, look, let me just make it clear that there are very few people I know who live overseas who said them not aspire, them not think, them not dream, them not want to go back home. They would say that, and then you know where you're going here? But, and the but is usually followed by the crime, the corruption, the this, the that, the that. People still yearn to go home. I only know of one person, I mean, now call him name, who tell me, say, Jamaica will never see him again. And this man, him travel all over the world. Him have, you know, him travel all around. When we say around Jamaica, him go all of the islands around Jamaica. Him no go Jamaica. Him say him no have nothing to do with Jamaica. I'm done with Jamaica. We don't know how walk. We don't know what down there with him, and we don't know what him do or what people do him. But him right off Jamaica. But that's just one person. I make us say me know 1,000 people. Everybody me know tell me say, boy, I want to go back home. I want to go back home. But so now our job now is to deal with the issues to remove the but so that we can have free passage for people to go back home and make a contribution or just go back home and just relax. A lot of people I know them say, boy, I don't want dead in the cold. I want dead in the warmth. I want to go back home to my rock and live out the rest of my life. So I'm with you. We all want to go back.
Is running now still, you know, a lot of people in the diaspora is not getting the chance as other foreigners to really invest in Jamaica just to see them.
Right. Yeah. No. Well, look, just keep supporting the program, and God willing, and like I said, God on time, and I'll add good people that we will overcome and we will make things right so that people can actually, you know, not only send them want to go home, but actually go home. You know, that is the goal.
Well, unless me I work, I come support the program in New York. Unless me I work, and if me not work, me I try to support you as much as me can, you know. Because I like what I go on, I'm thinking it's going to make a difference.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
People just need to look into themselves and support what is going to make a difference.
I tell you, really appreciate it. You know, the day not come yet, but me I look forward to see you out there, May 10th.
Yeah, man. Bless up the program.
All right, my brethren. So take care of yourself.
Everybody stay safe. All right. No respect.
Cool. Mr. Rattigan.
I'm going to leave now. Relax.
I'm taking my leave now.
No, you're not leave. Hold on, I'm turning off the phone. Hold on. But we'll take this last caller.
Okay.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where you calling from?
It's all right. Well, bro.
Not much. My day, my brother look out at me eye. What go on?
Yeah, man. My day, I see it. By the time I say one of the government in a funeral home business or something like that.
Oh, you mean the minister of there's a rumor going around that the minister of health that he's involved. Yeah.
Yeah, on the beach, my man, a little cottage again.
Little cottage on the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, one time they call in and say one night it's because I think import are like crime. And it's like two things, either you know want it or you can't do it.
No.
And the next thing, more I would like to try lion, and make lion do a clip when I talk about the morning skit. When the shot man of the act there.
Oh, the
Because
magnet skit.
pitch with the voice
Uh-huh.
is a warning. So when you do that now, like when Father God does create the place and lightning flash.
Well,
So we always have that to remind us, so yes, it's them about tell you, I love here when you tell them about the things that make you know, so yeah, man, it's them about to know, so it too come through with the time,
time.
The time.
Yes, brother.
You understand me? I say, yeah, man. So into all about Isaac and everybody, God bless and
Yeah.
you.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself.
Yes.
All right. All right. Folks, that's it. We'll turn off the line now because we're at it a while now. But you don't know me can't go on for till tomorrow, man. But we have Isaac have to leave him. I get about that dreary eyed now. See my eyes are closed down upon him. And Patrick, people love you. The people, Patrick, I don't know if you watch the chat room, but the people must say, boy, you have to bring on Patrick more often because we love him. Because he bring positive vibes to the program.
Tomorrow my busy day.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Isaac, closing remarks. Anything you want to say before we go?
No, this was a very, very interesting program. I hope the chief is watching because I was really sad that he left on such a not so positive note. In light of the fact that I really believe that we were saying the same things, but as always, context matters, and the allegory of Plato's cave shine through, because capacity is also important when one is articulating. And we proved that last week when Herb was attempting to defend his village lawyer. and then Herb and I, however, will have to team up, because we will not forget today a monumental day when you brought our double gangers on the program to discuss football. One, a Rasta man dressed in Adidas like me, and a veteran coach looking like Herb's twin brother. So we won't forget this day. Moving on for that, Mr. Patrick came again and stole my sarcasm and satire. And I just think that it was a very entertaining show altogether. There was a lot of learning. I look forward to a more wholesome discussion of these reports, because we cannot simply let these things just pass. There's a lot of ethical breaches that don't sit well with us. I made a joke about the Singapore thing, but when we have options to advance a nation or advance our individual interests, we should always choose the greater good, which is the advancement of the nation, rather than individual goals for our families, as if we're the dynasty and Falcon Crest of Jamaica, big time animal farm that we need to move away from. Discussions about the UIC shouldn't happen on Reasoning with Rattigan. It's just not a topic for reasoning, respectfully. But apart from that, wonderful show. And as we continue to grow, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund is just $1. Kevin said all the time, $1. If you just come $1 every Saturday from each device will suffice. Nobody is requiring you to put $20, $50, $100. If that's in your capacity, you can. But there are so many issues that we need to sort out. And because I love to sue, it's important that we have the finances. Finances matters, because it's the only way that we get to show that context does matter. And this is not a plug. This is where we are literally now in our society, fixing the context so that we don't dance around integrity by quoting irrelevant sections of acts and pretending we have authority when we don't. The law reigns supreme, the Constitution reigns supreme, and Jamaica is for all of us. It is for all of us, and that's a starting place, especially if we are to nurture our identity as a nation that is spiritually positioned, teleologically and theologically positioned in this hemisphere. That we are special people, we are great people, and among us we cannot keep suppressing and robbing the potential that allows the advancement of our society. We take it lightly when we say Ratty for Prime Minister, but he's made of the metal for it. I wouldn't sit here, research it, and support him if he, and it's not because he went to Meadowbrook. but serious, he is passionate about. He's passionate about the issues. He's passionate about love for the country, which we all share, no matter where we are. And it is something that we have to give effect to through standing. But with all things, it's money talk, and when you don't have it, you simply have to walk. And that's my closing remarks. All right.
All right, Patrick.
Yeah. Am I on? You hearing me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Okay. So my thing, I just want to remind Jamaicans all over. There's a book that I think I was in primary school at Civics for Young Jamaica. I'm very fascinated with it. And every time I see, I remember the part about active and passive citizens. And with due respect, I think the the passivity of our citizens is what is killing my birthland. Jamaica is a place that everywhere I go, despite somebody was complaining that the leader of opposition don't speak patois, I don't really speak it, but as soon as I go somewhere, my Jamaican is noticed. And, sometimes people take me for Guyanese or Bajan or Trinidadian, but I'm a Jamaican. And I stand proudly as a Jamaican. But one of the things that irks me more than ever is what is happening in Jamaica in terms of the way we are heading the wrong direction, as it is integrity, corruption. And in those days, in my days, only one thing I remember is that one minister, parliamentary secretary, and that was a big thing. A school was missing. That's the things. We never hear the politicians were men with dignity, even though you might disagree with them, but there was some respect that you could look at them. And I say something, I don't mince the words right now. For me as a Jamaican, the office of the Prime Minister and the speakership and several ministries, I always respect it and always think about that, the parliamentary system. But the current occupants of most of these things, I just can't look at them. And that is one reason I would not have attended the Diaspora conference. And so that leads me to my point, is that I'm encouraging everyone for this online Diaspora conference. Let's make it happen. Whatever I'm needed to do, whether it's to sweep up the room for ISAT, so I'm supplying with Kentucky to make him happy, that will be done.
Preach. Say it again.
If that is what is going to take to put this on. But we need to really be forceful and serious to let those in charge right now get our attention, because we have to be the spark. Like one of the things that I always talk about is that it only takes a spark to get a fire going. And we are the spark. Herb and Will and ISAT and all those who contribute, we are the spark, can get the fire going for the country. So, let us move and let us push whatever I'm needed to do to spread the word about the conference. This will be the conference with the difference, in terms of the diaspora showing its true patriotism for the country, the land of my birth, understand? And I know comes July, a lot of us will be beating our chest. Yeah, especially race and complaint. I want us to beat our chest before July and beat it by attending this conference. We're going to do well in Olympics and we'll continue to do it. But our country there will not be a country soon if we just turn a blind eye and get our lips still zipped up. All right.
Right.
Thanks and happy Easter, everyone.
Blessing.
Yeah. Happy Easter. Well, listen, before her, come on, let me just say, select a princess. Yes, donations are tax deductible. Shirley made a, she made a good suggestion. She said, why don't we play the national anthem before and at the end of the program? I'm going to do that's a good idea. I'm going to do it next week. I'm going to talk to Kevin. So if it doesn't happen next week, blame Kevin. Don't blame me. And
A
and
lot of pressure on Kevin, no.
and then Sue and everybody who made a donation via the QR code. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Herb, your turn.
Yes. Hey, it's been a pleasure being on with Pat, with ISAT, with yourself. And I mean, if I had to say what's promising today, I'm thinking here that maybe our movement is catching on. Maybe this Auditor General is saying to herself, hey, I can work with these guys. I would welcome that in a heartbeat. I'd want her to lay things out there and let us analyze it and present it. Let us go after these scoundrels because that's exactly what they are, scoundrels. People are digging out the eyes of the Jamaican people by taking everything they can that's not nailed down, right? Auditing operations. She should know exactly what's going on, not just in those two places, the most important places, tax administration, right? And the other FSC, which is responsible for overlooking the SSL debacle, right? They are supposed to be alert. The FSC should be just like any other auditing operation. They are taking care of these financial operations that are occurring. They're responsible for it. They dropped the ball. They have dropped the ball. They had warnings from an audit agency, civilian agency, KPMG, and they dropped that ball. So how can we trust anybody who is in government that's breaking the rules, that is just breaking the rules, that's shattering and violating all these rules, and expect that they're going to deliver to us an honest to goodness report that is palatable to the people of Jamaica. So I welcome this Auditor General. I hope that you're listening to us. I hope that you're on our side. All of these other people going into retirement, whether you are DCP Bailey or whether you are Anderson, Major General, whoever you are, whatever you're doing, do the Jamaican people a favor. Drop us a line and leak the most devastating things you can about these people. It's time to shove them out the door. I cannot be more serious, right? Be the best snitch that Jamaica can have. And don't think about yourself as a snitch. Think about yourself as helping to shovel the dung out the door. Thank you.
Yes, let me just say, because a friend of mine, very dear friend of mine, just sent me something. Say it's the age of reckoning now for them because they've shown deliberate indifference. And we're also talking about beach access and all of that. Look, folks, let me just thank Chief Nanya for coming on. Let me thank Patrick. Patrick, I think you've earned a spot to join us on a regular basis because I think people like the balance. And ISAT, of course, steady as a rock, and Herb the anchor, So I'm just here, people. Just I did, some people found it strange when I said to them, because they asked me, "Are you monetized?" And I said, "What's that?" And they said, "Your program." And I said, "Not to my knowledge, it's not." And they're like, "Why don't you?" And I said, "No, I didn't start out that way."
because I don't want to lose my focus. I don't want to lose my zeal. I want to be precise with the issues. And once you start thinking about money and all them things, no, that's not my style. I am here to fight for the Jamaican people. I know how to fight. I know who those people are. I am one of them. I am one of you. And whatever it takes, I am going to do it to make sure that what we have now will be in the distant past. It will be, it won't even be memorable because we don't even want to think about this. We just want to get rid of these people because it's gotten to the point now where they're not going to do a course correction and do what is right for the people. What we're seeing is more and more and more of the same, and they're very blatant about it. When you can take money the way that they've been taking money, or as Patrick mentioned, chop, when them can chop money as they're chopping right now, without any regard for anybody, that tells me that there are people that we cannot do business with. Now, we still open the door because as you saw tonight with the letter from Dr. Francis, it says, look, we're still open to talking, but we're going to do what we have to do. We're not going to sit around and wait. So I would just want to thank all of you for joining us tonight, all of you who made a contribution. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And those of you who are thinking about a contribution, make up your mind and do the right thing. I look forward to seeing you next week. But more importantly, I look forward to seeing you in New York on May 10th between 9 and 1 o'clock, because that's where we're going to be a chorus. We're going to be singing from the same hymn book, and we're going to be screaming at the top of our lungs so that not only the people inside the building, the Jamaicans working inside the concert will hear us, but the whole world will hear us by extension. And by the way, right across the street from the Jamaican consulate is WPIX 11, a news outlet. So we're in the right spot at the right time with the right people for the right cause. And God willing, we are going to make a difference. Thank you very much for joining us. Look forward to you joining us again next week, Saturday. Gentlemen, big up on yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Enjoy the bun and cheese. I just had mine. My brother make it homemade bun.